Hello everybody, you know what time it is. Welcome back to the EA Sports Creator Series, and we are here this afternoon for round number 5 of season number 2 of Formula 2, starting off the afternoon's action with a bang. We're over the halfway point in this shortened 7-race season, and today it's going to be the equivalent of moving day in golf, you could say, as drivers stake their claims for those coveted playoff positions, while others' dreams of making the playoffs will turn into nightmares under the night sky of the Marina Bay circuit in Singapore. Could be a bit of a banger coming up for you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Dale might be the runaway leader with 6 wins in the first 8 races. Yes, 6 out of 8. But there is a titanic scrap behind with potentially up to 11 drivers still with realistic contention for making just 4 playoff spots. You've got to watch out for that. That could be chaos in these last 3 races. In the virtual commentary box for this afternoon's action, it is once again myself, Tom, and it is Hayden. Hayden, how are you doing? How are you doing, buddy? Are you looking forward to this race?
Oh yeah, Singapore with F2 cars, a track that these guys have never been to before in these cars. They're tricky to handle anyway, and there might be a sprinkling of rain on the horizon as well. It's going to be an absolute banger.
This could be with some adverse weather conditions. Might need to get your umbrellas out, because if we remember what happened in 2017 in the real life F1 race, when we had a little bit of a sprinkling of rain just before the start of the race, that was chaos, and I wonder if we'll see something similar. Going into this race though, it's not actually Dale coming off the back of a feature race victory. He won 2 in a row in Japan and the fan vote, but last week only 2nd place and was over 10 seconds behind his new teammate Dark Viper, who unfortunately isn't here this week, but yeah, in that 5th spot at the moment, but it's going to be difficult to make those playoffs. We shall have a quick rundown of what is going on in that battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and then all the places below, because it's very, very close. F1 Alex is looking fairly safe. Missed last week, but does have 71 points and is comfortably clear of 6th place B-Roy at the moment. At least everything could change, and Singapore will probably throw up a few surprises along the way. Sprite in 3rd on 59. Then you've got F1 Scott, who scored 27 points in the first race in Brazil, has scored 26 points in the 3 following races. So the form for F1 Scott not quite there, but is still in those playoff places. And then it's Dark Viper, who isn't with us this week, on 49. B-Roy, G-Watts, Duncan, F1 Damien, Adam Sanderson, Dragonflies, Hoodie Pete, who isn't with us this week, and Punju, all realistically in with a shot. This is going to be very close and go down to the wire.
Yes, certainly. We've got some great drivers on track today. F1 Alex is back, so that's good. So maybe there can be a close in the championship up at the front. B-Roy is here as well, so it'll be interesting to see whether he can sneak his way into the playoff zone with Dark Viper missing today. So there's a lot on the lines all the way throughout the field.
Absolutely, and obviously this is the first time in F2 that we'll be tackling the new Singapore configuration. We got rid of the old tunnel section, which was not the most popular part of the track, I have to say. What are your thoughts on this new layout of circuit in that final sector?
Well, it's nice to have like one of the longest circuits on the calendar, and it makes it obviously that challenge, especially in the wet with a lot more corners, but it does open up more overtaking opportunities. So I do think I prefer it. It's a little bit shorter. It means that it's not quite, still one of the longest races, but not quite, as long as it was previously, missing out those corners. But I think, hopefully we're going to get some good action into those final corners now at the end of the lap.
Yeah, it could be absolute carnage. Personally, I'm a fan of it. It does give you that extra little bit of an opportunity to overtake. We saw it last year in the real-life F1 race, where we had those really good battles between Verstappen and Norris. Verstappen and Norris, and then Norris and Russell later on. Can't get all my drivers out. Later on in that race, before George Russell threw it into the wall on the final lap, which was, I have to say, that was probably the best race of the season. But getting ready to go into our standard format sprint race with the reverse grid, then into one-shot quali, and then our full feature race. Should we have a talk about Dale though? Had won 4 races on the spin, that is the feature race in Japan, then won both times in the fan vote and the sprint in China. Dropped down to 2nd, so he's going to be very disappointed with that outcome. Do you think he can bounce back here? This is going to be probably the hardest place in the sprint for him to get towards the front.
Yeah, certainly, but there's going to be wet weather on the horizon, so if that does come down in the sprint, it could definitely open the door. We've seen how quickly he can get through that initial pack that's right in front of him in the opening laps of the sprint races. So if you can do something like that again here today, then it's just going to be a case of slowly working your way through the rest of the order. But if there is any rain, all it takes is one driver to trip up, spin in front of you, and that's your race done. So this could be an opportunity, of course, for F1 Alex. F1 Alex is also down there. Same sort of position as Mr. Dale, just a few places behind. But they're not right at the back, because we do actually as well have some F1 drivers stepping in for this weekend as well with some spaces open.
We do, most notably Infratic coming in for the first time in F2, so that should be interesting to see. Be interesting to see what happens with GWATS as well. Picked up his very first podium in the Creator Series last week in China in the feature race, but of course, with that, we'll be starting further back in the sprint race. Last season, he was, I think by his own admission as well, a bit of a sprint race merchant. This season, it hasn't gone quite as well. Only scored once in the sprint races, and that was first time out in Brazil. How do you think he's going to find it?
I mean, Matty excels in these cars. I think he's going to be very, very strong. I think he's going to be someone who is going to be getting through that pack quite quickly. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes. I'm also looking forward to seeing how Infratic goes in both of these races, because this is a preview into what he will be doing for next season, as he's currently in that drop-off zone, and we're all rooting for him to get relegated and go in for next season. So this is good practice for Fabio to get used to these cars and see what he can do next season.
How do you think he'll find it? What are your predictions for Infratic?
I don't think he's prepared for these cars because they're a handful. Like, people jump into them and think, okay, they're just slower than a Formula 1 car. That's all I've got to expect. They're heavier. And now, Fabio is the strongest driver on the grid. He's definitely one of the biggest drivers in terms of, physical ability. So you'd think, oh, that's probably easy for him. But every time I jump on his stream, 10 minutes into any late race, he's like, I'm tired. This hurts. I'm tired. So he's got to do an F2 race, which are heavier. This is going to be difficult for him. The throttle application is very difficult. It's about feathering the throttle through the corners and then also locking the brakes to get that extra rotation. And I think he's going to struggle with it. But I'd love to be surprised. Maybe he's done a bit of practice in his free time and be interested to see what he can actually do.
Yeah, and one-shot qualifying will probably be the best indication of the pace that he does have in the back pocket. A few other drivers to talk about. Punju had a really difficult start to the season, but did pick up a decent whack of points last week, which does keep him in contention for those playoffs. He's 23 points behind 5th place Dark Viper, who obviously isn't here this week. A lot of those drivers in around sort of 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th, they haven't been in great form. Duncan, after scoring that podium, has been consistent but not reached the highs that he did in the feature race in Japan. Same with F1 Damien, who's been consistent without being spectacular. Adam Sanderson too. There's a real opportunity for someone in a race that we should see a lot of chaos, pick up a barnstorming result, maybe a podium or potentially even a win in the feature race, and really catapult yourself towards that top 5.
Yeah, anywhere outside the kind of top 3 drivers. And it was very similar to last season. You have those stable top 3 drivers, myself, Matty and Rob, and then everybody else will just yo-yo up and down the field. Some races, they're banging in a P4 result, they're getting on the podium, or, they're in that top 5, scoring some really great points. Other races, they've smashed up with somebody else, they're outside the points, they've DNF'd, or they're just scraping away in those, outside top 10 positions. So it's very, very close in that section. It's all about being consistent, and that's where you're going to be best. And I think that's what Punju did great last season. His consistency was brilliant, scoring points and good, valuable points across the season. Wasn't always in the podium places, but was always in those high point scoring positions. But for him now, he's going to be starting nearer the front end of the sprint race field. And for him, he needs to get past the front runners as quickly as possible and then hope that they all bunch each other up. There's no safety cars and he can run away with it.
Yeah, we've got some returning faces as well. You mentioned Matty D13 earlier. Now, I think that's going to be potentially the most interesting part of this race. How does he adapt? Can he get that feel back that he had for the F2 cars that he managed to work so well last season? Can he maybe challenge top 5, podium win? Who knows? I think that's going to be fascinating to see. How do you think he's going to manage to cope?
Yeah, I think he'll be strong around here today. He just seemed to have a knack in the F2 cars. We saw it in the playoffs as well. I think Matty is a driver that has some really great pace. He's really good when it comes to like time trial or when there's less drivers on the field. We saw it in the playoffs, only 8 drivers on the grid, and he excelled there. He won it by quite a large amount. And when he starts nearer the front of the grid and seems to get through the pack easily, then it's fine. But then as soon as some race-to-race battles start to happen, that racecraft, that race IQ starts to come in, that's where Matty makes mistakes, unfortunately. He goes for moves that, not necessarily you need to go for a move in that corner. You could wait till the next corner or wait till the straight that's coming up and go for it there. Matty just wants to get on with it as soon as possible. And that could let him down, especially here where it looks like we're going to get wet weather in this sprint race.
Well, I think it's certainly going to be slightly damp conditions. Yeah, race IQ, that's the buzzword that everybody likes to use at the minute, talking about people's race IQ. And some people have it in spades, some people do tend to struggle a little bit more. But we are off for the formation lap for our sprint race. I think everybody would be delighted to know that it's not just raining, it's bucketing it down.
Yes, sort of actually intermediate sort of weather conditions. But of course, in F2, there are no intermediate tyres. You just have wets or you have full dries. So everybody out on the wet tyres, which seems obviously like the best solution to be on. There's no change in the weather as well in Creator Series, so it's not going to dry up or get worse in this race. It's all going to stay the same. But everybody on the wet tyres at the moment. Fabio right at the back. Somebody else seemed to drop to the back as well. I don't know if that was Mr. Dale just, dropping his way to the back and going through his own procedure to build up tyre temperature in the car and just keep himself to himself at the moment.
Yeah, and Fabio, Matty D13, TK returning as well. Saw some really good pace from TK last season. They're going to have a really tough time. Dale sort of lucked out a little bit because he's got 3 less cars to overtake. I wonder if he'll be able to pull off something similar to what we've seen in the last couple of weeks. We've said how difficult it is to overtake on this kind of track. He was P3 by the end of lap 1 last week, and that was around China, where it's not the easiest track to overtake, but it certainly has more opportunities than this. But if he can do something similar, get up into the top 8, he's going to be in a fantastic position just to keep extending that championship lead. He's got his main rival back on the grid alongside him, his teammate returning, F1 Alex in 15th. He's been also very adept at making his way through the field, not quite as successfully as Dale. F1 Scott as well. Started off brilliantly, 2 second places in Brazil. Scored less points in the following 3 races and has only scored in 2 of those 4. One of those was a second place in the feature race for the fan vote GP. He's got to find some form as well. Keeps getting caught up in incidents that aren't usually his fault. How do you get over that? Because it can just keep snowballing, and that's what we're kind of seeing from Scott at the moment. Getting himself caught up in incidents with drivers he should be quicker than, and incidents that if he avoids, he is going to get those really good results that will catapult him back away from the likes of B-Roy and G-Watts in the standings.
Yeah, a lot of luck comes into these sprint races and when you're, trying to climb your way through the field very, very quickly. But at the end of the day, if these mistakes or these incidents keep on happening to you week on week, you do also have to look at yourself and think, is there something that I am doing wrong as well? And maybe for F1 Scott, sometimes it's easy to predict when 2 drivers are batting a little bit too hard with each other. You're like, they're going to take each other out in the next corner. And 9 times out of 10, they usually do. So if you're getting yourself in that battle as well, when you know those 2 drivers, you know that they're aggressive with each other, you know they're going to take each other out, there's no need to get on top of it. Just back off a little bit and then switch it back and take them. And I think that's what Dale's been doing very well so far this season. The patience has been there. He's backed off away from it, allowed the carnage to kind of unfold in front of him as he's spun on the formation lap, causing his own carnage at the moment. But he's just allowing that to all happen in front of him and pick the gaps. Because a lot of luck comes into these when you're climbing your way through the field, but also a lot of skill. It's not just, oh, you were lucky this race, you were lucky that race. Sometimes you are just positioning your car in the best position, and hopefully we can potentially see more of that from Dale and the rest of the field as we get on with this race.
Absolutely. A couple of drivers failing to park nicely. Dale has managed to get pointing in the right direction again, and we are going to get going for the first time this afternoon. 5 red lights ahead of other drivers for the sprint race in Singapore. Long hold, as it usually is. Lights out and away we don't quite go yet. When we're going to get going. Now we get going. They're going to try and find as much traction as possible on this short run up to turn 1. Yours sincerely squirming around in that downs, but he is going to lead them down into turn number 1. Got a Red Bull livery car. I think that might be you Pandas spinning, and yes, committed very heavily up the inside. The 2 Tridents tripping over each other as well. We've got a Prema getting involved too. I think that was Patterson going the wrong way. Carnage straight away in a virtual safety car. We probably should have predicted this, to be honest. But yeah, it was the 2 Tridents, Punju and Adam Sanson, starting towards the front of the field in 6th and 8th, just tripping over each other as you Pandas going to the side of, I think it was Jess Gamer, and started sliding into the Armco on the left-hand side, and F1 Alex with a penalty as well.
That was an absolute mess of a start. Somebody got tripped up into turn 1, and then it was just a bottleneck. Everybody just came in together and got stuck. Mr. Dale tried to find his way through and almost did, and then out of nowhere, a Trident just came across him. I think it must have been G-Watts, or it might have been Adam Sanderson, and unfortunately they just got stuck together and went off into the runoff area at the exit of turn 1 and the inside of turn 2. So unfortunately for Mr. Dale, no positions gained. Our highest climbers so far, you've got the likes of F1 Scott up 5 positions. You've also got F1 Alex up 5 positions. Looks like we've gone back racing once again. I'm watching on board with Mr. Dale as he's trying to pick his way through the field. He's got a couple of cars that are getting caught up with each other. It's G-Watts, TK, and Fabio in Fratic, who's now looking up the inside into the Singapore swing. Fabio goes up the inside. Somebody's gone deep there. Adam Sanderson is out of this race. I don't know if you were watching that one and can tell us more of what happened there.
It was a little bit weird because it looked like he just didn't brake at all for what used to be the Singapore sling. just flew it straight in there, clattered into the barrier, and is out of the race on lap number 1. Disaster for both of the Tridents, made contact at turn number 1. And now Adam Sanson out of the race with Punju down in last. Crazy, crazy stuff. Further forward, we're watching as well. Bamford getting past Yours Sincerely on the restart at the same corner that Adam Sanson pitched it into the wall. So it's now the MP Motorsport car leading from the downs with Dragonflies up in P3. F1 Damien in 4th ahead of Jess Gamer completing our top 5. But we have got a safety car. Second time we've been under full course yellows. We had the virtual safety car after turn number 1. Now we're under full course safety car. And yeah, we thought it would be chaos in the rain. It certainly is delivered. And some drivers are certainly in the mud a little bit. F1 Scott, though, like you mentioned, making up 5 places. Same as Damien up 5. F1 Alex is up 5 also, but does have a penalty hanging over his head.
I wonder if a few drivers will come into the box just to get a fresh set of wet tyres on. I know they've only had a one lap of wear, but it is going to help you. And we have got drivers pulling into the pit lane right at the back. It looks like Matty, Infratic. We've got B-Roy as well into the box. Yeah, a lot of the drivers all at the back. It's a free pit stop for them. They may as well. It's going to be 1 extra lap, fresh tyres compared to the rest of the field. I wonder with Adam Sanderson. Now, I saw some stuff that was going on in the cooldown room in the Creator Series Discord. Benjamin Daly, Tiamat Marduk, is taking part in the Buckmore 24-hour go-karting event. Isn't close to his home, but he's going to be racing in the F1 race later from Adam Sanderson's house. Now, they were doing a little bit of DIY to make that rig more suitable for Ben and also to sort out the brake pedal. Apparently, Ben said the brake pedal was rock solid and was very difficult to press. So I wonder whether doing all of that has either broken the brake pedal for Adam and he's just not been, he's hit the brakes and nothing's happened going into that corner, or something has moved on his rig with the DIY that they were doing. It'll be interesting to find out whether that is the case. Unfortunately, no clip book in F2, so we won't be able to get somebody to find out that. But yeah, a safety car. We've got 4 drivers that are into the box. They're going to come and catch up to the field, and we should get back underway at the end of lap 3 of this race.
Yeah, B-Roy disconnecting. We saw him coming into the pits with half a front wing. Might as well have just used a plank of wood. That would have given the same levels of downforce. Duncan and Patton also swapping positions under the safety car. No penalty applied, so maybe just a little bit of accidental movement there. But Bamford, though, was very strong last week until a little bit of a whoopsie going through turn 6, I think it was. Dropped him a few places down the order. In the lead again, and it's got a great opportunity to try and win this sprint race. Yours Sincerely was very quick last season. Hasn't quite managed to deliver in the 2 races that we've seen from the Downs drivers so far this season. But it's certainly going to be a challenger. F1 Scott, for once, we were talking about on the formation lap, struggling to keep out of trouble. Does so very nicely up in the points now and can really try and progress towards the likes of Dragonflies, Damien, Jess Gamer, who's done very well to hold on to place as well, considering she got caught up in that skirmish going through turn 1 as well. And then further down, you Pandas hasn't lost too much from that sideways moment, just clattering into what I think was Jess Gamer in the high tech down in 9th. And then obviously B-Roy, Infratic, Punju. Matty 13 also got caught up in some instance as well. Dale, we've seen him make loads of progress so far, only down in 14th.
Yeah, Dale has gained a few positions there due to the safety car. And of course, Adam Sanderson's crash moves himself up into P14 after that terrible race start. But this is really great for F1 Scott and F1 Alex. F1 Alex has got their penalties. G-Watts now comes into the box, so he's deciding that those guys going onto the wets. And again, it's a clever decision. You know, use those wet tyres for a couple of laps. You're going to lose out maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 max positions, which in reality is sort of nothing when you're at the back. But you're going to be quicker than the guys who are at the back end of this train at the moment because you're going to have better tyres than them. The tyres wear so quickly in Formula 2, so this could be a really good opportunity for those guys to work their way back up the field. But F1 Alex, interesting to figure out what he will do in this race, whether he'll try to push away as much as possible and drive away from the rest of the field as Adam Sanderson leaves the session. So wonder whether he's going to go now into time trial if it is a brake problem and try and see if he can fix that before we get going for the one-shot quali and the feature race later. But yeah, F1 Alex, with that 5-second time penalty, does he come into the box? Does he serve it under a safety car? Because you can do that. Or, you know, does he try and build that gap as much as possible and take the hit at the end of the race?
I think track position is going to be crucial on a circuit like this. F1 Alex, with the 5-second penalty, he'd probably finish higher if he does stay out. Just want to come back to G-Watts, though, who came into the pits, came out in last place. Didn't change any of the front wing damage that he picked up. It was only minor, B-Roy joining back into the session, but definitely had lost the right-hand side end plate on that Invicta car. Changing the front wing wouldn't have lost him any further places. Is that a bit of a mistake? This feels like one of the circuits where I know that we've seen in the past that having front wing damage doesn't affect you too badly, but surely on a track like this, you want to get that changed if you've got the opportunity to.
Yeah, may have come into the pits and not selected yes on a change of the front wing. Sometimes that does happen if the damage is not severe enough. If you don't select yes, then the team aren't going to change that front wing. So that could be a mistake from G-Watts, and I think the safety car is probably going to come in on this lap, unless, of course, he backs off. If he backs off a lot from the rest of the train, doesn't catch up to that safety car, we won't come in, because we're already in Sector 3. Doesn't look like we've had the message saying safety car is in this lap. So if G-Watts can just hold back a little bit longer, not catch up to the safety car, we might just get away with it, and he might be able to change that front wing. And it looks like the safety car is going to come around the final corner, and he has. Thankfully for G-Watts, he has got away with that. He can come into the pits, replace that front wing, make sure he selects a yes this time, and he, of course, won't lose any positions because he's already at the back of the grid, and got very, very lucky with that one. And you can see it's definitely affected him because he's gone off under safety car conditions at the moment. As F1 Alex has maybe had a bit of an issue, or a couple of drivers. He's in the pits as well. So, yeah, no, he's going to serve that 5-second time penalty. He's going to box for new wets.
Well.
He's going to throw away the track position, but like everybody else coming into the pits, you're just going to have better tyres. It's going to put you in a better position across the rest of the race. And if we've used up all our safety cars, then that's obviously, you know, going to benefit. It's going to benefit these guys compared to the front runners who won't get another safety car to box in those conditions. Dale gets held. Very lucky that we are under safety car conditions, and there's not more drivers that are in the pit lane there, because otherwise Dale would have lost out a lot more positions.
Well, Dale has certainly got quite the mountain to climb now from last place, trying to work his way back through. F1X probably made the right decision, you could say, considering the safety car did stay out for one more lap. He did get the opportunity. Now just got to try and catch up to the back of the snake. G-Watts, who was the driver we were saying has to pit, hasn't come in. He's kept that front wing damage. He's going to be under huge pressure from those guys behind. Three very quick drivers in F1X, Emphatic and Dale. All three of them could be challenging for the podium when we get to the feature race. I think that is a bit of a blunder from the Invicta driver, so we'll have to wait and see if he tumbles or whether, you know, front wing damage, overrated. Don't need it. You don't need front wings.
Yeah, you don't need aero around Singapore.
Yeah.
Who needs aero at Singapore? It's not like there's any corners around here. It's fine.
Downforce is not important.
I don't know what he's doing. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. Whether he just thinks they're not going to change it, I really don't know the strategy. But this could be something we look back on at the end of this race and say, this is where Mr. Dale and F1 Alex have made that mistake and lost it. I'm looking at where the snake is at the moment. Safety car's in this lap.
Trouble.
Look at where Dale is. Dale's out of this race. There is no chance. Dale's done. There is no way he is catching up to this safety car. Look at where it is at the moment. If you've got the track map up, look at where the snake is. They're coming through into, you know, the new section at the moment. F1 Alex might just about get on the back of it. Dale's got to fly. He's got to push as much as possible. But the car is going to be limited at this stage because the safety car's in. So the game is going to be limiting you as much as possible. So I think Dale is going to be in a bit of trouble here and is going to be lucky to score any points in this race. Let's look at the front, though, as Jorson Silly and Bamford will get this back underway.
Dale, he's 45 seconds off the back of the train. I think F1 Alex and Emphatic could be in trouble as well, but we are going to get racing to complete lap number 4 and start lap number 5. And Bamford, has he gone early in that MP Motorsport car? Yes, has left yours sincerely a little bit left for dead there with Dragonflies all over the back of the Dam's car. We're going to start lap number 5, yours sincerely, and we've got a safety car again. No, we haven't got a safety car again. We saw the yellow flags coming up. I think Dale may have had a bit of a whoopsie in the final sector. Got yellow flags coming up further behind. I think there's been a problem for B-Roy. Oh no, Patterson is tumbling and Patterson's dropped it out of the final corner. Well, I think we might have a safety car. And now he's been disqualified for going the wrong way. What's going on there? The Prama's out of the race. We're down to 16 or 17, sorry, now. So some carnage straight away there. Back to the front though. Bamford still holding off yours sincerely. More yellow flags. I think Dale's going slowly in that final sector. I wonder if maybe trying to bring out a safety car, but I think he could be a little bit scuppered. F1 Alex and Emphatic did manage to catch up to the back of the pack. We're looking on board with Dragonflies now all over the back of yours and see. Not close enough to make a move though. Jess Gamer and Duncan squabbling over 5th and 6th. F1 Scott going to try and get involved as well. And the Van Alsort swoops around the outside to get up into 5th place. And F1 Scott doesn't need any invitation and squeezes through up into 6th. Jess Gamer is going to try and fight it, but I think going to have to concede that high-tech car and does.
Yeah, for Dale, he's just going through the disqualified section of Patterson. There's no yellow flags there for Dale, but he's so far back that I think we're going to have to stop talking about him because this race is done for Dale. He's got to get ready for the feature race later on. Let's focus our attention up at the front. You're sincerely still trying to hold off Dragonflies, but Dragonflies all over the back of him. We've got F1 Damien in there as well, so going to go into the hairpin now. Can Dragonflies have a look up the inside? No. Sincerely defends that very well, and all this battling is helping out Bamford. A reserve in the field could take a race win, just like we saw Dark Viper do last week. Yeah, that's TK. TK's had an issue trying to fight for best commentator. He's the only commentator in the field today, and unfortunately he's gone back.
Dragonflies into the back of yours sincerely. Serious damage picked up by the driver in 3rd place, and I think that's going to compromise them severely as TK falls through the
Big crash at the back
field.
as well. Big crash at the back.
Oh
Punju
dear,
Pandas.
yes.
Punju and your Pandas, I just cut back to them, and your Pandas was facing the wrong way. Punju's got caught up in that one as well. This is helping out F1 Alex actually quite a bit up through the field, and F1 Scott. This is going to really benefit F1 Scott in this race at the moment. He's right behind the pack that's fighting for P2 at the moment.
More carnage going on as B-Roy goes skating off the circuit in his attempts to get up into ninth place ahead of G-Watts, and I think has made that work. Might get a penalty, but I'm not sure if the overtake was made off the circuit. Dragonflies, front wing damage or not, is going to send it up the inside of yours sincerely into the turns 1, 2, and 3 complex, but does run a little bit too wide. I wonder if the Dams is going to try and take that back. No, under pressure from the ART of F1 Damien, with Duncan and F1 Scott right in there as well, trying to find a little route to try and get a few places in this first sector. Damien up the inside, Duncan up the inside of Damien, the battle for 4th and 5th place. Dale sets the fastest lap, but he's way down the back of the field, and that's not really going to compromise anyone around him. Battle is going to continue for 4th and 5th between Damien and Duncan. Who's going to come out? Who's going to be last of the late breakers in the wet conditions? It is the Van Amersfoort car who takes 4th place.
That's an important fast lap for Dale because he will get fastest lap point if he can hold on to it. F1 Scott is being incredibly patient. We've seen this before from him when he was fighting with Dale back at Silverstone. Just took his time waiting to try and overtake that position. Unfortunately, he didn't get it done. So he needs to be aggressive still. He needs to be patient, of course, but needs to find that opportunity, be opportunistic. When it opens the door, go for it. And F1 Scott is just struggling to find his way through at the moment. Dragonflies is extending the gap over yours sincerely. Bamford is extending the gap over everybody else. Will anybody go for a dive into the hairpin? Nobody there. Sprout might have a look on Jeff's Games, and I think, no, Sprout's actually catching up to this battle here with F1 Scott as Jeff's Games back there. B-Roy is right behind her at the moment. We've got to change position further down as B-Roy now looks to the inside of Jess Gamer. Can he go up the inside? He's going to hit the brakes, just get it stopped. Don't run wide into the barrier, drifts it through the corner. Jess has to concede that position, unfortunately loses out to G-Watts as well.
Yep, up into 8th and 9th respectively for B-Roy and G-Watts, returning to this big scrap for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and now 7th. Damien having a little look at the inside of Duncan, but thinks better of it, holds station for the time being. You'd think it was yours sincere that has front wing damage at this stage. Very, very slow compared to Dragonflies in front, who is cruising. And Duncan, is into the pits. Too many Ds. F1 Scott might be into the box as well. What's that going to be for?
It must have been damage. Surely they're not trying to go for a two-stopper here. If they are, then this race falls back into the hands of Mr. Dale. But surely it's one of the longest pit lanes on the calendar. So going for a double stop, for a two-stopper is just never going to work out. So surely that's got to be damage, because I think even Dale's going to be jumping those guys at the moment. And I wouldn't recommend that strategy for the drivers at the front unless they were looking at 60% tyre wear at this stage of the race already. But Bamford still leads the way. Dragonflies is in second by a nice, comfortable lead, and yours sincerely under attack now from F1 Damien, who's got that straight line speed, looks to the inside, now the outside of the corner, but he's got it before they even get there. There's a yellow flag coming into sector 3. I believe that is one of the guys who just pitted, Duncan, unfortunately not having a good race today.
Yeah, falling through the field. A little bit of a mistake coming out of the pits, probably with cold tyres. You'll also see now under attack from the Invictor of Sprout. B-Roy is just 1.6 seconds behind Sprout, looking for an ambitious move up the inside. There's a little bit of contact front right to side pod. They make contact again as they bang wheels through turn number 10 and up to what used to be the Singapore Swing. I don't think Sprout's particularly happy with that, weaving that steering wheel going down this little short straight. You also see trying to hold on to place as much as possible, really creating a bottleneck because B-Roy and the second Invictor of G-Watts and now F1 Alex, who's managed to sneak up into 8th place through all the carnage, has closed up to the back of this Dams car. This is once again a big queue of cars battling for what will be 4th place now. And up the inside, or the outside, sorry, is B-Roy. Very, very audacious manoeuvre, but I think he's going to pull it off absolutely perfectly. Got past one Invicta car a few laps ago, gets past the other to move into the top 5. Sprout's going to try and defend this around the outside, but I think he's going to be a passenger. Yes, does lose that place. B-Roy up into 5th place and now can set his sights on that ailing Dams of yours sincerely.
Yeah, great move there from B-Roy to move past Sprout, and it's going to be his turn to try and get past yours. Yours defended perfectly. Just close and squeeze the gap on Sprout as much as possible. Still left room, and Sprout dives it up the inside, loses the rear end. They all keep tripping up over each other, but I think they're going to get through the corner okay. G-Watts nearly getting involved in there as well, and into the box comes yours sincerely as well. What is the strategy in this race? Is the two-stopper the one? Surely it's not. I don't understand why these drivers are coming into the box unless Plus, their tyres are at like 75% wear at this stage of the race. Up the inside goes Sproat. G-Watts fully cuts the corner and gets a 3-second time penalty added to his name as well, as B-Roy and Sproat go wheel to wheel through the third corner. B-Roy's going to get the traction. He's going to try and hold. No, Sproat's going to try and hold it on the outside. B-Roy will have a look on the inside. They're still going to go wheel to wheel. Wheel banging once again as G-Watts tries to go for the switchback. It's a freeway battle. Meanwhile, F1 Alex, one of the drivers fighting for the championship, is also trying to get involved. They're coming 2 by 2 at the moment down into this left-hander. 3 wide into the left. F1 Alex decides to back out of that one. He's got a championship to fight for. No need to break a front wing through there. Matty's going to be getting involved in this battle soon as it's 3 blue cars just fighting and scrapping away in this sector at the moment.
3 baby blue cars battling extremely hard over 4th, 5th and 6th. B-Roy Spirit and G-Watts with F1 Alex and Matty 13 and Infratic and maybe Punju as well cruising up to the back of this group. G-Watts does have that penalty which will kick him probably out of the points paying positions, and it's the 2 Invicta cars who spent way too much time squabbling between each other, which has allowed B-Roy in that second ART to move up into the 4th place. F1 Alex, who's got a championship to think about as well, looking very racy behind, I think that is G-Watts. Yes, going defensive into the hairpin of turn number 13, but it's going to be vulnerable on the exit. A little bit of a wobble as well, and that's going to enable the Campos car surely to cruise past this second Invicta and move up into 6th place. It's going to be the outside line. Who's going to be last of the late breakers? It is F1 Alex who launches it around the outside, gets it a little bit wrong, taps the barrier on the exit as well. Here come the Red Bull livery cars of Matty 13 and Infratic trying to get involved. Who would have thought we'd get such good racing around Singapore? G-Watts, F1 Alex, Matty 13, and who's just been overtaken, in fact, by Infratic in that Dams car, is going to send it up the inside of F1 Alex. Who's going to come out on top? I think the Campos is going to get squeezed out, does lose that place. Brilliant move from the Dams of Infratic up into 7th, and F1 Alex is going to be pushed down again as he knows Matty 13 stays behind.
Is this a preview into what's going to happen in the playoffs later on this season? Fabio, Matty D and F1 Alex all in those playoff spots at the moment so far at this stage of the season, scrapping it out here at Singapore. And that's not what F1 Alex would have wanted. He was too busy being cautious, caught up behind G-Watt, Sproat and B-Roy, and allowed him to be snatched up by the drivers hunting him down. They all need to get a move on. G-Watts, of course, has that penalty. He's very aggressive on the defense, but I don't think he really put too much out of line. A little bit of will to will banging as TK has got a 3-second time penalty. I think Fabio might have run a little bit wide out of the corner, tapped against the wall, and that's allowed F1 Alex to snap up that position. Here comes Matty D as well. They're going to go 3 wide as Fabio has a little look up the inside. Matty D tries to hold it around the outside. I think Fabio is missing part of his front wing. Let's have a little look with him as he goes through. Yes, he's missing his left front end plate, so must have just tapped the wall. And there's the 2 cars!
Oh, no!
We've got Sproat, and I think that's G-Watts, who have come together, teammates, crashing at Singapore, knocking them both out of the points position, and it's a safety car right at the end of this race. What is everybody going to do on strategy?
We're going to have a sprint to the finish. The cardinal sin of the 2 Invictus coming together. They were fighting incredibly hard, and Sprout and G-Watts, who were running in 5th and 6th, very competitive, would have picked up a nice handful of points, have thrown it all away with 3 laps to go, down in 12th and 13th, and probably lower as they will both come into the pits for front wing changes. People battling incredibly hard. We have to talk about the race leader, though. Bamford, we haven't spoken much about him, but has been comfortably cruising out in front, but has got to do it all over again with Dragonflies behind. Then come the 2 ARTs. Damon's had a much quieter race than his teammate B-Roy, who seems to be at the thick of all action going on at the moment. Then it's F1 Alex, Infratic and F1 Alex, and Punju as well. Punju, we saw at the back end of that massive accident a few laps ago, was down in what, 16th
Bamford
maybe?
into the box.
Who's that
Bamford into the box. He's coming into the pits. Bamford's into the box. We've got Dragonflies into the box. Damien's following. All the drivers look like they're filing into the pit lane. They do have a lovely gap, 11 seconds over the rest of the field, but sometimes, especially around a track like this, track position could be key. B-Roy decides to stay out. He's deciding pitting's not for him because I believe he was one of the drivers who did go for a pit stop earlier on in this race, if I'm correct. And yes, B-Roy's already made a pit stop, so his tyres are actually better than the rest of the other drivers. F1 Alex decides to stay out as well, so this is going to work for him. This is also going to really work out. B-Roy's got a 20-second time penalty for speeding under the safety car, and that has thrown away his whole race. He was looking on for a sprint race win, and B-Roy, a little bit too eager, has thrown it all away and is going to get 20 seconds added to his time. Somebody this is really going to benefit. Look in P7 right now. Mr. Dale. We thought this race was over for him. Don't count him out just yet. He's going to be right on the back of these guys. He's going to be pushing it hard, and he's certainly going to be hunting down some top points here in the sprint race.
the order is suddenly completely on its head. B-Roy is still in the lead, but will not keep it. F1 Alex, who stayed out, is now in the provisional race lead. What has gone on? Infratic's up into the podium places. Punju's been in about 6 different accidents in this race, currently running in 4th. That's a net 3rd. That'll be an incredible handful of points for Punju to try and capitalise on the mistakes of his rivals. Matty13 returning to F2 for this week is 5th. TK, who we saw spinning earlier on, is 6th. Got a penalty as well. Bamford coming out of the pits in 7th. A lot of overtaking that Bamford's going to have to do. That I don't know if that was a strategic error we saw from what you did in Monza last season, where pitting late under a safety car didn't exactly work out brilliantly for you. And then, like you said, it's Dale currently in that final points-paying position. F1 Scott has been brought back into it as well, as has Dragonflies, who pitted. Yours sincerely as well. Spur it down in 15th, though. Was looking so good for a top 5 maybe, but threw it all the way in that contact between his teammate. What has gone on? I mean, we can't predict what's going to happen. Safety car is going to be in this lap, though, so we're going to get going once again. And B-Roy is going to lead them away, but he's not going to keep the race lead.
No, he's going to have to try and push as hard as possible to get away from everybody in this race. But there are going to be drivers with better tyres. Bamford, one of them. F1 Damien, F1 Scott, all those drivers are going to have really good tyres in this race compared to the front runners. And yes, you said it perfectly. Sometimes dropping back for tyre wear is never the better option because it's just chaos in this pack. And we've got about 11 cars that are going to be scrapping it out for this race win. B-Roy's going to lead us away. He needs to back them up and then just go for it as early as possible because he needs to get as far of a gap as he possibly can. But 20 seconds is only just ahead of Yours Sincerely at this stage of the race. That's going to be dropping him way down to 11th position. He's going to get this race underway, and I'm sure it's going to be more chaos.
Look out for everybody behind. B-Roy is going to lead us away, but F1 Axe has suddenly become the net race leader. He's fallen into his hands, but he's under huge pressure from Infratic. Big gaggle of cars going around the final corner as we start the penultimate lap of this sprint race. It's B-Roy ahead of F1 Axe and Infratic. Squabbling going on behind as Punju tries to hold on to 4th place ahead of Matty D13 and TK squabbling with Bamford on those fresh, wet compound tyres you have to remember as well. Dale's trying to get involved up the inside of turn number 3, thinks better of it and will stay in 8th place for the time being as Dragonflies and F1 Scott swapping places. Punju dropping behind Matty D13, both on old tyres. Punju's going to fight it back up the inside, but both go a little bit too deep potentially. Is that going to allow TK? Bamford, Dale's lost a place to Damon as well. Still scrapping as we come onto the straight.
Yeah, Dale's fighting way too hard for tyres that are probably not at their best at this stage of the race. Unfortunately, I think he's going to drop out the points unless a miracle happens in this race. A little bit further ahead, though, it's a big scrap for P4. Punju's trying to hold on to it at the moment as B-Roy's trying to hold on to lead. Fabio Infratic is having a look on F1 Alex as Matty gets squeezed around the outside by TK. Just about manages to hold on to that one. Bamford still in 7th. He was on net race lead as Pandas has retired from the race. Realizes it's over. Bamford's round.
Oh.
A race leader has spun it. He's out of this race. No points are going to be scored for him here today.
Dale and Dragonflies are off as well. Dale's in the wall. Dale's out of the race. In the what used to be the Singapore Sling, contact with Dragonflies. I think they just got locked onto each other, and it was the Campos that certainly came off worse, but I think Dragonflies has certainly got some front wing damage going on too. This battle for 4th place is going to continue with Punju leading them down the straight after we've just come through the Anson Bridge section. B-Roy still in the lead of the race ahead of F1 Axe and Fabio Infratic. TK's dropped back a little bit in that frame. I wonder if there might be a little bit of damage under pressure from the road. And Carlin of Matty 13, who's now made a mistake. People can't keep it on the straight and narrows. Matty falls out of the point-paying positions. Bamford retires. Unfortunate, got caught up in that instant just before the Singapore Sling. It's Dragonflies back up into the points along with F1 Scott, who's in 7th place. Can't keep up with it all.
This race is not over yet. We've got 1 lap still left to go. Watch out for F1 Damien because he's going to be on brand new tyres and trying to fight his way through the field. Punju's having a look on Infratic at the moment as they go around the final corner. He's going to have better tyres than the Red Bull liveried car. He's going to have a look up the inside in towards turn 3. No, decides against it. Punju has struggled to score points so far this season. Is going to want to pick them up as Matty D is our next retiree. He's out of the race. He's in the pit lane. He's decided he's not going to score points. That promotes Jess Gamer up into P10. Yours Sincerely is on the edge of points. And if B-Roy's penalty drops him down far enough, then Yours Sincerely might score a point in this race, which is a shocker, seeing as how far away he was when the safety car came in. Fighting at the front, though, we've got F1 Alex having a look on B-Roy. He doesn't need to get the overtake done. He's going to get it back on penalties later on in this race. What are you watching?
F1 Scott and TK fighting very hard over 6th and 7th. Scott almost found himself in the wall, but it's TK that comes off worse as they come through turn number 7, and Scott's up into 6th place. TK struggling to hold on to that points-paying position. The Prema under pressure from Dragonflies, who has half a front wing at this stage as they battle for 7th and 8th, and I think it's going to be the Red Bull livery car. More contact made as TK's bunted going through turn number 9, but I think they're still going to be side by side up towards the Singapore Sling. We've seen a few instances, and it's the Prema of TK that holds on to 7th for the time being.
Dragonfly is another driver that doesn't need to get involved in this battle too much because TK does have a penalty, doesn't want to lose time on those guys, and maybe a potential overtake on F1 Scott, but they're going to have a look into the hairpin. TK is sliding around all over the place, gets a little shunt through the hairpin, is still able to keep it in front. Further ahead, Damien's now going on the attack of Punju around the outside through this last corner. Looks like Infratix had a look on F1 Alex on the inside. Damien switches it back on Punju, can't get the overtake.
Fabio's bottled it. Massive squirm on the exit of turn 14. Throws away the chance at a race win. Damien and Punju is going to be the battle we've got to focus on. It's the ART driver that gets ahead of the trident of Punju and takes what will be a podium place courtesy of that penalty for B-Roy. B-Roy did nothing wrong. We've seen it in the chat. Got a unfair penalty. Didn't have the delta come up. He's going to round the final couple of corners to win the race, but will get thrown out of the points, and it's going to be the Campos of F1 Alex who returns to the fold to win in the sprint race ahead of Infratic, who takes a brilliant podium ahead of F1 Damien, who stole it from Punju right at the end. Scott, Dragonflies, TK, and B-Roy does pick up 1 point for his troubles. No, he doesn't. It's Yours Sincerely who kicks him out right at the death. Jess Gamer just missing out. Duncan and Sprout. We only had 12 finishes. Think about that. Wow. F1 Alex, though, returning to the fold. His teammate Dale failed to score for the first time this season. Capitalised perfectly on it to win a crazy, crazy sprint race. The driving standard sometimes wasn't the best, but it certainly wasn't short of action.
F1 Alex cost his teammate any positions in that race. Him boxing, taking that 5-second penalty under safety car, held up Mr. Dale. Then he had to serve his pit stop. That allowed him to be far too back from the safety car on the restart. That meant when we got going for the second safety car, he was in that mix on poor tyres and just got absolutely swallowed up. So F1 Alex, whether he meant it or not, of course he didn't actually mean it, but he's pulled off a strategic masterclass there. What a race that was. Battles throughout the field, chaos going on, a few little crunches and crashes around the field as well. I absolutely loved that. That was insane. That was an incredible race, and yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. Look at the front though. Infratic, preview for next season. He's on the podium. Could he be fighting for the championship in season 7 when he gets demoted to F2? Only time will tell.
That, my friends, was the definition of chaotic. F1 Alex wins it ahead of Infratic and Damien. I mean, all of them managing to stay out of trouble. Fabio coming from 19th on the grid to take home 2nd place. Beautiful stuff there. Punju finally gets a rub of the green, coming home in 4th. F1 Scott, fastest lap as well, picks up 5 points, capitalising on the mistakes of Mr. Dale. Dragonflies, TK, and Yours Sincerely complete the top 8. Jess Gamer just missing out by 2.5 seconds. B-Roy, how unfortunate he was with that OSD problem, not able to see the delta and getting kicked out of what was a race victory. And I don't know. I feel like maybe it should be reinstated, but that would go against some of our rules. Duncan and Sproate in 11th and 12th, and then the non-finishers. Matty D13 probably could have picked up a couple of points, but obviously not too deep for him with that penalty. Bamford, the safety car scuppered his chances. Dale as well was caught up in incidents. You Pandas, G-Watts, Adam Sanson, and Patterson failing to finish. That, everybody, was carnage.
I completely forgot about Adam Sanson crashing out of that race. That's how long ago it felt. So much happened in that race that I was like, oh yeah, he was at the back, wasn't he? He crashed out. It'd be interesting to find out whether Adam Sanson has fixed any issues or whether it was just a driver issue. But, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if it was something down to the pedals with what was going on late last night. But yeah, great driving throughout. Definitely a bit of a switch up in the championship. F1 Alex will be hoping for something similar later on in the feature race. You know, Mr. Dale, a DNF. F1 Alex takes the race win, and this championship could be back on for them later on in the season. But we'll just have to wait and see. F1 Alex now is going to gain those 8 positions, 8 points. It was 44 points between the two of them, so that's going to bring it down to 36. So still a long way left to go, but it's not over yet.
I have to apologise for everyone. When we brought the cameras up in that final safety car, I'd been kicking my desk so much because there was so much action going on, and everyone was basically looking at my forehead and my ceiling for about 2 minutes there. So I apologise for that. Hopefully we have fixed that. I think it looks okay now. But that's F2 Creator Series. There's non-stop action going on, and that certainly was probably the most chaotic race we've ever experienced. We're going to get a quick lobby restart, though, so we can get those the OSD working for those drivers again, so we don't have the same kind of issue. This surely, though, sets us up nicely for one-shot qualifying in the feature race. People struggling to complete one lap without throwing it into a barrier. Track limits could obviously be a problem as well. This I mean, this could go down as the most infamous but the most crazy F2 race of all time. We've got a catalogue of races to choose from in that category also.
I mean, it all started from the beginning, really, didn't it? That cluster that came together through the first couple of corners, and everybody just seemed to get involved with it. There was lots of changes for the lead, mix-up of strategies. I'd love to go and watch through the POVs and see what tyre wear everybody was on, and to sort of see why drivers did decide to box at certain stages of the race. Because, yeah, if their tyres were getting around towards that 60% and looking like puncture territory, then of course it makes sense to come into the box. But if their tyres are still around 30, 40%, then there really is no point coming into the box, unless of course everybody behind you is on brand new tyres. Then you're going to just be a sitting duck. But yeah, interesting there for Bamford. Has he thrown away another race? We'll have to wait and see. But later on, we're going to go into the feature race, and maybe that's a chance for redemption for him.
And we've got to talk about redemption. Dale was caught up in so many incidents. We've said how well he's done at getting through the pack so far this season. Didn't manage to do that this time. I mean, he's still got a sizable lead. We have to mention that. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how he deals with this.
Things can quickly change in Formula 2. We had it last season. Rob had a massive lead over me. And then, we got to Bahrain. He missed out in Portugal. I scored well there. We got to Bahrain and I won those two races back to back. And then all of a sudden I was in a fight for the final race. So things can change very quickly in F2. And all it takes is 2 DNFs. And, we then go to Miami, which is another very difficult circuit next week. And more DNFs there. And F1 Alex could be right back in this championship. So it's not over yet. But for Mr. Dale, he's going to need to put that behind him and get back on with this race. Because, of course, it doesn't really matter where you finish in the sprint. Those small amount of points are going to help you. But the main points are scored in the feature. So as long as you do well in all the feature races and DNF in all the sprints, you're still going to be in that fight for the championship.
And we were wondering if we were going to see a twist in the tail in the championship. We've certainly seen that happen today. And who knows, Dale, who has finished on the podium, I just need to check this. I think he's finished on the podium in 7 out of 8 races so far. He had a disaster in the sprint in Japan, picked up front wing damage. The sprint again coming to scupper his plans of being the dominant force. Good stuff for F1 Scott as well. Needed a return to form, found it nicely, managed to stay out of trouble for the most part. It was very difficult to do that for the entire race. Sproate could have put some real distance between himself and the likes of B-Roy. Teammate G-Watts, Duncan and Damien ended up scoring no points. Those two Invicta cars coming together. That would have been fascinating to see what was going on there. But yeah, everybody's going to have a second go. One-shot qualifying coming up very shortly. We'll have to wait and see who can right the wrongs of what's happened in the sprint.
Yeah, certainly. It's going to be an interesting one. One-shot qualifying is always, fun to watch. It's a difficult circuit around here because you've got a lot of places that you can just run the car very wide, very, very slightly. And, there's lots of opportunities to invalidate. We saw at the start of the season, Mr. Dale did that in the first qualifying session, invalidated there. And all it takes is just pushing a little bit too hard, cutting a corner a little bit too much by a millimetre, and that's all it takes. Your lap time's gone, and you're starting at the back of the grid. And we've seen how difficult it can be starting at the back and how easy it is for other drivers to make mistakes.
Yeah, I think, should we talk about B-Roy though? Should we have a little word on B-Roy? Taken away so cruelly. Going to have to try and pick himself up for one-shot qualifying and the sprint and the feature race though. Have you been in that situation where you've had something like that happen? It's been taken away from you right from the death. How easy do you think it will be for him to pick himself up and go again? Because we saw it. Pace certainly there and can really challenge for a podium if everything goes his way.
Yeah, it can be really difficult on you because, when things are looking good, especially for B-Roy, and you say it wasn't your fault. Obviously, we haven't seen the footage. We haven't seen what was on his screen. So I'm not going to say anyone's at fault or anyone's not at fault until we see that. But, when those things happen, you're going to be frustrated. But then again, you have to remember that at least it didn't happen to you in the main race. If it happened to you in the main race, you'll be fuming because that's a lot of points gone. 8 points, it's going to help B-Roy. Of course, he's on the cusp of fighting for the playoffs. But of course, if he wins this one, 25 points, which is he going to take? The 25 points or the 8? He's going to take the 25 points.
And it certainly helped that the likes of Sproate didn't score any points. G-Watts didn't score any points either. So still very much in that pack of drivers chasing those playoff places. F1 Alex and F1 Scott have managed to move themselves away ever so slightly from that group. But this is going to be carnage, this one-shot qualifying and the sprint race. It is going to be different weather conditions, let's say. It's going to be a bit drier. So hopefully we'll see maybe some more competitive stuff. Because like we've seen in the wet so far this season, we saw it in Japan, we saw it last week in China. when the rain pours, it certainly does for a few drivers, and the field spread is enormous. So hopefully we see the real pace of some of these guys, and yeah, we can have a very competitive one-shot qualifying session.
Yeah, the structure for F2 is basically chaos in the first race. Everything is off the table. You do whatever you want in the first race. And then the second race, okay, now we get a little bit sweaty. Now we push really hard. Those at the front are going to be, fighting it at the front. You're fighting in your positions where your pace is kind of where you are on track with the other drivers, and you're fighting it out there amongst everybody else. And you're fighting with, if you're in the playoffs, you're fighting with other playoff drivers. If you're fighting for the championship, you're probably fighting with your rival. Or if you're near the back of the grid, you're fighting for the last few remaining points with another driver who's also in a similar position. So there's a lot to fight for throughout the field, but this one is going to be a bit more your usual league racing standard, with a few crashes spread in amongst the field as well.
A few crashes. That might be a bit of an understatement going what we saw earlier. I think we also need to give a big shout out to Fabio, to Infratic, picked up the driver of the day as well. We'll see if he gets our driver of the day at the end of this afternoon's action. We thought he might struggle a little bit just to trying to acclimatise to these vehicles. Did it brilliantly, was caught up in some instants as well, came back through, almost took the win, did bottle it a little bit coming onto the new section of track, had a massive squirm out of the exit of turn 14, and that hindered his chance of getting past F1 Alex into the 16-17 chicane. Did so well though, and I think can be considered as a real challenger for pole position.
Yeah, certainly. I think I was very impressed with Infratic's patience around this circuit. I think he pitted at exactly the right point. He took those new sets of wets, just like F1 Scott did, and then was able to work his way through the field easily, pick them off one by one. And obviously the safety car benefited them at the end because they still had good tyres that would take them till the end of the race. And obviously benefited from gaining those positions on the drivers who decided, I want to get a new set of tyres. So definitely a good strategy there from Infratic. Interesting to see what he can do in this feature race. This is where it comes down to pace now. It's not about, getting away through the field. Yeah, it's not about wreck avoidance. It's about, have you got the pace? Are you going to get found out? Especially around a track like this. Difficult cars with F2. But he's taken to it very well. And yeah, excited to see what he can do next season.
You're so confident
I'm gonna keep dropping it in there.
What if you come up against him in the playoffs, though?
I'm currently 15 points clear of the playoffs, and I would like it to stay that way. But I am missing Miami, and I believe a lot of people are missing Miami. So that's a great opportunity for those drivers that currently are in the playoffs to score some decent points there. So it could be interesting by the end of the season, fighting for those last playoff places.
Well, we'll talk about it a little bit. How are you feeling? You've got that 15-point buffer. Singapore, fan of the circuit. How do you think you'll fare? Do you think you'll be challenging further forward, or do you think you'll be maybe battling Fabio?
I think me and Fabio always seem to find each other on the track at some point. So I'm sure that we're going to be in the similar sort of areas on this racetrack later on today. Singapore, I don't know. I feel like I don't play this game enough during the week to have the pace of the front runners. But it's Singapore, so anything can happen. A few safety cars, a mix of strategy. Hopefully can work my way up towards some good points finishes. I finished P11 3 out of 4 races we've done so far this season. So I'm stealing Punju's P11 trademark at the moment. But they're decent points, 5 points every single race. It's just been, ticking away, building that gap. And if I can continue to do that, then obviously it's going to help me by the end of the season.
Consistency is key. And that might be what keeps you in F1 for another season. Although the playoffs, like you saw last season as I kicked my desk once again and caused my camera to fall over. I'm just too excited, can't contain myself. Yeah, playoffs, absolute lottery. Don't know what's going to happen. You could just turn up, not get the rub of the green at all, and end up finishing last, which is what happened to Punju, unfortunately.
Yeah, or get taken out by me.
Or get taken out by you. Yeah. That did happen a few times. Baku in particular was not the best that I've ever seen. I have to feel sorry for the guy. But getting ready to go for one-shot qualifying again. Is there anyone you'd like to ride on board with for this?
I think let's ride on board with Infratic. I think he did impress, and this is his debut in the Formula 2 cars. And so let's see how he goes in this race.
What I must say, and I wonder if this has come into your thoughts for this on-board lap, is the last 3 weeks that the driver we've chosen to go on board with has then made a bit of a mess of qualifying.
I did not think of that, but if that happens, then I'll be quite happy to commentate over it.
Well, I mean, when we get to there, do you want to do the honours of commentating over Fabio's lap? I'm sure he'll be delighted.
I would love to pick and choose and pick out all the apexes missed around the circuit. And yeah, I think I'm going to thoroughly enjoy that. And I'm sure if he does watch back this footage of this broadcast, then I'm sure he's going to love hearing my voice talk about his lap. And then he can watch my lap later on in qualifying in F1 and see how badly I do, because I'm not a qualifier. I always was bad at qualifying. One pole position last season when fighting for the championship. That was Hungary. The rest of the time I'd sort of finish around, just off a pole position or around the top 5. So qualifying was never my forte. So it'll be interesting to see what Fabio can do. And so we'll be shortly getting into this qualifying session.
I think he'll be pretty pleased watching this lap because we've certainly bigged up his performance in the sprint race. I mean, the game gave him driver of the day.
The game gave him driver of the day. I think he's definitely one of the drivers to be in the mix for driver of the day for sure so far. Has to perform in his feature race, of course. But if he does, then, I think he definitely deserves so far to be in the running for that accolade, because it was a fantastic sprint race for performance. Came from right at the back. I think it was either him or Matty D, but I think it was him that started at the back of this grid and finished in P2. Solid performance.
Yeah, I think he was dead last. So coming through from 19th to finish in second, a very, very good job. Where did Dale finish? Hoodie Pete? He retired, didn't pick up any points. So going for the championship for everybody else is still very much a possibility. Getting ready to go, though, for our one-shot qualifying session. And it will be emphatic, Fabio, that you will get to guide us on a flying lap around the streets of Marina Bay with.
Yeah, all depends on how quickly we can grab him. Everybody just chops and changes positions in the opening few laps. It's a bit difficult to grab your driver, but fingers crossed we can get on board with him as soon as possible. Hoodie Pete asking where Dale is. I wonder whether he thinks he's still in contention of the championship. I can tell you, Hoodie Pete, you're still going to be 87 points away with 2 races to go. I don't think it's possible, sadly, Hoodie, but the playoffs, there's still a chance. There's still a chance, Hoodie Pete. Right, let's find him. Where is Fabio's name? I'm trying to find him. I cannot grab him. It's literally, I think he's up in 4th. Have we got him? No, 6th. Okay, we've got him. I'm on board. Let's ride on board with Fabio. As they head down into the first corner in Singapore. Cut a lot of the inside of the apex. Try not to run out too much through turn 3, and then get it back over for turn 3. Misses the apex through there. Runs wide, but it's still looking very solid for 4th position. Get the car back over to the left-hand side. Ride the curb. That's your braking reference. Keep it nice and tight on the apex. Extend to the wall, but don't touch it because it's just going to drag you out there, slow you down, and lose you a lot of time. Still holding P5 at the moment. It's a good lap so far from Infrati. He's going to get the car back over to the right, hard on the brakes, and he's going to throw it over the left-hand curb. Run wide slightly on this corner, but not over the white line. He's dropped down to 8th for the time being. Maybe not great straight line speed from Infratic, but he's going to be fantastic through the corners. Nice and tidy there through the right hand. To get it over to the right to throw yourself through the left. Avoid the wall that sticks out on the right-hand side, and then get ready for the Singapore sling. Hard on the brakes, throw it over the inside curb, but avoid the barrier on the inside line, because all it takes is one little knock on the inside, your left tire's gone, and you're out. He just runs it slightly wide, loses a bit of time, and now gets all out of shape on the entry in towards the bridge and over the hairpin. Tidies it up, though, on the exit. Easy on the throttle, still holding 7th position. DRS open as he's flying now in towards what is going to be sector 3. Braking at the 100-meter board. Don't go too much on the inside curb. It's going to unsettle the car and bottom you out. Use a little bit of the exit curve, but don't go too far wide because it will invalidate your time. Keep it nice and tight on the left as we go through this new section of the Singapore circuit. Now eyes to the top left. Brake after the 100-meter board. Ride the inside curb on both of these corners and then back on the throttle. Get as close to the barrier as you can through the left-hander. 2 corners left to go. Dab of the brake. Throw it in on the left. Back on the throttle. He's going to come across the line. It's F1 Alex who will get pole position, followed by Mr. Dale. Dragonflies and Infratic there coming across the line in P7. I think that was a good lap there for a debut in the Formula 2 cars.
Absolutely. Made a little bit of a mess of the turn 11-12 complex. Went way too deep into there, but did manage to recover it nicely. And nice to see that a lot of drivers are within a second of each other, because that has been a bit of a rarity recently. Campos domination continues, though, but it's F1 Alex laying down the challenge to Dale. He is on pole with Dale in second. Dragonflies, brilliant lap up in third there in the high-tech. Is just under 4/10 of a second down. The two Virtuosi cars, though, ahead of Punju. Decent performance there from the Triumph. Then it's Infratic, like we saw. Duncan, Damien, and F1 Scott a little bit down the order in 10th. Will be slightly disappointed. Adam Stanton does manage to get those brakes sorted in 11th, ahead of you Pandas. Bamford will be disappointed in 13th, ahead of Patterson, Jess Gamer. Yours sincerely, and then our 3 retirees. Potentially drives you expect to see inside that top 10. B-Roy, Matty D, and TK down the order. They'll be starting from the back. B-Roy with a bit of wing damage. Probably probably caused by a little bit of a whoopsie in the middle sector, I'd imagine, because that is where Infratic made a bit of a mess of it as well.
Yeah, I bigged up Matty D before this broadcast, and he's not really rewarding me with that at the moment. But my interesting point and what I'm looking at on this grid right now, and something I want to pick out, is if you look at who's in 4th and 5th at the moment, it's Sprout and it's GWatts. It's the two Virtuosi cars who came together in the sprint race. They got tangled up with each other, probably not happy with one another as well, but yet they're going to be lining up almost alongside going into the first corner. Will we see that again? Will we get a bit of deja vu on the opening lap? We're just going to have to wait and see between those two drivers. But yeah, strong performance there from Fabio. Interesting and nice to ride on board with him and see what he can do. But right at the front are two championship contenders fighting it out, and they're going to be first and second, going to be battling all the way towards the end of this race. F1 Alex is in the lead. He's got the blue Campos car with Dale in the green one.
When we're going to cut back on board, this is very, very, very interesting. Top 5 drivers on the super soft tyres, everybody else on the red striped soft tyres. That's not usually what you see. You usually see it sort of splattered around a little bit with people picking the soft, people picking the super soft, if it's medium or hard, that way as well. Interesting, the top 5 have gone for the super soft. They obviously want to bolt away as quickly as possible. We haven't seen the super soft so far this season either, so we don't know if they're overpowered. We certainly know that the soft compared to the medium is very strong in favour of the red stripe tyre. This is going to be fascinating to watch. We might see a bit of a gap form early on and then see the likes of Punju, Infratic, Duncan, Damien, Scott come back into it later on.
Yeah, I don't like this at the moment. I like to see the front runners on the softs, and then you have somebody in the top 4 that goes, you know what, I'm going to go something different, go on the softer tyres. They find their way through the field to the front, and then we see a lot of battles. But the top 5, they're going to bolt away. They're going to try and separate away from Punju. We're going to have, you know, F2A and F2B. We're going to have 2 different groups here going on. And then when the pit stops sort themselves out, if there's no safety cars, then it'll be interesting to see what happens with those front runners, because they're going to get caught up. They're going to catch up to those drivers that are still on the soft tyres, especially at the back end of the field, and could potentially get held up. And that could help out the likes of Punju, who's going to get that lead, going to get that fresh air, drive away into that, then go on to the super soft tyres later on, and then try to catch up to those guys who maybe have been hindered by the back markers in this race. But what am I saying? Of course we're going to get safety cars. It's just about predicting when those are going to happen. Remember, you cannot box within the first 3 laps. At least the leader can't. As long as the leaders come over the start-finish line to start lap 4, then you're allowed to come into the pit lane, as I found out in Baku, and I somehow got the race win there, getting away with it whilst the 2 others in front of me got disqualified. So, yeah, that'll be an interesting thing for drivers to know. We found out Dirk Chocolate, when he did his first race, got that wrong, decided to come into the pits early on, threw away what was a very good position in the race. But it'll be interesting to see both Sprout and GWatts on the super soft tyres. Will they come together once again? F1 Alex and Dale, who's going to get to the first corner first? The Campos drivers, when we spoke about both of them, when they were last in the interview box with us, they said they had a sort of agreement not to fight too hard, but once they get to round 4, it's fine. Well, we're at round 5 now, so the gloves are off. They're going to be fighting it hard, especially for F1 Alex. He's trying to come back in this championship, and he's going to try and want to put Dale in a position that's going to lose him a lot of points in this race. They're getting lined up on the grid. Right at the back is going to be TK. He's going to be our last driver coming to the grid now, and then they're going to get us underway for this Singapore feature race.
Bamford and yours sincerely, the drivers failing to park properly as we get ready for the light sequence to start. Do you want to take us through the start of the feature race?
Let's do it. The lights are coming on. The F2 cars are revving their engines, and we will go racing for the start of this feature race. It's Dale who gets off to a good start on the inside. He's holding F1 Alex to the inside line. He has to look up the inside, but F1 Alex swoops around and does not back out of that one. Further down the field, Punju and Infratic are getting caught up with each other. They're fighting and squabbling over position. They don't need to do this. They need to try and drive away in this position, try and stay with the super soft runners, because they're going to have the advantage later on in this race. But up at the front, it's very well behaved. We've got F1 Alex who's leading the way, Dale in second, Dragonfly's in third, right up behind that Campus car. Then it's Sprout, then it's GWatts who breaks late and tries to avoid his teammate this time around. Punju leading on the softs. As further down the field, we've got Patterson getting overtaken by Pandas, now trying to switch it back into the right-hander, switching it back once again, but unfortunately not able to find his way through. It's business as usual up at the front.
Yeah, surprisingly, nobody has tripped over each other. As I say that, B-Roy goes into the side. I think that's Bamford, and we're going to have 3 wide potentially up towards the Singapore Sing, although B-Roy's backed out of that, now going very slowly down the straight, loses a whole load of places. Pandas, Patterson, Bamford, Matty 13 getting caught up with yours sincerely in the Singapore Sing as well. Hasn't really made the progress he would have liked. B-Roy, I think, has got some serious issues down there in last place, trying behind Jess Gamer now as well. Serious problems there. We can see yours sincerely and TK squabbling over 16th and 17th. Out in front, though, F1 Alex comfortably clear ahead of his teammate, and it's Sprout who's actually on the charge on the back of Dragonflies. Are these Invicta cars going to work together maybe? I doubt it, considering what we saw in the sprint race.
Yeah, they didn't really work together in the sprint race, did they? So I'd be surprised they do it in the features. Sprout's having a look around the outside, but it's difficult to do it there. But Dragonflies leaves him the room. He gets bottomed out on the curb, but he does get a position, and his teammate follows him through. G-Watts had a little look up the inside into the penultimate corner. Always a brave maneuver trying to get that one done. Never really going to work out, and G-Watts has to back out of it, and rightfully so. Meanwhile, Punju dropping off the back of these guys, but still keeping within that 1 second. That's important for his race. No! Fabio Infratic has taken him out, tapped him in the rear, and Punju's luck this season just continues as he drops down the order into 17th position. We were saying that he was doing very well in this race, was holding on to that gap perfectly, and unfortunately, he's going to need a miracle now to come back into this race. That gap between the super soft runners and the soft runners now 2 seconds.
Wow. It was a tentative look up the inside from Infratic. Fabio probably should have been more committed. He was sort of 50-50, and in the end it was Punju that came off certainly worse, dropping down into last place, just got T-boned in the end, and I think Fabio can probably stitch that one up to being of his own doing. But returning to it, Fabio hasn't lost too many places, only a couple down into 9th. Out in front, the 2 Campos drivers have absolutely bolted 2 seconds clear of the 2 Invicta cars, with Dragonflies trying to keep up. I think Adam Sanson having a little bit of a slide going through the Singapore Sing, but does keep it out of the barriers, thankfully enough, for that second trident. They've got to try and score some points somehow, because both of them permanently seem to be in the wars.
Dale putting F1 Alex under pressure at the moment, right up tucked behind him, and was having little looks as they rode over the bridge into the hairpin. Now, one thing I noticed about F1 Alex last season is his pace in the opening laps is incredible. He is running a lot of assist in this car, and it hinders him in the later stages of a stint. He burns through his tyres so quickly in these races, so he's going to be rapid in the first few laps. Dale just needs to be patient. He will get him after about lap 3 or 4 when his tyres start to drop off in this race. So he's going to have to hold back for now. But 17 laps, it's quite a long way to go for super softs and softs. Are we potentially going to see maybe some two-stoppers in this race? Only time will tell. But at the moment, yeah, Mr. Dale just being patient, holding off the back at the moment. Damien now right behind F1 Scott, probably the closest gap that we've got going on through the field, as we've got a little fight for position that happened further down. Yours sincerely getting overtaken by B-Roy.
Yeah, Scott was trying to put pressure on Duncan going down the new section of the track, but then through the final couple of corners certainly did not trouble the racing line at all. Nearly got overtaken by Damien down into turns 1 and 2, but they managed to stay in formation for the time being. Like we predicted, that gap between the super soft and the soft runners is continuing to increase over 3 seconds now, and that is just going to keep going for the next few laps, you would imagine. We don't know a lot about these super soft tyres. We don't know when they're going to start to hit the cliff, when we're going to see the drop-off in performance. At the moment, they seem to be perfectly fine. The spray is actually starting to bring G-Watts and Dragonflies back towards the 2 Campos drivers, so potentially as Matty D gets ahead of Bamford. F1 Alex's tyres already starting to struggle, and we've only had 3.5 laps, sorry.
Yeah, so it's very important that once this starts to drop off for F1 Alex and that performance starts to fail compared to the rest of the grid, that Dale gets past them as soon as possible, because if he gets bunched up, then that allows Sprout to go on the attack of our championship leader, and of course G-Watts will get in there as well. And we've seen it from Sprout and we've seen it from G-Watts. They are aggressive drivers. They're not afraid to get their elbows out, no matter who they are driving up against. So Dale's got to be cautious of that. He needs to make sure that, of course, he doesn't tangle with his teammate as well, making that overtake, but he's just biding his time, remaining patient at the moment behind the blue Campos car as they make their way to start the 4th lap of this race, which means everybody can now come into the pits if there is a safety car. But so far, no safety cars. We've just had that one incident with Punju, but it's not cause for a safety car just yet. But 1.6 seconds, that is the gap up at the front between Sprout and Mr. Dale, as Dale really opens up turn 3, gets the car right over to the right-hand side, and that's going to put him in a position to force F1 Alex to go defensive into the right-hander. Alex goes deep, and Dale looks for the switchback. We might try and go for an opportunity here. We'll have the DRS. Alex will have to go defensive, but no, Dale finds his way on the inside line. Alex now will be on the outside. Will he concede position? And he does. He breaks early, allows Dale to take the lead, but Dale runs it wide. He's got to give that position back to F1 Alex as Dale still holds the inside line. Alex around the outside and gets so close to the barrier. Alex will still have the inside, decides to back out of it. Doesn't want to fight too hard with Mr. Dale there. Maybe thinking about the later game in this race. But when you're fighting your championship rival, you just need track position. Hold him up as much as possible. Throw him to the Lions. Throw him to Sproat. Throw him to GWATS. And let them deal with him. But unfortunately for F1 Alex has dropped off and now is going to have to deal with Sproat and GWATS soon in this race.
Yeah, interesting tactics there. The battle between the two white cars ending up with Dale winning and F1 Alex throwing out the white flag to his teammates. We just saw Dragonflies there almost clattering the barrier going through the turn 13 hairpin. This 5 probably have got to try and be very sensible, work together here because the gap's now 5 seconds. They can continue to pull away as we've got a yellow flag further back. I think that is Patterson and maybe the two Pramers have come together. Well, he's pitched into the barrier on the inside of the hairpin of 13. We've got a safety car. That's a very interesting place to crash. Must have gone for a lunge up the inside of someone and certainly didn't end as he would have been expecting. But the safety car is out. Probably not needed because I don't think there was any debris there. But yeah, that slashes the advantage of the super soft runners. This has potentially made their race that little bit more challenging.
Yeah, but they can come into the pits now, which looks like Dragonflies. No, F1 Alex has decided late on to come into the box, and Dale has as well. And they've boxed up behind each other. Dale's going to be behind. Oh my God, what's happened there? Somebody just jumped into the air. But that's not good for Dale because F1 Alex has got the position. So that means that Dale is going to get held up behind his teammate once again. As F1 Alex gets served, Dale's then going to drop further behind the rest of the other drivers who've decided to come in for a pit stop. And that's why sometimes you don't want your championship rival to be your teammate. Dale is going to be way behind a lot of these other drivers coming into the box. That is disaster. Talking about the safety car, Patterson just got it caught on the inside. And I don't know if the camera's cut to it when he was just pitched on the inside, not moving. But it's the correct thing to do. There's no ghosting on in the Creators series. So if he were to reverse into somebody else, would just destroy their race. So he did the right thing, held the brakes, waited for the track to clear, and then got underway. And unfortunately for everybody else, a safety car has been deployed. Sproat, though, deciding not to come into the box, deciding he wants track position. And maybe this is F1 Alex and Mr. Dale looking at now a 2-stop strategy in this race. They know they have the pace and the tyres to work their way through the field, but they're going to have to do it twice now in this race. Whereas for Sproat, he can try and extend that gap on the super softs if they are still better than the soft tyres, and then see what he can do later on when he boxes to the soft tyres. Or maybe decided that GWATS has come into the pits. I don't want to be stuck behind my teammate. I'm going to wait for the next lap. But then unfortunately, you are stuck behind the safety car anyway. So it's kind of a lose-lose situation for the second driver coming into the box. Some of the strategies, though, going on. Bamford's going on to super softs. That surely means that he's going to be going for a 2-stop strategy in this race. Yawson City as well. And Patterson. Somebody this massively helps, though, Punju. After being spun around and having such a gap to the rest of the field, he's now back in 12th position and right back in this race.
I'm surprised Dale didn't pick up a penalty, I have to say. We saw GWATS pick up a penalty for contact between himself and Dragonflies in the pits. Dale, very, very late call to come in. It looked like he was a day late and $1 short, to be honest. He was comfortably round the final corner when he decided to dive into the pits. Surprisingly, he didn't clatter into anyone. I think there was a bit of ghosting going on there. But yeah, somehow managed to get away with that one and is still there in 16th. Got a lot of work to do. Spray, question the decision making, to be honest. I mean, if you look at where GWATS is, probably would have come out in last anyway, barring Patterson's little blunder earlier on. So might as well have just come in and got rid of those tyres. He's probably going to be in what, 2 or 3 laps maybe after the safety car comes in.
Yes, certainly. I think he's banking on those guys on the softs just holding up the rest of the field and holding up the likes of Mr. Dale and F1 Alex and GWATS. And will then hopefully, when he makes his pit stop, is able to jump those guys later on in this race. I know from my own experience, track position can be key. Sometimes you get lucky and sometimes you can find your way through the field quite quickly. Other times there can be a massive cluster that just doesn't stop fighting in front of you, and there is literally no way through. And that's what you want to avoid. And if something like that happens, you know, B-Roy and Punju and TK, those 3 could be scrapping it out, going 3 wide through every corner. And then you're just waiting, and you either have to get your front wing in there and you run the risk of breaking it, or sit back and decide, no, I'm fighting for a championship here. There's no need for me to get involved, and that's going to fall into the hands of Sprout if that were to happen. Also interesting to know that Mr. Dale didn't get a penalty for his overtake on F1 Alex, because he did make it off the track. They were back on the track side by side, but they were still side by side through the corner. I feel like that was a little bit unfair there from Mr. Dale. Made the overtake stick off the track and then just kept his nose there. I know the game isn't as strict as real life there, and you don't have to wait another corner to give back the position, but he just sort of went side by side, didn't fully give the position back, and got lucky not to get any sort of penalty there. There's no stewards in Creator Series. There'll be no talks after the race and no penalties added on to any drivers, of course. Yeah, Mr. Dale, seems like karma kind of bit back a little bit, though, because F1 Alex is in 13th position and Dale's in 16th. So things always seem to find a way to sort themselves back out.
Yeah, they're going to have quite the challenge to try and force their way past these slower cars. Definitely shouldn't be mentioning stewards being added, because it's a bit of a sore subject for some people, I have to say. But returning to the actual gloss over it, Sprout on those older super soft tyres is probably going to get swallowed up a little bit on the restart. You'd imagine that the likes of Duncan, F1, Scott and Damien are going to be quicker. We'll have to wait and see when this Invicta car decides now is go time. He's got the Van Amersfoort behind him, and he has gone now, and he's left Duncan a little bit napping, a little bit going through turns 16 and 17, and we are underway, and we're going to start lap number 7 with Sprout, leading from Duncan, F1, Scott, Damien, and Infratic, who's managed to recover from the incident with himself and Punju earlier on to hold 5th position for the time being. We've got to watch for the two Campos drivers trying to force their way through. Dale's got to get past Bamford first, though, who's on the brand new super soft tyres. Like we saw at the very start of the race, though, everyone keeping it nice and tidy.
Yeah, certainly. Sprout got that perfect, I think, on the restart. He kept it nice and slow through the chicane. Duncan got a little bit too close, and he noticed as soon as Duncan got close and backed off, that's when he launched it. As we got Mr. Dale having a look up the inside of Bamford, who's on the super soft tyres, so he should have the better tyres, but Mr. Dale just has the better pace. As there is Bamford, his grip is a lot better out the corner. He's going to have the inside line. Dale needs to get it done on the brakes. A little bit of contact, really forcing Bamford on the inside. And I think Bamford just backed out of that one. Didn't want to fight with the championship leader and has to back out. I don't know if that was a bit of bullying going out on track, as Dale was just sort of barging him over to the left-hand side, and Bamford just thought, okay, if this guy's going to keep on pushing me and driving into me, I don't want this. I want to focus on my own race and try and score some good points for myself. So Dale getting the elbows out, getting it maybe a bit too aggressive. We want to reel that in slightly and not get too aggressive with other drivers on track, because they're not going to enjoy that in the cool-down room, of course. But yeah, everyone very well behaved, and nobody's sort of making their way through at the moment as Dale gets a big tank slapper. That's going to allow Bamford to get close, but not looking for it at the time being.
B-Roy, who's been having some wheel issues, sending it up the inside of TK for 9th and 10th place into the turn 13 hairpin. Doesn't manage to make it stick, but will get a second bite of the cherry around the outside of turn 14. The Prema goes way too late on the brakes. TK in the battle to try and be the best commentator has not worked out there, as he drops down into 10th place, concedes that place. F1 Alex still squabbling away. Duncan all over the back of Sprout, gets very late on the brakes and almost clatters into the rear of the Invicta driver. Battles going on further back as Punju losing places hand over fist. F1 Alex has dropped behind Dragonflies as well, and the two Campos drivers now going into battle. It's going to be civil war between the two championship protagonists, and I think it's going to be Dale that comes out on top. Yes, it is, around the outside in the green Campos car, gets past the blue one, as Bamford will now be trying to get through. Dragonflies and Jess Game are now going to squabble over 11th and 12th. I think the two teammates in the high-tech cars will probably swap places fairly nice and tidy there, and yes, Dragonflies is up into 11th place.
F1 Alex will not be happy with that. Was trying to go for the overtake on Dragonflies. Got forced over to the left. Went off the track as Dale goes off the track there. Got forced off the track. Got an illegal overtake and then lost 2 positions and was under attack from Mr. Dale as well, as they go wheel to wheel going onto the DRS straight there. F1 Alex now on the outside. These two scrapping away. This does play into the hands of Sprout. If these two, have a collision, get caught up a little bit, as they're now going on the attack of Dragonflies and it's Jess Games and Punju. It looks like F1 Alex on the inside. Jess Games is probably one of the best drivers to kind of overtake, because she's very kind to everybody out on track, leaves a lot of space, and is always got a lot of respect for everybody out on track. So having the inside line is always the best there on Jess Games, as F1 Alex now moves back ahead of his championship rival and will go on the hunt of Punju, who has 4-lap older tyres. Up at the front, Duncan still on the attack of Sprout, and they're going into the hairpin. Duncan getting out of shape, drifting the car on nearly an opposite Felipe Massa from 2012 or 13. Just got it cooked up on the brakes, managed to get it slowed down, didn't run into the back of Sprout there, and is still holding in second place. Needs to get past Sprout as quickly as possible, because if he can get past Sprout, then there could be a gap formed between those two, as it looks like the championship rivals are fighting once again. F1 Alex holding the inside. There's action across the field at the moment.
The glove's certainly off between these two as F1 Alex and Dale can't get enough of each other in these opening few laps after the safety car has come in. Still going defensive is Alex up into turn 16, but Dale doesn't think about sending it up the inside. Fabio very close to the back of Damien. Also TK struggling to hold on to place with Dragonflies on those new tyres. We've got into the pits. I think that's Adam Sanson in the second Trident and another car that might be Mattis E13. Yes, I think he may have picked up some damage if I remember correctly, just seeing it in the back of shot. Into turn 1 we go. Dragonfly's going to go up the inside of TK. Maybe we saw some contact earlier on in the race here. Thankfully the high-tech thinks better of it and sits behind for now, trying the old switcheroo maybe to get past the ailing Prema car, but as they are staying in 8th and 9th for the time being, the two Campos drivers still squabbling behind them, tucked up underneath the rear wing of Punju, launching it up the inside again. It's Dragonfly's bit of contact to boot as well, rear tyre to front left tyre, but TK holds on to that place for the time being. They're going to continue this scrap down the straight and up towards turn number 7, moving over to the inside. TK doesn't really defend it. He's going to roll out the red carpet, but the driver on the brand new red striped soft tyres doesn't let it go through, but the Prema now runs by, and this surely is going to be 8th place for Dragonflies.
Yeah, further back, F1 Alex and Mr. Dale find their way through on Punju, so they've moved up into 10th and 11th. You Pandas overtook Infratic. Infratic has got front wing damage as well, so maybe they got caught up with that battle with Matty D and Adam Sanderson as Dragonflies. Yes, in P8 now. TK down in P9, having to tuck up behind. And then on the hunt of those guys is going to be F1 Alex and Mr. Dale, still scrapping it away. They need to kind of work together. They need to not fight so hard at this stage of the race. Allow each other to work their way through the field. One driver gets past the driver in front. The driver behind follows them through. You know, goes for the inside line. Okay, I'm going to take the inside line and follow you through as well. And then when they're up at the front, then they can start a fight. And I guess none of that's going to happen.
Yeah, Dale in the wall. Yeah, it was F1X trying to get past TK. Dale trying to go around the outside, but just didn't have the space there. Clattered into the wall and lost a little bit of his front wing. Still going, but will be severely compromised as F1X up into 9th place. Dale's going to follow him through, and now we'll see the true pace as Duncan finally gets past Sproat, who I think might be peeling off into the pits. And yes, the one remaining super soft tyre runner is into the box. I think Infratic, who made a bit of a mistake earlier on, is in as well, is it? Yes. Oh, no, it's actually Upanda's into the box as well. These two Campos drivers have been fighting very hard. Dale, now with half a front wing, certainly going to be compromised for the rest of this race.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for Sproat to come back into this race now. Definitely, I think, a blunder on the strategies. Look at the gap compared to these guys. The tyres are going to be better. They're going to be, 5 laps younger going to the end of this race, and Dale and F1 Alex could be on the bubble right at the end of the race. But I don't think they're going to close up that gap. We'll just have to wait and see, of course. But you could see Mr. Dale struggling through turn 1 and turn 2. Just ran off the track. And I think, F1 Alex, this is playing into his hands. But things could switch around because I've said earlier, F1 Alex burns through his tyres really quickly. Once they get to that stage, Dale can then go on the attack. I think it's going to equalise the field between these two. Dale's going to have those front wing problems. Alex is going to have tyre wear issues, and we can potentially see these two still battling by the end of the race. But for now, Alex is driving away, and he needs to do exactly that. Put as much distance between him and Mr. Dale as possible, and put as many cars as he can between these two as well. Further down the field, Sproat is 12 seconds off the next car, which is Jess Games, which is a lot of time to catch up.
G-Watts is trying to get past Punju, but made a complete mess of it going into turn 7. Went way too deep, slid off the circuit and fell back behind the Trident driver. Got yours sincerely, Bamford and Patterson squabbling over 10th, 11th and 12th behind them. Duncan starting to pull away from F1 Scott as G-Watts. This is going to be round number 2 of trying to get past the Trident of Punju. Much fresher tyres, but not as late on the brakes. Almost clatters the barrier on the exit of turn number 14. They're going to be side by side through the kink of 15, and G-Watts does finally get that place. The Invicta up into 8th place. Another one of those drivers that started on the super softs, making their way through nicely. Dale's managing to keep up with his teammate for the time being. Infratic under pressure from Dragonflies as F1 Scott is into the pits now, as is Infratic. So these guys starting to come in, Duncan in as well now.
Yeah, a lot of soft runners deciding to choose this lap as their pit stop to go onto the super softs, proving me wrong, and it is definitely a one-stopper in this race. I completely did not notice that Dragonflies box with F1 Alex and Mr. Dale, so he is in the net lead of this race, ahead of F1 Alex, which is fantastic for him and for his championship hopes. Currently sitting P11 in the championship going into this weekend on about 29 points, not too far off the playoffs. A win today could put him right up at the sharp end in the playoffs and in that fight across the rest of the season. Sproat gains positions with drivers into the pit lane, and is still 10 seconds behind the likes of Jess Gaines, who's then 6 seconds behind Patterson. So it's going to be difficult for Sproat, but he's going to be absolutely cooking in these last 7 laps of this race. Dragonflies has a 1.5 second lead over F1 Alex, but Dale not going away easily. He's still tucked up behind his teammate in this race. The battle isn't over between these two, as Sprout, I believe, has just gone for an overtake on Matty to move himself up into 10th position, as Matty has got a 3-second time penalty for multiple warnings.
Well, it's actually Sprout trying to defend, just come out of the pits on those soft tyres. He said he'd be cooking, but he's got a whole load of drivers behind on brand new super soft tyres. So I think Sprout could be in a little bit of trouble to try and hold on to those points paying positions that he had earlier on, and could fall through the field like a stone, to be honest, with Matty, Pandas, Duncan, F1 Scott, Adam Sanson, Emphatic, all on brand new super soft tyres, queued up to try and get past this Invicta car.
Yeah, so strategy just not really working out for Sprout. He's going to need a safety car to get himself back into it, but then you can't box for a set of super soft tyres. So I think for Sprout, this race is falling away from him, as Matty's going to be right on the attack, unable to go for a move there, as we've got a change for the lead as Damien comes into the box off the soft tyres, will go onto the super softs and will fall onto the back of this train that is currently behind Sprout at the moment. Matty D's still trying to go on the attack as G-Watts moves himself up in a 4th position, and they're all going to be getting past. Matty has a look on the inside, but Sprout defending that line through the corner. But this is going to be an opportunity for Matty to get as close as possible through the double left and then use the DRS to go on the attack in towards this next corner. Matty D moves himself up into 10th position with Damien coming into the pits there, and he's really riding that inside curve, running it a bit too much, as he's going to be getting more warnings. He's already got a 3-second time penalty to his name. He'll want to get past Sprout as quickly as possible to then sort of jump him, get as far away from Sprout as he can this race. Further up the field, we've got Bamford and Your Sincerely trading positions. They're going wheel to wheel into the right-hander. We've got Your Sincerely on the inside line, Bamford holding the outside on those super softs. Both drivers trying to make it to the end on these super softs. It's going to be a long way still to go in this race, but Bamford gets himself up in a P5. Your Sincerely will have a look into the sling, can't do so, and it's going to have to settle for 6th so far in this race.
Matty's still trying to get past Sprout further back, 14 seconds to the back of the Prema of Patterson. Tried to go around the outside of turn number 7, but was firmly shown the door, and maybe trying to go up the inside into the Singapore Sling. We've seen a few incidents here. So far, backs out of it, probably sensible enough, as Sprout is defending very hard and holds on to 8th place for the time being. But look at the queue that's falling behind this Invicta driver on the new soft tyres, but those super softs clearly faster at this stage. Dale, meanwhile, very close to the back of his teammate, going through the kink of 15 and up towards turn 16, but stays behind for the time being again.
Yeah, Dale's just biding his time. He knows that even if he finishes in 3rd position is a big step for himself in the championship. I don't know the actual, calculations on whether Dale can be crowned champion this weekend, but I don't think that's going to work with him getting the DNF in the sprint race. So I think it is going to go down to Miami still. But doesn't have to worry too much about being tucked up behind Alex, because he's only going to gain 2-3 points on him in this race. 2 points on him in the race, because it'd be 20 for 2nd, 18 for 3rd. So he'll only gain 2 points on him in the championship. That's fine with Dale going across for the rest of the season. So doesn't need to overtake, just needs to bring it home for 3rd position. Matty, though, still unable to go on the attack of Sprout, loses the back end, and this train is just forming behind the Victor Envision racing cars. Somebody drops through the field. That's Duncan, I think, once again, and it looks like it might be you Pandas as well. These two getting caught up with each other. Duncan got a podium earlier on in the season, back in the Japanese race, but it unfortunately just hasn't had the luck in the other races so far this season.
Yeah, and that's something that's gone on behind this battle between Sprout and Matty. Sends it up the inside. Can he keep it in the white lines? No. And Sprout files back through up into 8th place. Really struggling to get this move. We didn't see the contact because Dale did actually have a little look up the inside of Alex into turn number 7, but thought better of it. He certainly was thinking about making the move, but Alex managed to hold it around the outside and kept 2nd place for the time being. They've lost a further 2nd to Dragonflies, who's looking very, very comfortable out in front. Further back, Adam Sanson under pressure from F1 Damien into the Singapore Sling. The ART driver on much fresher super soft tyres, trying to fight his way back through the field, and the Triumph could be under some severe pressure for the next few laps. Matty still can't get past this Invicta driver, sends it around the outside of the hairpin at turn 13, doesn't come off, and now Sprout's going to go very defensive down the straight and up towards turn 14. Will the Road and Carlin car make a move up the inside? No, too far back.
Yeah, these two fighting, though, is not going to help them out, because you look up further up the field, you've got Patterson, Your Sincerely, and Bamford, all on 8-lap-old super soft tyres. Not soft tyres, super soft tyres. 3 laps still left to go in this race. It's going to be difficult for those guys to maintain their super softs and not get them towards a stage that could potentially be puncture territory in this race. So these guys scrapping away is hindering them from catching up to those guys and potentially gaining more position. So Matty dropping away a little bit now from Sproat, maybe thinking better of, okay, if I stay behind him for the time being, we can work together. But again, cutting that inside line as Punji goes and gets the fastest lap of this race, down in 16th position. Not been the day that they would have wanted after qualifying so highly, as Adam Sanderson moves himself up above F1 Damien and up into 11th position. But they come back, Damien on the inside, and now there's a big scrap behind these two.
Yeah, they've been fighting for the last couple of laps. I think Duncan has made a mistake behind them, losing a load of time and places. Fabio trying to get involved as well. Almost squeezed into the barrier by Adam Sanderson. And there's more contact going down the straight. They can't keep it in a straight line, but it is in the end Adam Sanderson who stays ahead of Infratic. Damien holding on to 11th, finally getting through after he tried a few corners ago to get past the Triton and is up into 11th place. Fabio, who I think may have got caught up in the instant we saw a few laps ago between you Pandas and Duncan, certainly lost a little bit of time and is now down in 13th, trying to get past this Trident of Adam Sanderson. The Tridents have most certainly been in the wars for the majority of this race. Punju down in 15th is probably not going to score a very sizable amount of points. Out in front, still 3.5 seconds the gap between Dragonflies and the two Campos cars. G-Watts is starting to close in on them a little bit, and crucially for him, with that 5-second penalty, pulling away from Bamford.
Yeah, over 5 seconds is the gap right now. 5.3 between those two, but the Super Softs, once they get past that 25% stage, will be in better, will be able to be quicker than those soft tyres in this race. So we'll be gaining on G-Watts, and it is coming down. It's just on the edge of 5 seconds at the moment. Punju will be hunting down more points positions. If you said to him he was going to get a point after the first few laps in this race, he would have taken that. And he's right on the back of you Pandas and right on the back of this train, forming behind Adam Sanderson at the moment, with Infratic getting caught up with that, running a little bit wide in this race. Matty D still unable to break Sproat so far in this race, and now that they've stopped fighting, they're extending that lead over F1 Damien, and that's going to help him as B-Roy gets a 3-second time penalty. That's not really going to affect him too much. He's right at the back of the field, and he's come into the pit lane and retired from the race.
Huge disappointment for B-Roy. Had the win taken away in the sprint with that 20-second penalty for breaking safety car speed limits, and now retires and will pick up no points this weekend. And that is really going to be a big hit to his charge for the playoffs. Jess Gamer equally picking up a penalty, but that won't affect her finishing position. Spirit still comfortable ahead of Matty D. I wonder if those tyres are starting to struggle. Fabio still looking for any route past Adam Sands as well. Things have calmed down a little bit as the Downs of Infratic can't get round the Trident of Adam Sanderson. Punju now closing up to the back of you Pandas as well for 14th and 15th, the minor points paying positions, with Duncan, who had that spin earlier on, and then a weird moment coming through turn number 5, dropping back as well. He's closed up to the group in front as well. And TK had some really good pace last season. Everything that could have gone wrong for the Premier has certainly gone wrong this afternoon.
Yeah, certainly, unfortunately there for TK. He's got some great pace as wide goes Adam Sanderson. That opens the door for Infratic. He's going to go up the inside. Where's Adam Sanderson in this? He's dropped too far back. There's no way Adam's going to be able to go for a lunge in towards this right hand, and unfortunately has lost 12th position. Lost a point there to Infratic, who's having a fine debut. Not quite the heights that he had in the sprint race, but still performing well, especially after having that front wing damage earlier on in this race as well. I'm sure he would have come into the box to fix that. In fact, we can check that. Did he come into the box and fix that front wing? No, he's still got front wing damage as well. So he's doing a decent job, still in P12 with front wing damage as well in this race. Running a little bit wide there. Further up the field, Mr. Dale, still 4 tenths off the back. Makes a little bit of a mistake though, drops back to just outside 1 second as they go onto the DRS straight. Any other battles that are going on, it's only really down at the back of the field between you Pandas, Punju, Adam Sanderson and Infratic. This battle that's just forming behind the Trident driver of Adam Sanderson as Infratic just sort of bolts away in the latter stages of this race. Punju will be wanting to try and pick these guys off and take a couple more points in this race.
Adam Sanderson under huge pressure, weaving to try and break the toe. You Pandas all over the back of that Trident in a sandwich with Punju sat just behind as well, but unable to make a move. People seem to be struggling a lot more than they did earlier on to make these moves to gain the place, because they've certainly got the pace advantage. That is Punju sailing out the inside of you Pandas. Got to be careful that the Road and Carlin doesn't clatter into the barrier on the left-hand side. Now going to swing it around the outside. Are we going to stay contact-free? We've struggled to do so. So far, it's actually you Pandas who has a big snap of oversteer on the exit, and that allows Duncan to fly through up into 15th place, and that is out of the points-paying positions for that second Road and Carlin car. Mighty D13, the other Road and Carlin, still struggling to keep up with Spirit, and there's a big queue forming behind 6th placed Yours Sincerely, Patterson. Spirit, who's putting Patterson under pressure now in the battle for 7th and 8th. Mighty D, F1 Scott, and Damien all squabbling into these last couple of laps.
Yeah, I said watch these guys because they are going to be struggling with tyre wear at the end of this race. And Sprout, on those soft tyres, he's got the best tyre wear in the field at the moment. But Patterson has great straight line speed. Oh, squeezes him right up against the wall. Sprout has to back out of that one. Will attempt the switchback manoeuvre. Will attempt it up the inside into the final corner. Surely not, but he does. He gets the position on the inside. A great overtake from Sprout to move into 7th position. And will now go on the hunt of Yours Sincerely in this final lap. Yours Sincerely does have a penalty. Doesn't need to overtake him, but will want to get that position to protect himself from the likes of Patterson behind at the moment. Matty D will now look for the attackers. Yours Sincerely runs it wide. Further back, Patterson and Matty D are scrapping it away. Patterson falling through the field with that tyre wear. It's just not working out for him as Sprout and Yours Sincerely. They go wheel to wheel. Matty's going to want to get involved in that battle. All these drivers are going to be picking them off. What about Bamford? It's a 4-second gap, but will he be dropping off as well?
Yeah, Patterson went way too wide going through turn number 5, dropped a load of places down into 11th. Now at the very back of this queue after starting the lap towards the front of it, Matty D and F1 Scott squabbling over 8th and 9th. Matty wasn't able to get past Yours Sincerely with the help of DRS into turn number 7. Now coming under attack from F1 Scott, who's going to swing it around the outside. Got to be careful of Damien, who's the fastest of all of this group on those fresh, super soft tyres. And Matty D13 could be falling down to 10th and does drop behind Damien. Down into 10th place goes the road and kind of got to be careful of Patterson, who's still lurking behind them as well. Yours Sincerely all over the road, not troubling the racing line on those very old tyres, under huge pressure now from F1 Scott. Got to be careful of Damien there as well. We could be 3 wide going down the straight. And further forward, as I thought there was a bit of contact there, Dragonfly still comfortable out in front. Scott's going to send it around the outside. This should be like candy from a baby on those fresh super soft tyres. Does get through up into 7th place.
Here's Dragonflies round the final corner. He weaves in celebration and takes victory for the feature race of the F2. Alex finishes in 2nd position. Mr. Dale DNFs across the line, I believe that was. So I believe he is going to be classified in this race. He does cross the line, so he does finish in 3rd position. Everybody's going to jump up one
Drag
place, but
race.
just move one place as there's a drag race further down in the field. Who's going to get it?
Damien just got past Yours Sincerely on the line. It didn't mean anything because of the Dams driver's penalty. Yours Sincerely ends up in 9th place. Decent haul of points. Matty D also retiring over the line there as well. Both get kicked out. I'm not actually sure where Matty finished. We'll get some points for his efforts, but currently down is 16th after crashing. Dragonflies, though, brilliant drive. Was so far ahead he could stop and do some 11s over the line in that high-tech car. Takes a brilliant victory. F1 Alex did very well to hold on to 2nd place there. And G-Watts is P3. Won't get it because Dale crossed the line in 3rd, but considering all the trials and tribulations G-Watts had to go through in that race, does very well to get a 4th out of it.
Yeah, I think a strong race for G-Watts, the better out of the Virtuosi cars in terms of strategy. And it was all important about boxing, you know, under that safety car to go onto the soft tyres and take them to the end. And that's, of course, what got the likes of Dragonflies, F1 Alex, Dale and G-Watts, those front-running positions, and they absolutely smashed it in terms of strategy and put themselves at the front. And we just saw the gap, obviously, between Sprout and the rest of the field at the end of the race. Obviously, he was at the front of those guys when he came into the box, and it just didn't work out for him in the end, sadly. But yeah, there we go then. Dragonflies takes his first race win in the F2.
Excellent stuff. Showed good pace throughout this afternoon's action and is very justly rewarded. It was a Campos 2-3, Dale crashing over the line, but was classified, or did cross the line, I should say, in 3rd place. G-Watts, Bamford, really good haul of points for the MP Motorsport driver. Sprout, with that slightly poor strategy, does manage to pick up a decent haul of points. Scott will be pleased to pick up a good handful as well after the trials and tribulations he has been involved with. Damien picking up fastest lap ahead of Patterson, and Yours Sincerely will round out our top 10. Punji just outside of it with Adam Sanderson. Then comes Infratic, who didn't quite have the pace with that front wing damage in the feature race. Duncan got caught up in incidents also, as did you Pandas, Jess Gamer and TK struggling. Dale, as you can see there, was 3.9 seconds off the back. Matty D13, if we try and do some maths here, crossed the line in 10th, I believe it was actually. So would have been 11th with that Dale collision, and then B-Roy, who was having a whole load of issues as well, retiring earlier on. It wasn't quite as eventful as the sprint race, but it certainly was very interesting. It was more of a strategical race.
Yeah, as I said at the start, I wasn't happy with the strategies that they were doing. The super softs at the front, the softs further back, and we didn't get our usual exciting races that we do. I think it's because, obviously, you know, when those guys at the front that box a little bit later, and some of them on the super softs, and they have to work their way through the field, and there's mixed strategies, and obviously that makes it a bit more exciting. We saw a bit of that more towards the end of the race, of course. But I still think great racing throughout. Surprising for Punju to get back up into some decent positions. He was classified 10th there on the screen, but I believe it was 12th in the end. So he'll be happy with that one, despite getting taken out. And obviously, there should have been a better result there for him after being wiped out by Infratic. But I think he'll be happy after what happened to still take home points in this race. I think a lot of them were banking on more safety cars. And from my experience in F2, you should never take the sprint, what happens in the sprint race, into consideration on whether there's going to be safety cars in the feature race. Everybody's a lot more well behaved in the feature race. There's more chaos in the sprint race, and so many times that when I was doing the super soft to soft strategy, safety cars just didn't come. So you should never really bank on a safety car. Always try and sort your strategy out for what's happening in that moment right then. Sadly for Sprout didn't, but the front runners did, and they absolutely smashed it.
Yeah, I mean, Punju, I think he'll be pleased with the damage limitation, but it's probably his playoff hopes over, I would say. Hasn't been able to get the big results that we saw earlier on. We are going to have a couple of interviews before we let you go to get ready for the main F1 race. Should we bring in our third place driver first, though? Should we get Dale involved?
Let's do it. Let's get him in.
Let's get Dale in to have a discussion, because we've certainly got a lot to talk about, because he was very much in the wars for a lot of the race. Dale, hello.
Hello.
Sorry for bringing you in slightly unexpectedly.
Sorry.
Good recovery drive. You were certainly in the wars more than
Yes.
you've normally been. Got to talk about the sprint race though. It's the first time you haven't scored points this season. What happened?
Yeah, it just didn't go well. I thought like it boxed, and I'm not gonna lie, I got so angry I don't even remember what happened in the sprint. Can you remind me? I stood up and walked away. All I know is we're going into the chicane. After the safety car, didn't want to box. I boxed earlier. I couldn't catch back up to the safety car because Alex had the 5-second penalty. Oh no, that's the feature. Yeah, I just couldn't catch back up. It didn't go well. It was awful.
Yeah. I mean, hindsight's a great thing, but at the time it probably looked like the smart decision with the safety car.
It did. It honestly did. But then as soon as it came up on the screen saying, "Oh yeah, safety car in," I got throttle limited, and yeah, couldn't catch up.
The feature race though
So it
was
didn't go well.
much cleaner though. You did pick up some front wing damage earlier on though, as you were trying to fight your way back through. But playing follow the leader, I guess, with your teammate.
I couldn't get him. I could not get him. After breaking the wing, it was just an impossibility. It was like I could either go for the impractical decision and just dive bomb him, which I could have done, but it's not. It's just not worth it. I might as well settle into P3. Alex get P2. Still got a comfortable championship lead, but I just need to clarify. That standing says I'm P17, but I'm not across the line P3.
Yeah. Nah, it's going to stand. I'm going to let it stand now.
I'll cry myself to sleep in the pillow. But yeah, I couldn't get him. It was like I tried to get as close as I could out of turn 2 to be able to get him on the DRS, but that bit of front wing damage just kept giving me wheel spin out of turn 2, and I just could not get close enough. Even with the damage, I was faster in a straight line, but he definitely had lower wings than I did today, because no chance. And then once you get stuck behind in the corners of Sector 2, you're not going to be able to get past. It's the same as Monaco. Once you're behind, you're behind. It's very difficult.
Looking towards the further back in the field when you made that pit stop, was that the opportunity to get past Alex? I saw you were squabbling quite a bit. There was a great opportunity when he got forced off the track and got an illegal overtake on a couple of drivers. I think that was probably the best opportunity. But then you come up to those drivers and get stuck behind them. It always makes it so difficult.
Honestly, I had the super soft on. I was coming up to the pit lane. As you know, the safety car come out early, and it was like, do I gamble the soft? Is it long enough? Is it not long enough? Am I going to need to box again? But I second-guessed myself that much that I jumped the pit exit line and lost 2 positions into the pit behind my teammate that had a 5-second penalty. The tyres weren't ready, so I ended up with like a 40-second pit stop, which put me like net P5, and from there it was just a damage limitation. Not the greatest weekend for me, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, you say damage limitation, but you've still picked up a podium, and you've picked up a podium at every race so far, or every race kind of this week, or this season so far. You haven't finished off the podium in the sprint and the feature race, so consistency is very much still there. Going into the final 2 rounds, obviously Alex has taken a decent little chunk out of the championship lead you had, but are you still feeling confident? Miami,
I'm going to throw out here now, is by far my weakest track. There's no doubt about it. It is so hard. It's so slippy. That chicane and the end of 62 for the F2 cars is a damn near impossibility while holding the rear end. It is going to be a hell of a race next week. And if there's any wet, it is going to be even spicier than Singapore. I can guarantee that. Miami's going to be a hell of a race. But Imola is curtains. Strong track. I'm going for it. We're going for the full 35 points at Imola and take the championship in spectacular fashion.
Finishing strongly. So thank you very much for talking to us. Well done for the damage
worries,
limitation.
guys.
You still picked up a podium, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you very much for the comms as always, guys. See you later.
Thank you. Now, we'll bring in his teammate, F1 Alex, and I think the big talking point for him will be that brilliant drive in the sprint race. Alex, hello. How would you sum up your efforts there?
Pretty good. Pretty good, I'd say.
Agree.
P1 in the sprint, I think I had to pit. I had a 5-second time penalty. I didn't get the warning to say that I was getting a penalty on lap 1. So it came up and then the safety car come out and I was debating, do I not? Do I get rid of the 5 seconds? And it turned out to be the right decision.
Yeah, and you managed to work your way back through very nicely. Obviously, the sprint was very, very chaotic. A lot of stuff going on. The feature race was a little bit calmer, but you managed to work your way back through the field very nicely after that pit stop under the first safety car.
Yeah, I got an illegal overtake on Punju. I think he didn't force me wide, but I went around the outside and I was off track limits as I was going past him. And so I gave the position back and then ended up losing another position as well at the same time to Dale. But yeah, no, I think it was a good race. And from my perspective, everyone was, fair and left room. But I did notice a couple of incidents that I think in maybe the sprint, I think I gained about 4 positions in one corner because there was a big pile up and I just went round it. So yeah, no, it was a good sprint and a good race.
I want to talk about earlier on in that feature race, there was will-to-will battles between you and Dale. Now, there was a great opportunity for you to really stay in front of him in that position and kind of force him back towards the like of Sprout and G-Watts and let them deal with him. But you backed out of it and decided against fighting. What was going on there? Because surely as you're fighting, he's your championship rival. You've got to do anything you can to be in front of him.
I knew I had lower wings for a start. Is it the left-hander when we were side by side? And then I
went through the DRS zone, the left, he won on the inside, went off the track, came back on you a will to will. You went through the right, and then through the left, you backed out of it.
Sure. I think at this point, I'm thinking, obviously, playoffs. I'm thinking if we go side by side, my car was super understeery. I was very slippy, but I mean, that's how I like a car anyway. But I think I didn't want. I was messing that corner up a lot. There was one point in qualifying where I went from first to second, and it was that corner. And I think from that point, it just played on my mind the whole race, and I kept missing the apex on that corner. And I thought, you know what? If I get this wrong, I'm going to put us both out the race. I know I've got lower wings. If I get a good exit from turn 4 or turn 5, I think it is, to the big straight, I think I'll be able to get him. So I thought I'm going to back out and just save it for another time. And yeah, it worked out. Plenty of times where it doesn't work out, but this time it worked out.
Obviously, you took a big chunk out of Dale's championship lead, but I think the most important thing for you was you put some even more distance between yourself and your playoff rivals. How confident are you going into these last couple of races that you can maintain that spot in the top 5?
Sure. Miami, I love. I absolutely love Miami, and I know it's one of Dale's worst tracks, so that's going to be even more interesting. I don't like Imola. So, I think I can get closer maybe after Miami, but Imola's always been a struggle in F1 for me. But yeah, I think I can get close, but I don't think I'll be able to get him.
Yeah, I mean, he's been very good this season, but so have you. You've been very consistently up there as well, and another podium for you, and of course, a sprint race win, so almost the perfect weekend's action. So thank you very much for talking to us, and we will see you for that race next week in Miami.
Thank you, guys. Have a good evening.
You too. Well, I think that is us just about done for this afternoon. We are going to hand over to the F1 in a few moments' time. Hayden, how would you sum up that race, though, before we bounce off?
Chaos, strategy, lots of strategy calls, some F1 drivers getting in the mix, maybe a preview for next season in F2, a little bit of rain to spice things up, but no matter what happens, our usual drivers up at the front.
Absolutely, and with just 2 rounds to go, anything to play for still in those playoffs. We don't know who's going to be in them, but I think we do know who's going to be getting promoted. barring any major dramas, Dale looking very, very comfortable out in front. But thank you everybody for watching. It's been a very fun one to do, as always, and very fun to have you alongside me, Hayden. We're gonna let you go now to prepare for the F1. Make sure you're following Creator Series on all the social media platforms that you all know and love. And yeah, we'll play you some highlights from last week's session before we hand over to the comms team for the main F1 series. Any final words?
Any final words?
Oh, we've lost your camera, Luke.
My camera's gone all funny. Don't know what's happened there. Any final words?
Yes.
I'm going to go and extend my lead in the playoffs and hopefully score some good points.
Excellent. Thank you everybody for watching, and yeah, we will see you next week.
As we make our way through this campaign, Jorge down at the back, Alberola, who currently sits P19 as we await the lights to go red here at Shanghai. All 5 lights are indeed lit, and it's pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go. Rob gets away very well on those medium tyres. Chesnoid, though, trying to fight him any through towards turn 1, has the tighter inside line that might favour him here. Following him through as well is Fabio in the Ferrari, and currently sat in P3. He's going to try the long way round to try and unsettle and stop Rob, who remains in second, but it's still Chesnoid Gaming. Zapso's retired, a DNF already for Zapso, the Alpine out, but Chesnoid leads here at Shanghai. Paya down the inside of Matty D13 as well as they make their way into Sector 2 proper. Chesnoid in command and out in front. Behind curve, so it's forfeited any kind of DRS here at this stage. We have got to move though at the front as now Rob takes the lead, gets his nose in front coming out of turn 14 and will hold on to it as well. So Chesnoid relegated to second, so the Haas now coming under pressure from the McLaren in behind of Matty D13. So it's all starting to unfold.
Apparently Alex Gillon 11% tyre wear on the mediums, though Gillon does also have, according to another chatter, a yellow end plate damage on their car there. Massive straight line speed from El Reguri. Clearly a bit of deployment going on there with the Red Bull powering on up towards the back of Matty D, and up the inside they go, and in the background goes the Alfa Romeo of Paya as well. And then, oh dear, bit of a moment there for Matty D coming out the exit of the hairpin, but that then just means that El Reguri now P3 in this sprint race.
To be in position for a potential fight for P2 here as they bomb down this long straight, this time in towards the hairpin in 14. There's El Rey, in comes Tom as well. Chesnoid clear up at the front end as we now see them go nose to tail, and Tom unseating El Rey. There, also now chucking it up the inside. We saw him make an aggressive move earlier on. Further back, that guy Vince as well in P6 is now curtailed through the final corner, and Paya ascends and manages to displace that guy Vince with El Rey now down in 6th.
That was brave from Paya, hanging it round the outside on a driver who we suspect might have damage at this point as well. Up the back goes Curbs. Oh dear, Curbs then just getting a bit of a touch up the back there of El Reguri. Usually I think that they wouldn't mind that much, but in this context, maybe that's not going to be so welcome. And as they go down towards the next corner then, it's going to be Curbs up in 7th place, just ahead of the Spaniard. They're going to have to be careful on their inside. I can see them in the mirrors there from the off-board shot we go. Massive rear lock-up, it looks like, for El Reguri. They're just getting it stopped up on the inside, though, wide of the apex. That's opened up the door now for M Sky Z to potentially come and have a look round too. And I think this corner, this is where we're going to see, yeah, El Rey has massive damage. You can see there the front right part of the front wing completely gone. That end plate has disappeared. That is really hurting them through that long... And there it goes! The whole wing has gone! The whole wing has gone as GB68 turned across the front of them. And I think there, with a car that was already wounded, already damaged, El Rey should have just shown the better part of valor. Oh, what on earth was that? Oh, for goodness sakes. That guy Vince, I'm sorry to say it, my friend, but that was utter stupidity. Why would you drive back onto the racing line when you are stationary? That is stupidity.
As they now hurtle out, and a great restart already from Rob, who's already got going. He's managed to clear Chesnoid, who was struggling, I think, with a little bit of wheel spin of sorts, as they now make their way out to the final corners now. You can just see his Haas teammate, Alex Gillon, actually running out rather wide as well. Of course, we alluded to Alex Gillon's race win back at Season 1. GB68 already putting those fresh soft tyres to work, and usurps Meraki heading through Turn 1 straight away, Dan.
Absolutely, yep, those soft tyres are going to give him so much extra grip. The thing he's got to be careful of course, is the drivers in front are not going to have that grip available to them, and so they will be braking much earlier than he may be anticipating. But this is another one here. He gets the move done on MSkyZ. He might even get it done on the Williams in front, but that would be a very, very silly thing to do, and then, just squeeze a little bit there by Curbs, but GB then is on the warpath. Look at this then. He's just making his way through now, through the long, high-speed left-hander, shortly followed up by the one to the right, and just ahead of him here is going to be Alex Gillen then. Gillen is the one, of course, who fought for most vocally the sim damage regulations and so on, and now, as we understand, carrying a little bit of damage themselves. They've been usurped in this sprint race by GB68, as also Benjamin Daly's having a look here and there. At this point, they've got 8th place, they've got 1 point, but I'm sure they're going to be hoping for many, many more than that. Tom has already also made their way up into P2. I think this is a symptom now of those soft tyres really dying off for those who've been running on them for a long time, like Chesnoid here. But we can also see then that we've got Benjamin Daly here, P7, pushing his way forwards here. You can see in the background there, the cars all 3 wide coming into the corner then. And in the end, we see a bit of fighting, bumping and barging here and there, and Curbs is shuffled down the order like he's in a pack of cards.
Yeah, he certainly is. GB68, though, ascending. Infratic, though, yet 2 penalties added to his name. Obviously down in 15th, seemingly out of the race as GB goes on the hunt again. Ascends to P4 as he now dominates around the outside of Peya and is now 1 step away from a sprint podium here at this point. But we're going to go 3 wide as well with Tim at Marduk, forcing it down the inside out of turn 3. He has taken Alex Gillen as well. What a move from Tim at Marduk, astounding everybody here at this stage as well, as is GB68, who dives down the inside as well, coming out of turn 6, and will make his way through turn 7 in a podium, sprint podium place. Tim at Marduk following suit. These soft tyres are really working for these drivers right now here, Dan.
And so as we go here then, it's test radio. Tom's next, I can do it, says GB68. There we go, it's no longer test radio, it's GB68. Come on now then, GB, get yourself alongside, son. He's there, he's later on the brakes, and that then is GB68 up into P2 for this sprint race, but the driver has put barely a foot wrong. It's coming through the final turn now. Rob will take victory, and in 3rd place will not be Benjamin Daly after a heroic late race drive, but instead Tom da Bomb.
Yeah, a debut victory here for Rob, who manages to take it here at China, here in sprint race form, and now coming off the back of what he achieved back in F2, he's done it again in F1. It's Rob the victor here in the Shanghai sprint race. A truly remarkable performance. A very reasonable first sector indeed, a 23.712, which is in fact a few tenths faster than Dave Gaming, who currently sits in 2nd. Tom, no doubt, going to the top with a 130.525, but Tim at Marduk has just upped the ante in his own right and has just taken the purple first sector now away from Tom 97. So our current championship leader currently sat P10 in the standings. There is our current live standings in terms of the championship side of things. 78 points to Tim at Marduk at the head of the title race. As now watching MSkyZ make his way around this time. A 27-1 on part of Tim at Marduk is a personal best in Sector 2 as well. That first sector could be the difference maker as he now makes his way down this very long straight, one of the longest straights you'll see in Formula 1 in fact, as he now opens up the DRS and hurtles down towards turn 14, brushing past some of the cars that are out on cool down and of course out laps as well. There's now Tim at Marduk, the Aussie, of course already a race winner this campaign, has in fact been on the podium in 3 different positions already since the start of the season. Brazil coming 2nd, Japan coming 3rd. Is he going to put himself to the top this time here at China? He'll go 2nd fastest, just under, or just over, should I say, 0.3 of a second away from Tom 97. MSkyZ, 2nd in the title race as well. Goes fastest of anybody with a brilliant time indeed. Going purple in that 2nd sector. Personal bests in Sector 1 and Sector 3. Skyzy hitting the heights at the top of these standings right now. Coming through 15 and 16. Let's see what the Alfa Romeo Sauber can initialize onto this timing screen. Can he go closer to MSkyZ? He does, in fact, fourth fastest. Good lap indeed for him. Tom97 still remains second. Timit Marduk in third. A few other cars improving on their laps. Chesnoy being one of them, as well as Tom97, who has ushered in PBs in sectors 1 and sectors 2. So likely going to be a threat here to MSkyZ up at the front as he now comes across the line. Does go fastest, but that will be for a brief moment. He went purple in sector 3. I can tell you that MSkyZ has gone purple in the first sector. So he is looking to improve yet again. Here comes Infratic, of course, very much involved as he now goes into the top 10 in trying to obtain Timit Marduk a very successful run in our sprint race earlier on. We heard the comments from MSkyZ earlier, as now we witness Matty D13 make his way out of the hairpin. MSkyZ, like I said, went fastest in the first 2 sectors in his final run. Here comes Matty D13 now towards the line. He jumps into the top 10, 9th fastest, goes to the McLaren. Rob, though, running very wide on the exit, coming out of 15 and 16. He'll remain 7th fastest, but all eyes on MSkyZ. Personal bests in the first and second sector. I can tell you Noiguera's gone purple. SkyZ goes fastest, but Noiguera has gone purple in the first 2 sectors, looking for an improvement. Here comes Timit Marduk. Alex Gillen, his rival, goes 3rd fastest. Timit Marduk can't improve from 4th. Stays in 4th. Noiguera now to the top after setting an initial purple first and second sector. He has now pushed MSkyZ off the top, who has now been relegated to second. Noiguera now fastest. Here comes Hayden Gullis. He can only go 16th fastest. Penn, though, has already finished his lap. He's currently 8th fastest. It's Noiguera who goes fastest of anybody. He's on pole for this Shanghai race in the EA F1 Creator Series. And it's pedal to the metal. And it is go, 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 go. Noiguera gets away well. So does MSkyZ. They run in side by side through turn 1. SkyZ sticking to that inside. It will work out for him through the second part of this corner as he makes his way through turn 2. Turn 3 coming up next. But Noiguera with the favourable inside. But it'll mean nothing heading down the long stretch, or at least for Noiguera. It will maintain the lead for him. But contact between Gillen and SkyZ as they make their way out of turn 4 through towards turn 5. It's Noiguera who leads, and immediately down the inside comes El Rey Geary. He and SkyZ make contact. That is something we've seen time and time again through the course of the Creator Series. Luckily enough, though, no casualties. It's Noiguera who leads, Gillen second, MSkyZ in third.
I think that with the Alex Gillen and, oh crikey, look at this, Alex Gillen takes the lead away from Noiguera there. Well, that was easily done, but just back to finish the point, MSkyZ and Alex Gillen, I think that SkyZ was maybe just a bit too eager on the throttle and on the overtake button, and then had an oversteer moment. I don't think that there was contact between them that caused the sideways moment for MSkyZ, but that's the gut reaction. I would need to see a replay to be absolutely certain. It's not particularly high race IQ.
Well, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world, and welcome along to the F1 Creator Series. We're here in Singapore for another fantastic Grand Prix. Your favourite content creators come head-to-head on the streets of the Marina Bay Street Circuit. My name's TK. I'm here to take you through all of the action in the next couple of hours, and alongside me is the fantastic Adam Reed. Adam, how are you doing today?
Hello TK, it's great to be back here on the F1 Creator Series. It's just one of those series that continues to give, and we've had a lot of action in the last couple of weeks, and this time we go to one of the most technical circuits on the Formula 1 calendar. The Marina Bay Street Circuit is a very, very long circuit. It used to be what the circuit with the most amount of corners, and then they decided to A, cut the circuit, and B, Jeddah decided to hop along beat that number. So yeah, there's still a whole hunk of challenges to our creators to negotiate, and for sure I'm very, very excited to get into proceedings. I think it's going to be one of those Carnage Fest races that we'll have to have a see.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be carnage from start to finish. Of course, a sprint race kicking us off here. 10 laps around the Marina Bay Street Circuit, followed by a short qualifying session. So that will be 18 minutes. And then a 62-lap race to come. 3.07 miles and 19 turns is what our drivers have to contend with this afternoon. We've got a few reserves standing in place of drivers that couldn't be here. Obviously, we'll bring you all of those names once we get into the lobby itself. The infamous graphic designer Nick himself is in one of the seats, in the Mercedes AMG seat indeed. So do give him a little bit of a shout if you see him out on track.
For sure, it's going to be awesome to see a load of these guys out on circuit. I think we're going to have some really rough battles because, of course, the Singapore Grand Prix circuit is it's not one of the widest circuits in the world, that's for sure. It's a street circuit with a lot of characteristics, a lot of bumps, a lot of curbs. So it'd be something to really keep an eye on for our drivers. They'd look to try and make those maneuvers, and also strategy. Strategy is going to be very, very important. I think a little less when we get into that sprint race, just because that sprint race is just going to be quick fire, to be honest. But I can assure you there will be probably a safety car in that. But the main race is really where things are going to be spicing up. I'm sure a lot of our viewers here in the chat have been watching or keeping an eye on our F2 Creator Series. They had a lot of rain in that opening sprint session. Then onto the feature, it was bone dry, but again, strategy really proving to be something really, really important, and something to keep a keen eye on.
It will indeed, especially in that longer main race. Obviously 62 laps is an absolute slog for a lot of drivers here, but of course the sprint race is what's coming first. You've got to avoid any major damage. Pitting under those conditions, unless we see a safety car, could be a race ender for some of our drivers. Obviously the F2 race earlier on, as you mentioned, did start off wet. Feature race was dry, and we saw carnage in both of those alike. It didn't seem like the weather caused too much of a difference. We had drivers making fantastic dives down the inside into some of the corners that you don't regularly see here in Formula 1. And of course, some fantastic overtakes, I think, on the Anderson Bridge as well.
Yeah, the Anderson Bridge is one of those that was a very, very narrow section. You won't really see a lot of overtakes at that area. Well, of course, UTK was in the F2 car a couple of minutes ago, so there's a couple more, but just because those cars are a little bit more nimble, a little bit more smaller, you're able to fit through those gaps that the Formula 1 cars, big Formula 1, big and heavy Formula 1 cars, just not quite able to do this. So looking at the hot spots for the circuit, I am thinking down towards turn number 1. And of course, probably the most famous one is end of Raffles Boulevard, down towards turn number 7. Was hard on the brakes, left-hander before they're going into the right, so we might see a little bit of side-by-side all the way from the turn 7 to the end of the turn 10 Singapore section. So that will be a really, really interesting piece of circuit.
Yeah, of course. And Sector 3, one to watch out for, removed that chicane that they've had in the previous years that sent them under the grandstands. And of course, unfortunately, removing one of my favourite corners from the old track, the infamous Singapore Sling, which of course was removed for safety reasons, but it was one that was very, very fun and enjoyable to watch. But yeah, a fantastic race ahead of us today. And hopefully we're going to get ready in just a moment It will be something, well, of course, I think Tom won't be in for the sprint race. He will be in for the feature race, though, so we will be 19 drivers getting going. Do not worry, it will be a full 20 for our main race.
Sure, that's always something we like to hear. A full grid of Formula One cars. That's going to be 20,000 horsepower on one grid. So something to really to take into well, I was going to say take into consideration, but it's also a little bit of awe as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Hopefully, we'll get ready in just a couple of moments. But yeah, speaking of drivers on the track at the moment, we've had some fantastic wins over the past few weeks. We saw Team at Marduk take victory round in our Mystery Grand Prix. We saw Tom97 take the victory last time in China. But who's going to take victory here in Singapore today? Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. Let us know who you're expecting potentially might end up in the wall in the first stint. A few drivers, of course, missing out for various reasons. GB, I believe, one of those drivers that's not racing today.
Yeah, that'll be a little bit unfortunate. The Aston Martin driver, of course, well represented in the Aston Martin Esports kind of group. So for sure, it's a disappointing kind of feat that he won't be here. But I'm sure he will be back for the next race in Miami. So if for any GP68 fans out there, just hold back and. He will be back for another time for sure.
He will indeed. Some big names really missing. Obviously, Infratic in the lobby. He did the Formula 2 race earlier, narrowly missed off the race win in the sprint, but back in the Ferrari this time out for the F1 race. Some other drivers that got involved with the Formula 2 earlier. Matty D as well, back here in the McLaren for the Singapore Grand Prix. Again, a fantastic drive. Started at the back of the pack and kind of made his way through. It was a very resilient drive from a lot of our drivers. Also, we won't mention too much about how my performance went this time around in F2. Wasn't the best, but a fantastic performance. Coverage from Hayden and T-Dub as well. Just a massive shout out to those guys. Absolutely smashing it week on week in the F2.
Yeah, it's been they're both absolutely incredible. Really doing God's work for the F2 Creator Series. So. Yeah, incredible stuff. Really, really good. So both those guys have been on some fantastic performances covering the Formula 2, and it's so important that we have those Formula 2 cards. Kind of show them off and just kind of imagine that they're still part of the game, and that they're not to be kind of forgotten, left in the dust with.
Yeah, indeed. And before we get going into the sprint race, I wonder if we're able to switch across and have a look at how our standings look after the Chinese Grand Prix. Here we go then. It's Team at Marduk that leads the Drivers' Championship as things stand. A fantastic drive over the last couple of weeks saw him top those top the point scorers. M-Sky Z just behind him on 79 points, and then Meraki sneaking in there with 71 for himself. A fantastic top three as we stand. Tom97 not far off those podium positions as well, but a few drivers not far off the playoffs at the moment. Unstopped Rob, who infamously won the Formula 2 Championship last time around, is hanging just off the verge of going back into the playoffs and finding himself potentially with an F2 seat. Chesnoid, Infratic and Curbs, all with work to do, alongside Matty D as well.
Yeah, for sure. That kind of relegation playoffs is going to be absolutely key, just because there's so many top drivers in there. Of course, Infratic, who's been hit a lot of bad luck in recent races, just hasn't been able to get those points, which are oh so crucial. And Ferrari still at the top of the Constructors' Championship is really a top feat from our Australian man, Tim at Marduk. But sure, I wonder who will be able to kind of pick up the pieces and pick up their game here, because trying to pile on the pressure in those around 11th to 15th who are at this moment in time safe from that dreaded playoff, which really, I think, definitely was a great thing for the Creator Series last time out. I think that played a lot of interesting kind of things. So I think there's a lot to kind of take on board with that and take into future considerations.
Indeed, and obviously worth remembering this time around, Team at Marduk is racing on Adam Sanderson's rig. I've been told it's been adapted to suit the kind of shorter statute that Ben Daly has compared to Adam Sanderson, but nonetheless, it's going to be slightly weird for the Aussie driver to be driving on somebody else's wheel, somebody else's setup. And we'll see how the man himself fares this afternoon, especially around such a tough track as the Marina Bay Street Circuit. It's going to be a real challenge for himself, not only just to get pole, get those crucial points, but also to adapt very, very quickly. They don't get much practice, and I don't think Mr. Daly has had much practice here this afternoon at all.
No, he's going to have to do that all on his home rig, which is massively interesting. But I think some things have been adjusted. You may have seen, I'm not entirely sure who has seen, to be honest. I don't think it was out on social media at all. But we have seen in the Creator Series Discord, if you do want to join that, you may be able to find that in our links below. But we have seen a little bit of clips from Ben and Adam having a bit of a play around with the rig, trying to get that in place. So for sure it's going to be a bit of a difficulty for Ben Daly, and sure I think our Aussie man will be able to hopefully overcome that. He may not be the quickest driver out on the track, but as long as he gets some points in the bag, I think that'll be highly positive.
Yeah, Ferrari drivers, well, of course, topping the team constructors points as things stand. They hold the record 102 points between themselves. Alfa Romeo just behind them with 94, and then the Williams partnership, Meraki and Curbs, just holding short of 82, so it's still anyone's game in terms of the Constructors' Championship. The current losers, though, Unstopped Rob and Dak Guy Vince in the Alpha Tauri on 52 points all the way down at the bottom. So Alpha Tauri really looking to score some crucial points here this afternoon for that Constructors' Championship.
Sure, the Constructors' Championship will be something to keep in mind here, because of course that is shows how both drivers have been working away. I do think there will be some superb driver kind of some really interesting kind of dynamics in the team. Sure, a lot of these drivers have been able to really work well together and really gel. I think not from this season, but definitely I think last season. I'm gonna say it was Tom, of course, Tom 97 and Tom from the Alpine Esports, of course, a member in there. So will be very much they were very much a brilliant duo, I think, last season, and really ones to watch. But unfortunately, Tom 97 decided to kind of break that a little bit, break that bromance, and move over to the Papaya and Black McLaren side. So he's gone from Enstone to Woking, and he's doing incredibly well in that Drivers' Championship, as you can see, currently sitting in P4, win last time out. And he's even missed Japan last time out, so Japan back in round 2, so he's right up there and 31 points back. And if he can grab maybe a second win, he'll be right up there daily. Oh, for sure.
Yeah, indeed he will. I wonder if we can just go on board to the practice session. Ben Daly, the only driver out, as they normally just head into the practice session and retire. But we do see Team at Marduk out here on track, just getting maybe a couple of corners practicing. We're not sure how much time he's had on Mr. Sanderson's rig, of course, but maybe just getting his feel around Singapore, around the right-handers, making sure how those pedals are feeling for himself. As we mentioned earlier, 19 drivers on the grid at the moment. Tom will be joining us later, so he will be here for the full race. Not 100% sure about quality yet, but we'll wait and find out. And it looks like Team at Marduk starting to nail round Singapore in his new rig.
Yeah, that's very impressive from Daly there. He's starting to hook up that corner, but I'm getting way too ahead of myself. I'm getting way too into this practice session. I'm doing it too much, and there you go. He goes and retires from the session. He only needed 2 sectors to get used to that rig, and he's going to be like, yeah, I'm going to go out here and absolutely boss this. I'm sure that he'll be sure one to watch. I have got on my notes some drivers to keep an eye out for. I won't say who they are, but sure they're going to be ones to definitely keep an eye out for. Just keep an eye on their performances, and if they can up their game from poor results, or if they can continue their incredible streaks.
Yeah, of course. Don't forget, as we head into qualifying in just a couple of moments' time, if you're new to the Creator Series, there's bonus points available. In qualifying a little bit later, we go to the sprint race first. But during qualifying, that first 6 minutes is what's been dubbed the Inters Championship. Drivers can set a lap on the intermediates, assuming it's dry, and gain an extra bonus point for the driver that sets the fastest lap during those first 6 minutes. And then, of course, everyone else goes hell for leather, gets their softs on, and goes for the fastest lap in totality. But we're just about to go ready to go racing here in Singapore for the sprint race. We look over the pit lane, a beautiful uncloudy sky here in Singapore. Down the pit lane, you can see Hayden Gullis on the left-hand side, his teammate for the evening, Elray Guri, and these two getting prepped, getting ready to go racing here in the sprint race. 10 laps, as we said, and this is all to play for. Weather looking clear for tonight.
Yeah, for sure. The weather will play a little bit of a part in this condition, because rain really changes the dynamic around Singapore. I think it's just one of those circuits that it keeps you on your toes. No matter if it's dry or wet, the track is one of those that you have to remain full focus. It's almost like it almost feels like Monaco in that sense, that you have to really keep your eyes laser focused, keep your brain just constantly going, which is going to be so just such an effort after a qualifying session, a sprint race, and a 100% race. So for sure, it's going to be just something to really admire for a lot of these. Something to really admire for a lot of these drivers.
Indeed. We've heard from drivers before that those 100% races can really start to take its toll in terms of their arms. Obviously, struggling through a lot of corners for over an hour at a time is a demand on the body that is quite a unique one to sim racing. Obviously, you're putting a lot of pressure through the biceps, through the triceps, and really trying to hold on to that steering wheel. Singapore presents an even greater challenge. You've got to throw that car through the lefts, through the rights. There's not necessarily too many high-speed corners, but we're ready for the formation lap here in Singapore. As you can see further back, it's Team Marduk that pulls out, wanting to get a start immediately for himself, up to P3, just ahead of his teammate further back. I think that's Matty D, starting to get involved in a bit of calamity on the formation lap, of course. 10 laps on that scoreboard. Rob will lead them away initially, but Matty D wasting no time here and wants to get this formation lap over and done with.
Yeah, for sure. That a lot of these drivers are very eager to make sure they get something in here. As we have a disqualification from the AlphaTauris, reserved for tonight. So, in terms of the championship standings, will be reversed, and then they will go into a. Oh, we got a bit of an accident on our screens, unfortunately, but I'm sure that will be put into disqualification. So for sure, at this moment in time, these drivers just continue around, but back to the grid. It is in championship reverse order, but unless you are a reserve for that race, you will be put at the back. So, of course, it is going to be Rob, our reigning F2 champion, currently in that P1 slot. He will be the first driver to lead away ahead of that Haas of Chesnoy Gaming. So 2 drivers out there that are going to have to try and get some really good points on the board.
Indeed they are. And you mentioned the new reserves starting at the back of the grid. We'll go through them very quickly as drivers go through their formation laps. Fly by Night, obviously the graphic designer here for the Creator Series. Absolutely fantastic stuff that they do. Bamford just behind them. EME in P17 in the Aston Martin. Recon as well in the Alpha Tauri, joining alongside Rob, just replacing that guy Vince for the afternoon, who I believe is out at the Buckmore Park 24-hour. And then B-Roy, who raced such a valiant race in the Formula 2 just a mere minute ago, does start in P19. And I think then Tom will slot in somewhere around that grid. Obviously, it depends if he manages to make it to qualifying. And of course, that will determine the grid for our feature race later on.
Or it's going to be something to really behold here. We head in towards this this sprint race for sure. It's going to be something to really keep an eye on here. But the 5 red lights are a moment away here. Clutches in, build the revs, watch for the lights. And we go racing here at Marina Bay. Decent start there from Rob off the line. We look at one of the Williams there at the back. They're trying to make a move here, but it's going to be Rob in towards the first corner to try and build a bit of a gap here. It's Chestnut Gaming. That is Williams there of Curves having a look at the inside there as he tries to challenge the Ferrari, I believe, Emphatic. They head their way down Raffles Boulevard for the first time of this Grand Prix, and Chestnut is just trying to bridge that gap. He didn't have the best start, he didn't have the best launch of traction of those 5 red lights, and he's already a little bit behind, but he's already trying to find a rhythm, but a little bit of a wide moment there, and Curves is now sensing a bit of an opportunity here in the early stages. He's scented blood already after this half a lap of racing, but this is starting to really close up, and now the drivers are going to have to build their rhythm up.
Indeed they will as they head through the first few corners. Safso on those softer tyre, managing to get up a position nice and early. Hayden Gullis and Eric Guri had a fantastic battle, and it's side by side here for Safso and Matty D. Safso down the inside on those softer tyres, really starting to make them work. But here comes Matty D straight back at him with the straight line speed, but just tucks in behind. Eric Guri wanting to go around the outside now of the McLaren as they go through the right-hander. The Red Bull just getting past Matty D, starting to slip down 2 positions now. Curbs up at the front of the grid though has got past Chesnoid Gaming. He's up into P2 as they headed into the chicane, rounding the final few corners to complete lap 1 here. Rob has a 1.8 second lead. Curbs behind him. Chesnoid will hold P3, but Emphatic just holding P4 for now.
Curbs is looking really good there in P2. He's just currently holding that place down nice and well here. We ride on board with the Ferrari of Emphatic, the Portuguese driver in that Scuderia Ferrari, really enjoying his racing here, but he's just hoping to get that good result, and he needs to be making a move here soon on Chestnut Gaming just to get those extra points. But look at the Alpine there in chase here. Sasso, he's going to have a look there and has to just brush the wall, open the corner up as much as possible, just try and see if he can maybe make a move here and distract Fabio in that Scuderia Ferrari car, but nothing at the moment. They head past St. Andrew's Church.
Indeed they do. Safso really starting to fire up the soft tyre, putting pressure on the Ferrari in front of him, but Emphatic truly knows that he's got to attack and defend at the same time. He's going to try and make a loop on Chesnoid Gaming. Eric Guri braking late there, almost running into the back of the Alpine, but DRS not being enabled, of course, till the start of lap 3. It's straight line speed, and straight line speed alone. Safso looks to the outside, maybe tries the switch back here. He's got the traction down, and they're side by side, and I think sensibly just backs out. The Ferrari will hold the position for now, and will be attacked once again by the Alpine. Safso again trying to look around the outside, just biding his time, is he? Further back, Tim and Marduk and Riri having a fantastic battle amongst themselves, and Riri in that AlphaTauri up some positions early. I wonder if Tim McMurdoch is struggling in his new rig here, Adam.
It is a possibility that he is having his struggles, but I think he also doesn't want to take any chances of fluffing some points here, because he is in a difficult position as he heads his way round turn 3 and on towards Republic Boulevard, heading on his way towards Raffles. Teammate here of Emphatic is making that move there on Chestnut Gaming. He's got the straight line speed with that drag reduction system and floating around the outside there of the Haas F1 car. That's a brilliant move there from Emphatic, and he's just going a little bit too deep there, allowing the opportunity for Chestnut to try and slip back through here. But the battles galore here in this sprint race, and this is what we love to see. This is why we introduced the sprint race integrated series of Sasso. Heads up the inside here, it produces brilliant racing, and you're seeing it right here, right now on your screens.
Indeed you are. Sasso to P4. Is that Railway Guri diving down the inside of Chestnut? It is indeed. Pushes the Haas ever so slightly wide. Will this allow Razin Chai to try and get involved in the battle as well? Yes, it will. The driver in the Aston Martin up to P6 now, trying to challenge Railway Guri. He got past Matty D just a mere couple of corners ago. He's now past Chesnoid Gaming. He's up to P6, and he's trying to challenge Railway Guri for P5, but it's Safso. He's already closed that gap to Emphatic, less than a second. He'll have DRS as we see Tom 97 and Alex Gillen going at it. Alex Gillen just holding his position for now, up P9. It's out of the points, of course, top 8 scoring points here in the sprint races, but Alex Gillen, he knows his work's not done yet, and it looks like they're going to go 3 wide further back. It's the Ferrari, it's the Aston Martin and the Red Bull all going wheel to wheel, and it's going to be Timo Marduk almost coming out on top. He's pushed wide by Ray Kun, and that almost allows Hayden Gullis to get past both of them. It does indeed. Right now, Bamford, one of the reserves, starting to get involved as well.
And mindset's got to change here. He's really being rustled up in these battles. He's got 3 cars behind him, a bit of contact. Oh my goodness me, that was the Aston Martin of I believe that was ME13 Gaming almost getting sideways there. That was heftily close there. But Ben really feeling the pressure here in the Singapore Grand Prix sprint. He's got so many cars around him. How did him at the championship leader deal with it all? He's going to have to try and get something done here. A bit of a biff up the back there by the McLarens on one of the Haas cars. That was Tom 97 rear-ending Alex Gillen. They both run for points here down towards but not Raffles Boulevard, down towards the Esplanade, and then back they come through onto this long straight, and this battle is just continuing all the way throughout this sprint race. Gillen back down the inside. He is not giving up that position neither way here.
Yeah, it was a double McLaren overtake there. Matty D got past Chesnoy. Tom 97 got past Alex Gillen, but Alex Gillen was hot on his heels, got the position back before we start lap 5 of 10 here. Just about to cross half a race distance. Rob, though, I just want to take a moment to appreciate 3.5 seconds is the advantage as things stand. Bear in mind, safety cars turned on here in these sprint races, so that all could come to an end if we see someone end up in a wall prematurely. Infratic goes down the inside of the Williams. Curbs will have to settle for P3 for now. The Ferrari driver up to P2 after a dominant display in the F2 sprint race earlier on, going near the back to the front of the grid, finishing P2 there. He's up to P2 in the F1. Alex Gillen, though, and Tom 97 still going at it. Alex Gillen just trying to defend from Tom 97 indeed, and this is Haas versus McLaren, round 2.
It really is. It's being pretty close here once again. And drivers just really having to keep in the zone, and it's so difficult, especially when you got so many cars around you in toward that hairpin section. Tom 97 really eager to get that move. Is he going to have a look at the inside? No, he's going to have a look at the outside. Gillen goes defensive and parks that car beautifully in the middle of the circuit. And I believe his teammate, in fact, of Chesnoy Gaming is having his own scrap right in the background, but keeping on tabs here with Gillen. He's going to have a look around the outside and put that car because he's just a nose ahead. But Tom 97 not giving this up. That's Ben Daly actually having a bit of a moment there. But look how close this is. Oh my goodness me, the Williams of Meraki getting involved as season 4 champion. Heading into this battle. Hopefully he's going to try and keep his nose clean, but they're still side by side. Meraki's having a look to see if he can make anything happen. He's got past the McLaren, but Tom 97 is just still keeping his nose in. Nobody's backing down from it. It's unbelievable. 3-1 down Raffles Boulevard, and it just looks like the Haas there of Alex Gillen just couldn't do anything. He's now feeling the pressure from behind in the Alfa Romeo. Oh my word, this is unbelievable. Sky Z really needs these points now to just etch over Ben Daly, who's having his own issues right at the back.
Yeah, Ben Daly dropping down a couple of positions, but like you said, it's Meraki who's now up in this fight. In a McLaren sandwich, Alex Gillen will have to settle for P11 for now. He's joined down there by his teammate, Chesnoid Gaming, who had an incident just a few moments ago. That's why he's dropped all the way down. But El Reguri getting past Safso once again, up to P3 for himself. Razin Chai as well getting past Curves for P5 in that Aston Martin. You see in the background of your shot there, the Aston Martin and the Williams going side by side very momentarily, but Razin Chai managing to hold on to the position for now. Curbs will have to just do his best to try and hold on. But the question I'm asking here, Adam, is how long is Safso's soft tyres going to hold on? When is that changeover point for the mediums going to come into effect?
It's going to be one of those where it's going to be one lap of just that are just completely shot, in all honesty. really think that I think they're really going to see what those tires are about here. I'm getting some information in my ear that the rear tires are just heating up for Saf, so he's going to have to make something happen here to just try and keep those tires in contention. Those soft tires were a bit of a risk going into this race. They're going to have a bit of a moment where they just completely start dying off.
Yeah, currently sat about 30% on the rear tyre there for Sasso. Got yellow flags further back. Hayden Gullis, I think, has had a bit of a moment. He's dropped considerably. He dropped down to P16. He's now all the way down to P19. I think that's all the front wings still on that Red Bull racing car, but he is considerably out of any fight here. 6 seconds is the gap between him and Fly By Night. Fly By Night with 6 seconds of penalties to boot as well. I think that's multiple track limits warnings for the Mercedes driver. More yellow flags being thrown in Sector 2, and I can't figure out quite what that's for. But we'll continue. It's Matty D trying to defend here from M Sky Z. P9 and P8 for the last of the points paying positions. And Matty D doing everything he can to try and hold on to at least 1 point here in the sprint race. M Sky Z is being unrelenting in his charge to try and get up into the points. You can see both rear lights flashing as they've harvested as much ERS out of the car as they can. He looked down the inside. Matty D holds the middle of the track as they head through the chicane for the final time on lap 7 of 10. They start lap 8 as Rob crosses the start-finish line, but M Sky Z is being backed up into Tom 97 here.
Yeah, the two McLarens really going at this. They're going to have to work together to try and get round here. Guri, my mistake, not Guri. It is M Sky Z. So current runner-up in the championship is going to really be feeling the pressure here. He's going to have to just try and open up the corner there and try and make something happen. All the way down towards Raffles Boulevard. We now switch to Razin Shai, who's had his own little issues in the last couple of races. Yellow in Sector 1, and that is a DNF there for one of our drivers. I think that's one of the Alpha Towers. I can't quite see it on my screen. Into the pits comes we've had a bit of a moment, in fact, from one of the Red Bulls getting back onto. Hayden Gillis, thank you very much in my ears.
Yeah, Hayden Gullis having a bit of an interesting moment there, exiting the pit lane, getting a 5-second penalty to boot. Tia McMurdoch also got a 5-second penalty when they were entering the pit lane. I'm not quite sure what that was about. Didn't look like there was major damage on the Ferrari, but speaking of Ferrari, round the outside, trying to defend here is Infratic from the Aston Martin of Razin Chai. Razin wanting a podium here in Singapore with just 2.5 laps left. He looks to the inside, but Infratic slams the door on him. We've got the two Williams fighting further back as well. That's Meraki and Curbs as they battle for P6, but up at the front it's still Infratic that holds on for the podium position, and we continue to fight on to lap 9 of 10. 2 laps to racing remaining, and everything is still to play for. I think Rob, unless we see any major spin from themselves, is almost guaranteed the race win here, Adam.
Sure, it's going to be it's been an incredible race here from Rob. He's really commanded it outfield here, but Razin Shai really looking for a move back here on the Portuguese driver, looking around the outside here. He's got the inside line here for turn number 7. They go hard on the brakes here, really get that Formula 1 car slow right down, but Infratic's not having any of it. He wants to stay in Formula 1, and he wants to having a reason to stay in the top flight of the F1 Creator Series in motorsport terms. Heading on toward that Singapore sling, he is really trying to figure out where that best place to overtake. One of the sections is after this hairpin. They go over the Anson Bridge, open up that corner. That is beautifully well executed there from Safso in behind, really using that extra bit of racing surface to really open up the corner, and it's not quite gave him the best run out of that corner, but that's just the extra couple of tenths that you need to be able to to really make sure you get that car as up close to your opponent as possible.
Yeah, indeed. I think Sasso's tyre is definitely starting to take a hit now as we cross to start the final lap here of the sprint race in Singapore. 10 laps of 10 almost about to be completed. Sasso slowly dropping off the drivers behind him. DRS, I think, just keeping him in it. Speaking of DRS, Meraki further back won't have it to try and catch up to this pack of 3 drivers. He won't be under pressure, though, from his teammate Curbs. 2.2 seconds is the gap further back, and I think Meraki might just be within DRS range this time around. He didn't have it on the start-finish rate, but he now believe will do. We'll watch to see. It is indeed the rear flap of that Williams racing car opening as he tries to challenge down Infratic, Safso, and Razin Chai. Infratic trying to defend from Safso further back. MSkyZ's got past Tom97 and Curbs as those two go side by side through the final few corners. You can see that in the background of your shot, and you see it now on your screens. It's Tom97 as Curbs tries to defend from Alex Gillen. Alex Gillen trying his absolute best to get within these points-paying positions for the sprint race. Tim Marduk setting the fastest lap of the race with a 1:29.793, and that will be an extra bonus point if he can get within the top 10. Everything else kind of starting to settle down. Razachai just defending that podium here. Safso and Meraki still not far off though.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. That Team Armada fastest lap bonus point, I believe, won't count because it's on. That's because it's in the sprint race. But this is Unstop Rob. He was unstoppable in F2, and for the first time, he is unstoppable in F1. Unstop Rob wins the sprint race here in Marina Bay, and the fireworks will be saved for the main race. But that is some brilliant stuff for the Alpha Tauri. And some incredible results. They come through over the line. El Rey Guri, the Spaniard, comes home for second. Razin Chai just keeps his position there in P3 ahead of Infratic and Sasso and Meraki. A brilliant fight back there from, I believe it was 12th on the grid. Some really incredible stuff there. And that really gears us up for the main race we have in a couple of minutes' time. But first of all, we have got that 18-minute qualifying session to talk about first. It's going to be oh so interesting. TK?
Indeed it is. It's Tim Marduk that has to serve that 5-second penalty that he gained from entering the pit lane at an excessive speed. B-Roy will come across the line to finish it off, but we'll wait on board as we go through our finishing order here in the sprint race. Of course, Rob took it with a quite considerable gap further back to El Rey Guri, and it is driver of the day from the game, El Rey Guri, a fantastic, I think, deserving driver here. I think starting from P8 or P9 if I remember correctly, and that is your finishing order for the sprint results. Rob, El Rey Guri, Razin Chai, your podium sitters this afternoon. Infratic, Safso, Meraki, MSkyZ, and Tom97 will be your point scorers. Alex Gillen, unfortunately, just missing out this time around, but will have another opportunity when we go for the main race in about 20 minutes' time. Curves, EME, Bamford, and then Chesnoid Gaming fly by night, and Team and Mardic and B-Roy sum up your finishes, including Matty D. I think after he left the session a little bit prematurely. Recon and Hayden Gullis, I believe, your non-finishers for this afternoon. That's how we line up in the sprint. But Adam, what a fantastic 10 laps of racing we saw. If that sets up anything for the main race, we are in for an absolute treat.
Yeah, for sure. It's gonna be massively interesting. The drivers have already got their taste of what it's like to race around the Singapore Grand Prix. I'm sure that those drivers have been practicing end on end at every circuit that comes upon either their league racing calendar, because of course some of these drivers actually do race outside of not just series, but they have their own other racing leagues, so they're constantly practicing on those circuits, and sometimes they will have these brand new circuits where they come onto, and they'll be able to have to join in that time trial session and then have to rebuild all over again and just build up that practice and practice and practice, and then you get into that main race, and it really comes to a point where you practice so much, but nothing can really compare you to the main thing. Nothing can compare to sitting on that grid or in that garage box before you head out for qualifying or before you head out for the Grand Prix. And I'm sure a lot of our drivers must be feeling nerves. I do think there is going to be some nervous faces in there, just because they do want to be keeping their seats in F1, because they are up for debate, especially if you go into that playoffs. But, it will be massively interesting to see what these guys have in store.
Yeah, being told that Matty D will be a little bit late to the qualifying session. I believe it's going down to PC issues, that's what we're being told about, so he will be a little bit late to the qualifying session that will be happening in just a couple of moments. Once everybody's out and gets reset before the short quali does take effect. Of course, 18 minutes to put it on pole here. Who's your predictions on? I think mine definitely has to go to Tom97. We've seen some fantastic qualifying performances from him in the past, and I reckon he'll be able to replicate that again today.
Sure, he's a really good opportunity. I think option. I think he's definitely one of those really fast drivers out there. But I can't really put my finger on it at this moment in time, because just having a look at the top 10 in the championship, I think Team Amadix having a few maybe teething issues, and it's maybe Sky Z. I just don't think he's one of those qualifying drivers. He prefers his races, from what I can see on the stats page. Maybe Meraki is not quite a qualifying driver either. Alex Gillen may be able to put himself somewhere, maybe or maybe even Razin Shai, but I don't think he is quite the qualifier either. So I might see about Mr. Gillen on that pole position spot, but I'm more than happy to get proven wrong.
Yeah, it'd be fantastic for Alex Gillen if he can get it onto pole position. It would be win number 13 in the Create Series. Out of 27 races he's entered, he has probably one of the best finishing kind of statistics in the entirety of the Create Series. He's won roughly about 40% of the races that he's entered, and that is incredible statistics, let alone within the Create Series, but within league racing in general. Maybe you'll see the likes of Infratic or maybe Curbs going for their first ever win here in the Create Series. Matty D, of course, still chasing that initial F1 race win. It's all still to play for. Chesnoid, who did a fantastic solid drive during the sprint race himself, obviously maybe looking for their initial race win, but of course you've got the likes of Tom, who will be coming in looking for race win number 4, Safso looking for race win number 3 here.
Yeah, it's gonna be massively interesting. And going back to what I was saying about Razin Shai not being a qualifying driver, in fact he's got the most poles in the Creator Series with 13. So I was immediately proven wrong there, but maybe I will stick Gillen definitely for sure at row possible, but Razin will be up there now that I've seen that stat. Sure, it's going to continue to be very interesting, especially with the way the track will need to build up rubber and see how these kind of laps continue to work out. Really, they're going to be so important to just build upon in qualifying. So it's going to be massively interesting, and I'm really looking forward to it. Excited. You can tell by the smile on my face. I just want to get into the action and just see what these drivers will be able to achieve here in qualifying, and just see how everyone approaches it, no matter where you are in the championship. Because of course the driver at the bottom of the standing will be probably the bottom of the standing will probably be a bit more aggressive. They got nothing to lose. The only thing they have to lose is really an F1 seat at the end of the 7-race championship. That's I'll only take them down to F2, and I'm sure they'll find their way back up. But more for the guys back at the top, like your team at Mardux, your Sky Z's, your Tom 97s. It's just going to be that little bit more tense. You're in the stage of the championship where you just got to keep your focus, stay out of those silly battles, not break apart of your car. It's just going to be one of those where you just got to make sure you're on it and doing what's best for your championship. Think about the long run, next couple of laps or so, or should I say, kind of in this way, in terms of the whole season, a stint.
Yeah, indeed. It'll be interesting to see what our drivers decide to go for in terms of tyre wear. We've seen safety cars multiple times here in Singapore. I think actually if you look back over the last 5 races in real life, it's almost 100% chance of safety cars. I saw a fantastic statistic at one point. Over the last 14 races in Singapore, we've seen 24 safety cars in total. Don't forget, VSC is still an opportunity, and of course, weather could throw a complete different spanner into the works, but drivers, as they choose those soft, mediums or hards, what they want to bolt on to their respective cars, whether they want to go a little bit longer, go a little bit shorter, and the strategies come into play. That's where we'll see some of our drivers' minds being explained over the next 62 laps of racing. But before that, of course, qualifying is about to come your way. 18 minutes on the grid, and this could be interesting.
Sure, it's going to be, yeah, it is going to be massively interesting. Like you we keep mentioning. But it's just going to be how everyone does approach that qualifying. So you will definitely have to keep an eye on how everyone plays their game.
Yeah, we're being told. I think we've got everyone in the lobby and ready to go. Tom and D joining us for this qualifying session. It seems that Matty D's PC update has been successful this time around. So fortunately, we will have a full grid of 20 as we get ready to go racing here in Singapore. Of course, 18 minutes, that intermediate pole, of course, still biding an extra point for our drivers. That one crucial point could mean everything at the end of the season. Look at the end of the 2021 season. Our drivers, 2 drivers, Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen, barely separated by not even a point as they headed into Abu Dhabi. And this, like we said, every single point matters.
Sure, it is going to be massively interesting. Like you say, every point does matter, whether that be that us as that bonus point or just making that move for the sprint. But, for sure, it's going to be interesting to see what we get out of everything. Just having a look in the chat, and I just want to ask a load of predictions. I want to see the chat start filling up with comments about what you think is going to happen, who's going to come out on top. Who's going to take that fast lap? Are we going to be seeing an intermediate fastest lap? Well, at all, because that's going to be something to really keep in mind.
Yeah, indeed.
I want to see that. I want to see that.
Apologise for cutting you off there, Adam. Do get your predictions in the chat as we're about to go ready here for qualifying. Of course, let us know who you're supporting this weekend here in Singapore. Fantastic. Every single driver on the grid deserves your support. And we're about to head off here into qualifying, hopefully in just a couple of moments' time. 10 seconds on the timer. Adam, who's your, in a couple of words, who's your prediction on for pole? We discussed some potential opportunities. One driver nailed it down right now. Prediction for pole.
I've got my 2 in mind. One of them's from Haas. One of them is from no, not Alfa Romeo. Aston Martin. I'm gonna go Alex Gillen, Mr. Gillen. So he is my tip for pole position. I think he might have a good race here, but there's been some super fast guys in the sprint. But can they convert it into qualifying?
That is the question we are all asking. That timer on the left-hand side of your screen starting to count down. That 18 minutes slowly diminishing. We're already 30 seconds into our qualifying stint. Razin Chai, of course, being a very favourable driver here in all the qualifying sessions. Let's see what they're able to do. But it's an Alpine that will lead us away. I believe that's going to be the Alpine of Safso. We'll just wait for confirmation. I wouldn't be surprised if Tom heads out rather early as well to get some practice here around the streets of Marina Bay. We wait and see who the game's going to let us know. It is indeed Safso that heads out first on the intermediates. Those first 6 minutes, albeit now 5 minutes left on that clock, will be very, very crucial. Bonus points at stake, and this is going to be a spicy intermediates pole.
It really, really is. I think it also kind of helps that these points do get saved. These tires do get saved, so you have an extra bit of tire for the race, and especially when we get a possible late safety car, will be massively interesting to see what these drivers can do with those intermediate tires. But Safso's just taking his nice sweet time around the circuit, in towards the Singapore Sling he goes. Just all about how will he manage, because he's been a very, very quick driver. We saw in the sprint he did a really, really good job of doing the job at hand in that Alpine. Just wonder how far can Safso pull that Alpine car up to whatever stage it can.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Just to clarify, if indeed you are new here at the Creator Series, we've mentioned that intermediates poll. We've mentioned that 6 minutes, but indeed the lap has to be finished before that 6 minute mark is clear. So if you manage to cross the line on 11:59, that lap will not be valid in terms of the intermediates poll, but it will be Safso that leads us away. He started on soft tyres here in the sprint race just mere moments ago, but let's see what he can lay down for his initial lap on around Singapore in those intermediate tyres. We'll wait and see if he validates. That could be a real crucial. We haven't spoken too much about track limits yet, but through turn 1 he goes. He saw his teammate just exiting the pits, I think also on intermediate tyres, but Safso continues the run now down towards the right-hander, and he's looking very, very quick indeed.
Yeah, for sure. That is not too bad already from Safso. He's just heading down that the long straight of Raffles Boulevard and heading in towards turn number 7. He's just using every piece of track, just using half the car going off the is legal. It's not invalidating his lap time, but he's using as much circuit as possible. And for sure, I can definitely see him in the top 5, but he's up against some mighty strong drivers. It's just all about, can he chain this lap together and his soft run tyres together for sure. But I believe Tom 97, I'm just seeing on some of our information pages, has set a purple first sector. So he is somebody that is looking pretty strong here. And here is Tom 97 as he heads in towards this very tricky chicane and over the ends. He'll go getting so close to that barrier on the right hand side. The concrete barrier in the Armco is just waiting to chomp at him if he does go that little bit too wide. But our Spanish resident is very much keeping it within the track limits and doing an incredible job.
Is indeed. Safso then takes the initial pole position lap of 1:34.877 for himself. Tom 97 making it a purple sector 2, but Riricon just further behind, running on the softer tyre, starting to disrupt all the running. Is Alex Gillen 1:34.8. It's then a 1:34.1 for Tom 97 to take the primary intermediates pole as we stand. I think Riricon's going to take pole position here on the softer tyre. They're currently heading through sector 2. We saw M Sky Z hop up there 1:34.5 for himself. Rajan Chai's come in 1:35.4, and then Tia McMardick 1:35.8, and Maddie D 1:36.4 respectively for all of our drivers. I think Tia McMardick definitely trying to find some teething issues in that new rig that he found himself seated in for the first time this afternoon. Matty D, maybe it all just went a little bit wrong for the McLaren driver at the moment. Bamford with a 1:36 flat for himself. What can Ririku do though as they cross the line on the soft tyres? Is a 1:29 flat for the AlphaTauri driver. This could be some good points for themselves, but of course it won't be an intermediate point straight off the bat.
Yeah, there's still a couple of more drivers still to head out and make something happen here. They head their way on towards the next section of corner, but Riri Khan putting in that decent lap time, but it is still Tom 97 with that intermediate pole time. So orange and black is really still trying to work away here. We now see the Haas of Chestnut Gaming heading in toward the pit lane, so he's not happy with something.
Yeah, of course, don't forget that timer. I think we've just crossed that 12-minute mark. 2-1. No more laps will count here for the intermediate pole. So it will be Tom 97 that takes that bonus point back to Woking for the McLaren Racing F1 team. So a good bonus point there for themselves, and now is where our drivers will start to see themselves lock in. The soft tyres will be booted on to pretty much every single car, and this will be the fast lap attempts. We've got some drivers still attempting what looks like intermediates. I think they're heading into the pits though, maybe just going for a bit of a banker, a little bit of a recce round the track, making sure they're aware of where the track limits are on every single corner. But we ride with the helicopter shot on board with Tom now, still on the intermediate tyres. I wonder if they haven't quite checked the time.
Yeah, I think they're just I think they're just a little bit oblivious to of what's been going on here, but Tom is still out on those intermediate tires, just trying to make something happen. But I believe those 6 minutes have actually passed here, so they have now passed. And Tom is not going to make any time here. I don't think he's going to get anywhere near that McLaren of Tom 97. So that's really good stuff there from Tom 97, and he's really put in a really masterful lap to get things kicked off for sure. As we now have a look at Fly By Night, our poster designer in that Mercedes, who is really working the steering wheel here, heading in towards this very, very tricky section. Just continuing to try and make gains here at whatever expense is possible.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. I just want to give a massive shout out, of course, to all the reserves that jump in here in the F1 and the F2 Creator Series as well. It's a massive task to jump in at late notice. You might not have got as much practice as some of the other guys. You know, you're jumping in potentially on a Friday night. That's when we're generally told that you're hopping in. So fair enough to every single one that jumps in, gives up the afternoon of their Saturday. And we're being told that Tom is doing a last to first challenge here. Hence why they're going around on intermediate. For the Alpine driver who saw us, sorry, the Alpine driver that wasn't here for the sprint race will be trying to go last first in our main feature. 62 laps they'll have to do, and I think it's doable. We always saw Meraki do it in Great Britain just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe interesting to do that last at first. It's always entertaining to see who will be able to try and get it, and I think it's going to be a really entertaining piece of content for a lot of these guys, because of course we're not entirely serious. We're not esports serious around here in the F1 Creator Series. We do like to have a little bit of fun. That's why we even invented the playoffs. That's why we have made the intermediate pole lap. That's why we have got many other things here and there in the F1 Creator Series. That's just what makes this series so special, I think. I think it's really, really beneficial, to be honest, and just something different compared to your usual F1 esports, fast driver, fast, sweaty drivers kind of things. We're here to make content and have fun with racing.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Obviously, we've had incidents in the last couple of races, and it's all come down to a love of the sport. Every single person on this grid enjoys Formula One at a base level, and that's why they race week in, week out. Just a massive shout out to EME13, of course, topping the timing charts there. Snuck up on me ever so slightly, a 1:29, pretty much flat fly by night. Joined them up in P3, and now we start to see the soft runnings coming into effect. So it's Aston Martin leading AlphaTauri, leading Mercedes, but I think a lot of the drivers further back just on their outlaps or their initial laps as we run through the first effectively the middle stint here of this qualifying session.
So the qualifying session at this moment in time, still we have 7 minutes and 45 seconds left of the clock. ME13 Gaming putting in that 1:29.0 to just go top ahead of Recon. I think that's going to be really, really positive for the Aston Martin driver. But we've still got a couple more drivers still sitting in the pit lane, still trying to put in some lap times to make something abundantly clear as to get the track prepped up. And then we get something, and then we get a very huge influx of laps coming in very, very shortly.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Curbs and Infratic both sitting still in the pit lane with 7 minutes left on the clock. The Williams and the Ferrari drivers both waiting potentially till the last minute, or choosing the Fernando Alonso style of qualifying, waiting for that track to clear up ever so slightly and then attempt their hot laps. We're watching on board there with Safso as he's heading through for one of his qualifying laps. It's going to be green, well, of course, green Sector 1 and Sector 2, but chasing through one of the Ferraris. I have a feeling that's potentially Tim and Malik just in front of him, as Safso does go fastest with a 1:28.6 for himself, so about 3.5 tenths quicker than EME was. Recon goes into P3, but Tom 97, as we expected at the start, a fantastic qualifying lap for themselves. Alex Gillen slotting into P3 as well, a 1:28.8, but just a moment of appreciation. Tom 97, 1:28.222 to take current provisional pole.
Really good stuff there. That is an absolutely barnstorming lap there already. But the Alfa Romeo now goes quicker of M Sky Z, so he's really stamping his authority on this flying session. For sure, that is going to be something to really keep a keen eye on for. And now we just watch those times down there in the 20s, excuse me, in the 29s, in the 30, 34, 35. Really start improving now in these last stages. Hayden Gillis out there in that Oracle Red Bull Racing car, heading on down towards the final chicane on this Singapore Grand Prix circuit, really trying to make something happen here. As he currently sits down in 13th, he's set that intermediate lap time. What is this banker lap of the soft tyres going to do for him? He heads over the timing beam, goes up to P9 there, so still a little bit of still a bit of time left on the table here, but he's still just getting in a setup and gaining a little bit of confidence in for these last couple of laps here. Matty D's having a good improvement there, down in 16th.
Yeah, 1.6 seconds up is the Papara Black McLaren as he rounds the left-hander, gets the DRS wide open on that McLaren car. On the final kind of run downs towards the line of right-hander to come now. We saw this cause trouble in the F2 in the wet weather conditions, especially drivers not being able to slow the car down as much as they would have liked. But through the left-hander now, Matty D, let's see where they are at the next split available. I think the next split will actually be across the line. Through the chicane they go, and one final corner, or double left-hander if you want to call it that, to go for the McLaren driver. What can they do? Where can they go on the timing board? Across the line they come, and it's only good enough for 12, a 1:29.7 for themselves.
Yeah, for sure, Matty D putting in a decent lap time. I saw the sector times in, I believe it was sector 2, quite the way up, but unfortunately just being able to go that any bit quicker. He'll probably be aiming for the low 29s at this rate, I think. Still got that little bit of time left on the board. What about Flyby Nice, our incredible member in the Mercedes, just heading around that hairpin section on towards the Esplanade, past the concert hall, and past these incredible pieces of Singaporean landmarks, and now heading on towards the boulevard we go. And this is a really good lap. I think actually he just had to back out of that one. That's just come to my attention. Apologies.
Yeah, Fly-By Night actually on an out lap there, just getting themselves prepped and ready, as we saw one of the drivers flying past them, getting themselves prepped also. But here we go then, through the final few corners, Fly-By Night will decide to start their hot run here. 1:30.8 is what they're currently sat with on the timing board. And what can they do on this final flying lap for themselves? It's a black Mercedes going through the black night here in Singapore. And Fly-By Night has got it all on the line. P14, they currently stand a pretty much free track in front of them. And now it's all down to pure determination and grit. But they haven't opened the DRS here.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very strange here for our driver in the Mercedes. I think just having to recharge the battery, might not be happy with that first sector. 14th is not an ideal place to be. You're stuck right in the back of the pack here with a lot of fast drivers still to get laps here. Meraki, Bamford, Tom, B-Roy, Curbs, and Infratic. But of course, Tom is going to look to go from the back of the field here. But who, as we currently look at Curbs at this moment in time, heading over that Anders Bridge and in toward the hairpin, he's really working the steering wheel and just having to get that banker lap in. But it's a little bit concerning when it is currently being done with 2 minutes still remaining left in this session, with a lot of drivers still needing to put that one lap in.
Yeah, some drivers leaving themselves no falling room, no grace behind them in case of a mess up here on their final hot lap. So we're being told the reason Fly-By Night backs out, it was an invalidation through the first couple of corners. So they luckily will have enough time to recharge and go again. We're seeing a bit of a car park here as Robin, one of the McLarens, I believe that to be Tom 97, just getting out the way of the Alfa Romeo, I believe of Bamford, as they head down through the right-handers, just keeping out the way. But the driver in P9 at the moment, moment, the F2 champion last time around is looking to improve their current standings on the qualifying sheet. P9 hoping to go up to one of the top swaps. mSkyZ, of course, topping the timing charts at the moment, a 1:28.206 for themselves, and everybody out on an outlap for their final runs. 1:15 left on the clock as we watch on board with mSkyZ heading round to start their final lap here, Adam.
Yeah, SkyZ has been really, really good in this qualifying session. Heading in towards that first corner now. He's really attacking it, opening it up, and just riding the line as best as possible. SkyZ is just having to work his way all the way down here in towards turn number 5. He's just opening up the corner as much as possible. Down Raffles Boulevard he goes. SkyZ is really one of those big contenders now. And it's just more and more likely that he's going to put in this all-out pole position lap here. But he's really running the limits of the circuit and just having to maybe take a little step to the left, take a step to the right, just that little bit extra to open up the corners to gain that extra bit of lap time.
Yeah, indeed. We saw Tom retire from the session there, excuse me. B-Roy and Infratic still yet to actually set a lap time here in Singapore, but mSkyZ will remain on board as they head through Sector 2. It's a 10th.5 improvement as things stand for the Alfa Romeo driver. The checkered flag is being waved. Curbs and B-Roy will not be able to improve. B-Roy not being able to set a lap at all here in Singapore, and that will mean Tom will have to go from P19 to P1, or at least they will be hoping to, but rounding the final few corners, here is the Alfa Romeo. What can mSkyZ do? It was an improvement through the sectors, and it's a 1:27.9 for themselves, but Tom 97 out of nowhere, a 1:27.8 for themselves. It's the McLaren that takes pole position, and who else is still starting to challenge? Across the line comes Rob. He won't improve from P10. This is starting to fire up very, very quickly indeed. Alex Gillen, I believe, will next to cross the line. Shinobi Sasso, they'll be next to cross the line. He's in P3 at the moment. What can he do? As he comes across the line, he heads into the pits. It's not going to be an improvement for the Alpine driver, but Alex Gillen waving his way through the final few corners. A little bit of a kick out there in the penultimate corner. Round the left hand as they go in the Haas. Can they take top spot? No, they can't. Razin Chai will take third. Alex Gillen will have to hold on for fourth.
Oh, it's absolutely brilliant stuff here. We look at the Aston Martin here. Over the timing beam we go. And that is a really, really good position there to put themselves up into 8th for ME13 Gaming, one of our reserve drivers. What about Matty D13? Puts himself up into 13th, I believe. And there is Hayden Gillis to round off the grid. He put in P14 in the end. It just wasn't quite that extra 10 he needed, but that is an absolutely stonking lap there from Tom 97. One that was very much needed and will boost a lot of confidence going into the, of course, going into that main race. I think he's really going to fill up his boots and just try and do the job at hand, but we are going to have those interesting moments that will just try and change the shape of the race, and then we'll have to really see how our driver react to it. But it's the Brit ahead of the Frenchman, ahead of the Williams driver. This is going to be a massively just a top 3 to really keep your eye out for. Meraki putting in that P3 lap is going to be really crucial, I think.
It will indeed. Our top 3 here separated by just under 2.5 tenths. Of course, Tom 97 just pipping out mSkyZ right at the death, and Meraki, like you said, just managing to sneak in there right at the end as well. El Guri will have to settle for P4, Razin Chai P5, and then the Haas of El Guri in P6. I think there was a couple of laps that came in at the death there. So interestingly enough, a few drivers just sneaking up right at the end of that qualifying session. But like we said, Tom 97 taking pole position once again. He's bouncing back from his race win in China just last week. Is he looking to make it back-to-back wins here in Singapore tonight?
Definitely think he is. He wants to go for that championship. I don't believe Tom 97 has won a championship yet in Creative Series, but I'm more than happy to be told wrong. But he is very much one of those drivers that do seem in form at this moment in time. And one of those drivers should be completely fit for So he's going to have a really big advantage heading into that race, but it's just all about those curveballs. Is he ready for the curveballs of the safety car and the weather changing condition, which are possibly a threat going into this Grand Prix? We're really going to have to take our keen eyes on to.
Yeah, indeed. And just before we get going on our formation, let's have a reminder of how our standings look prior to this event, of course. And it will be Team at Marduk that takes top spot with 91 points. Just behind him, of course, will be Sky Z, 79 points. And then Meraki, who finds himself in P3 to start this race off with 71 points. So Meraki in a very good opportunity to try and jump a couple of positions. Definitely jump Sky Z. And then P11, we're being told, of course, P11 on the grid is Team at Marduk. Apologies.
So he's going to be, it's all right, but starting P11 in a brand new sim rig in a championship winning position. It's going to be a rough one, I think, for Ben. I think he's just going to have to stay out of trouble and grab the maximum amount of points, which I don't think they're going to be full. It's just one of those kind of races where you've got to stay out of trouble. Like in real life Formula 1, you're very, very lucky you have Singapore right in the mid to late stages rather than right to the end. But these drivers are really being faced with some of the biggest challenges, I think, in Grand Prix racing. Singapore Grand Prix, a tight, narrow, twisty street circuit, close to a championship finale round. We haven't seen something like that, I'd say, off the top of my head, in real life Formula 1 since probably the early 90s, late 80s. So they're really bringing that kind of factor back of just having a little bit more of an urge and a bit more of intensity coming into these last couple of rounds. But yeah, Miami is also one of those street circuits, but I don't think it'll provide a lot of chaos compared to Singapore, and of course.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna cause carnage, I think, no matter where you are on the grid. We've got 2 rounds remaining. After today's race, we've got Miami, and then we've got a mystery Grand Prix. It could be an interesting one. I've got a safety car feeling in the depths of my stomach this afternoon. I tell you what, I think Bert Mylander might be a very busy man indeed, as we do go ready to go racing for 62 laps here around Singapore. And Top 97, like we said, takes them away. MSkyZ will start on his left-hand side, and then Meraki just behind them.
Sure, like I say, in that top 3 is going to be massively interesting. You're already seeing the tyres that are on display. Only 3 drivers there on the hard compound tyre. They're going to be Tom 97, Alre Guri, and Chesnoid Gaming, who are going to try and go long here. I'm more interested in seeing what Chesnoid can do, because of course he's down there in 15. He's right in the mid pack with a couple of fast drivers there right behind him, but a lot of drivers there. He's going to try and make some moves forward. We have to see how that start goes. Of course, El Rey is right there with 2 soft tire runners a row behind him, and then of course Tom will probably be taken off the start here. So don't be surprised if he falls down third at the expense of SkyZ and Meraki, but it is going to be massively intriguing to see how these first couple of laps are really going to play out. How to what extent is everyone going to make it through nice and cleanly is what we hope.
Indeed, I think Tom 97 looking to go long, of course, on the harder tyre. MSkyZ and Meraki kind of in a mixed boat as things stand on the medium and the soft, respectively. Ariguri, once again, will be a little bit of a wild card in that mix, starting in P4 on the hard tyre, hoping that we won't get an early safety car here, unlike Meraki, who I think will almost guarantee it. Tom 97 going very wide to the grid indeed. Maybe just saying hello to all the home supporters here in Singapore, just making sure that everybody knows who might win this race. Further back, Razin Chai starting on the mediums, Alex Gillen, like we said, alongside Sasso starting on the soft tyre. Sasso, a connoisseur of the soft tyre here. We saw it run solely in the sprint race for himself, and now once again chooses to start on it alongside Matty D and Tom down in P19, looking to do that infamous last to first challenge, as we see the two Mercedes driver just lining up on the left-hand side of the grid. But we're ready to go racing here in Singapore. It will be Tom 97 that will lead us away. The drivers are parked, the lights are ready, the lights come on the banner above them all. We've got 3, we've got 4, we've got 5 red lights, and for the Creator Series we go racing in Singapore. Tom 97 and MSkyZ get a fantastic pull away, but down the inside comes Alex Gillen, already trying to make moves on El Rey Guri and Meraki Malik, but Tom 97 will lead this race away. MSkyZ will hold to P2, Meraki P3, further back Alex Gillen will hold to P4 after a fantastic start from the Haas driver. El Rey Guri in P5, Raz in P6. It looks like Tom already up 4 positions, up to P16 for himself in the Alpine. A fantastic start, but here comes Meraki down the inside on those softer tyres. He's up into P2 now.
Really good start there from Meraki, really getting the start he needed. Now he just has to go out and challenge Tom 97. Those soft tires working wonders in these early stages, but he's got to do it as soon as possible and make sure those soft tires are still in their prime as he goes and overtakes that McLaren, but he's still having to sit in behind. They head in towards that very, very difficult section of Connaught's Drive and on toward the Anson Bridge and the hairpin. Now Meraki will really get to spread his wings and fly down the Esplanade and in toward the hard right-hander. He's just challenging that move up and sizing it. It's in the cooker. It's just going to be produced very, very soon. We ride on board now with a Williams Racing driver looking to the outside and going defensive in the Spanish resident, but a little bit of a switchback here. Will he be able to do it? A little bit of a twitch there from the McLaren. See the Williams fly past. They go past the Singapore Flyer. That was a flyer move from Meraki off the 5 red lights, and after lap 1 leads the Singapore Grand Prix.
P3 to P1 there for Meraki in lap number 1. We got moves being made further back. Tim at Marduk and Matty D going side by side through the first initial corners, 11th and 12th for them respectively. Yellow flags being thrown. It looks like B-Roy that spun further back. He had heartbreak earlier in the Formula 2 cars. It's heartbreak once again in the F1 cars. But look at this, Rob and Tim at Marduk battling it out. But they're going 3 wide up at the front. Alex Gillen and MSkyZ getting past Tom 97 here as they almost went 3 wide. And Tom 97 miraculously and sensibly backed out. It's Safso and El Rey Guri in the background. He's also going 2 by 2. The Alpine driver just holding on to P5. But Tom 97, in the space in a lap and a half, has gone from leading this race all the way down to P4.
Really good stuff there, and they're getting so close, especially in these early stages. It's a long race here, 62 laps around one of the longest circuits on the calendar, definitely in that top 5, but just keeping on tabs here with Tom 97, and now on to onto the Alfa Romeo of MSkyZ. Just 2 drivers just having to really keep their wits about them. That is the other McLaren there of Matty D 13, who's really feeling pressure from the Aston Martin in behind. They head their way in toward the slalom section of the track, the right and into the left they go, getting right up to the barriers, scraping a little bit of paint there on the wall on the outside lane, and they're really going to have to get into that rhythm and try not to battle too much, because then they just fall out of rhythm, burn a bit too much tire, burn a bit too much fuel, burn a bit too much energy, and they just start to fall off here. But Meraki, hello, feeling the pressure now from behind. This is going to be Alex Gillen. So Gillen, who did not have a good Japanese Grand Prix a couple rounds ago, is going to have to look to try and secure a win this time around.
Yeah, the soft runners, Meraki and Alex Gillen, like we said, starting to drop the pack behind them. MSkyZ doing all he can to try and stay with the front 2 here. Surely Alex and Meraki would start to work together, try and pull away from any defense they got further back. They got Safso on the soft tyre as well, MP4. He had a fantastic race start, getting past Tom 97 quite early on and trying to stay holding MSkyZ in front as well. If they can get past each other, that will allow Safso up to P3, and it will be a front 3 running of of the entire soft tyres. I just want to give a mention as well to Tom. He's up to P12 from P19 after 2 laps of racing, but DRS now enabled around this street circuit, and that could really enhance some people's charging abilities.
Sure, it's Singapore is one of those circuits where you can charge your battery, especially in the second sector, probably about turn 7 all the way down to 14. So just at the end of Esplanade from Memorial. You deploy half of it in this other section, so it is really intricate on where you deploy and charge your battery. But from what we're hearing in F124, it is going to be a little bit more interesting in that ERS usage. You can gain a good amount in one sector, or in one lap, I should say. It's going to be a massive change for the F1 Creator Series. I'm sure that's going to be deployed as soon as we get it all figured out. But Linus in towards turn number 8 and just carrying all speed and past St Andrew's Church, heading towards that Singapore thing. We're going to really have to keep an eye on what moves are being made here, because this could become a decider in the race.
Indeed it will, and it's still Eric Guri, Tom 97, forming a bit of a roadblock here as we head through the lap number 4 of 62. Tom 97, of course, 1.5 seconds away from Safso as things stand. And yeah, these two really started to battle out. Eric Guri, sorry, not Eric Guri, Sky Z still on the back of Alex Gillen. Alex Gillen just dropping off of DRS range from our leader Meraki in that Williams car. This could be crucial if Alex Gillen wants to hold on or try and challenge for the race lead. He'll have to defend from the Alfa Romeo behind him, but realistically, he wants to try and challenge the Williams in front of him. Continuing on through the left-hander, Alex Gillen and Meraki still trying to hold on. Sky Z, though, right on the rear of that Haas car at the moment as they head through the right-hander, through the left now. And these two really starting to battle out further back. Razin Chai just trying to make moves here on El Guri, trying to get past Tom 97, who is trying to act up. He's still acting as essentially a roadblock to the cars in front of him. Safso, though, 1.5 seconds off Sky Z. He's managed to get past Tom 97, set the fastest lap of the race at the moment, a 1:33.5 for himself. Everybody starting to slot into their initial grid order as things stand. Razin Chai not far off the back of El Guri, though, but on board here we see Alex Gillen just trying to hold off the Alfa Romeo driver of Sky Z.
Yeah, so really close passing here, but Alex Gillen is just keeping that car firmly in its position. It's a bit of a difficult scenario because, of course, Gillen is trying to chase down that Williams on Meraki, but so is Sky Z, because he needs that crucially for the championship. Imamada is currently sitting down in 14th, so he's not having one of his best races, and I'm sure he's going to have it all to do when it comes to the latter stages. But in towards this final section, past the Singapore Flyer, I believe Sky Z is just going to try and keep the pressure on. He's going to have to start thinking about the next section of corners, and in fact he's actually got past the Haas, so that is a crucial part of the race, and that has now allowed the Alfa Romeo to go through here on Gillen. That's going to be an absolute race changer here, TK.
It will indeed. Sky Z eventually managed to get past Alex Gillen. Sky Z, of course, on those medium tyres, so maybe they're starting to fire up a little more than we were expecting. Alex Gillen, of course, dropping off, but will stay within that DRS range, and this battle allows Safso to start to draw closer. The gap now down to 1.1 seconds between the Alpine and the Haas, but El Guri, we're being told he's spun further back. The Red Bull driver, he's lost his front wing as well. He's down to 10th place. It's a collision with Infratic that caused all that, and now Tom, getting down the inside of the Red Bull Racing driver, is back within the top 10 after a start from the back. Tom is just handed a free point, and now El Guri will start to fall down the order, and surely a pit stop incoming for them. But the team McMurdoch still holding on. I think not sure what's going on. Rob and him getting involved. You can see Team McMurdoch in the background. His shot there is Sky Z. Sorry, El Guri locks up with no front wing to allow everybody past. This is a continuing fight, but Ariguri losing positions hand over fist this time around. The Rebel Racing driver was on for good points and then lost his wing. We saw no safety car come out here in Singapore, and surely we'll have to see a pit stop from that Red Bull crew. Further up to the top, we got Rob on board trying to chase down Team at Marduk. We saw the F2 champion quick here in the sprint race, but now Team at Marduk under pressure from the AlphaTauri just behind him.
Yeah, I was trying to call out that Team Marduk dive bomb, but I decided to mute my mic because I was having a little bit of food along the way, because I'm not going to be able to feel my way throughout this be able to feel this energy throughout the race without a little bit of food. But yeah, Benny's not having the best of races so far. He's just having those little bit of difficulty, having a bit of teething issues all through this race. I think he's just got to deal with the damage that's been dealt, and then just deal with it in his own rig, hopefully, in the next 2 races. But Gillen is starting to lose a little bit of touch there to the Alfa Romeo of Sky Z, and he's really just trying to head his way through that hairpin section and just edge a little bit closer. But I think the tyres on Meraki are starting to die off now. On lap 7, he's kept that really good gap here. Just having a look at the times, he did a 134.6 last time out. Sky Z did a 134.3, so 0.3 of a second quicker. And in fact, Meraki is a second slower than his best lap time. So it does look like he's really starting to drop off the pace just that little bit, just because he's got a soft tyres to nurse home for quite a long time. But he's gonna have to now start picking up the pace here, just because he's got Sky Z up his rear end, and he was in fact, I believe, another 0.3 slower than Sky Z in the last lap of this race.
Yeah, those soft tyres are really starting to fall off here. We weren't expecting it this soon, only 8 laps in to the sprint race, but we're being told the soft runners will be sat on about 20%. So normally, where they'd expect to see that first cliff in performance, it won't be game-changing to a massive degree, but definitely where they'll start to see the medium runners take an advantage. And on board with Meraki there, you can see Alex Gillen just behind him. The medium runners really starting to come alight. The drivers that are on them, of course, Tom 97 on those hard tyres, looking to play the long game, has started to catch up with the soft runners as well. The medium runners of Infratic and Riricon just behind themselves as well. They're starting to close that gap. Razin Chai, of course, kind of stuck in no man's land on the medium tyre. He's 2.3 seconds off the Alpine of Sasso in front, but this front 5 all now within DRS range of each other. We might see a bit of a DRS train starting to form in the streets of Singapore.
You might do, because Tom is really chasing down Matty D13, and of course Matty D has come up from F2, so will not be quite with the pace of the Alpine driver. But he's keeping that car in a really, really good position so far. They head their way past that Singapore Flyer, the massive structure overlook circuit. It's a brilliant place to go and have a look at that circuit, especially on race nights like this. Through that first section of corner, and Thomas maybe getting that little bit frustrated that he's not being able to get past the orange and black McLaren of Matty D. He has got a long way up to go towards the front of the field, and I'm sure he'll be able to get it down toward Raffles Boulevard.
Yeah, Tom's one of those drivers that will happily sit there and play the long game. If you've watched any of his career mode where he drives that Alpine, he's a very patient driver indeed. He'll wait for the opportunity to present itself. He'll then try and make every single ounce of it stick. He's probably sat there right now starting to charge the battery, waiting for that move to present itself, with Matty D and Riricon in front of him fighting. Those two will be sending every single juice of energy they have through the battery and through those rear tyres. The Alpine just sat behind them quite happily. He won't allow EME to get too close to him, but he will just sit on the rear of this fight, pick up that DRS, and then wait for the move and then strike hard.
Sure, he's going to have to just keep that patience nice and high, but he is not one to get very frustrated unless something really does happen and it goes completely wrong. Now is really starting to do something here. This is for the lead of the race. It's MSkyZ up against Meraki, riding on board with the Alfa Romeo, just closing at every point, looking to that inside line. He wanted to try and maybe get a maneuver here, but he's not going to get it down towards turn number 1. And on the exit here at turn number 3, just carrying all the speed. And Raffle Boulevard is looking pretty tasty as MSkyZ just continue to pile on the pressure of that Williams racing car.
It is indeed DRS open for the Alfa Romeo here. He's in the slipstream of the Williams as well. He moves to the left-hand side, and I think before the braking zone even matters, they're side by side, but the Alfa Romeo is through. He's got to be careful not to go deep, and a textbook overtake there by MSkyZ to take control of the lead of the race. Meraki on the dying soft tyres will just have to settle for second place, but we've got a safety car out on track. No one's DNF from this race. Surely someone further back has got damage. We'll wait and see what we can find out about that, but Bert Mylander, for the first time in this race, has been called out into action, and we will see a nullification of the race grid, and that is B-Roy with no front wing. We're being told the race car came out from debris, of course, on the circuit, but this surely is a lifeline for our soft runners here, Adam.
Yeah, it will be. So, like of Meraki, will be able to make that pit stop. Yes, he will fall down for a long while back, but he will be able to say make that cheap pit stop. So that is going to be crucial, especially in these early stages of this race. He's sitting there behind MSkyZ, and I wonder if the Alfa Romeo may be able to make a response as well. He must do on those medium compound tire, because his main kind of objective here is to go and win this race, and he's not going to come in. In fact, it is just going to be Alex Gillen who has managed just nip ahead here of Meraki, I believe, into the pit lane. And so Tom 97, but unfortunately he has fallen foul of the pit speed limit, and so has Infratic.
Yeah, both of them speeding in the pit lane there. We saw a fantastic opportunistic move by Alex Gillen to get past Meraki. He got it as they headed into the box. Will he be able to hold it as they exit? Yes, they do. So Meraki will have to settle for P3 for now. MSkyZ, of course, choosing not to box, but everyone behind him choosing to do so. Majority of them heading onto a fresh set of the medium or the hard compound tyres. MSkyZ will have to hold out on those mediums for a little bit longer, maybe anticipating a secondary safety car. But like we said, Tom 97 and Infratic both on the 5-second penalties. That will really start to hamper their race. We're being told MSkyZ's tyres already at about that 20-25% mark.
It is going to be interesting to see what MSkyZ might do here, just because he knows that he's been left out to kind of rot a little bit, because those tyres are going to just start to come into their prime, and albeit under the safety car, he's probably going to have another 5 or 6 laps to put in some good laps, and then once he makes that pit stop, he's going to be right the way down. Because we've got a little bit of information here, should possibly be coming out, I want to say, in the middle of that Raz and Shai Tom battle. So that is all that is from, I believe, having a look at my results here, 5th all the way down to I believe all the way down to 10th. Correct me if I'm wrong here, TK.
No, I think you're absolutely correct. I'm trying to double check on tyres, but yeah, a real mix of medium and hard runners till the end. We might be able to have a quick replay of what happened from B-Roy's perspective here, as he did end up with that wing damage. Left-hand side live as always, right-hand side with the replay here. It looks like he's trying to enter the pits. He clips the rear left on the wall, and it's that second hit. Oh, there we go, back into the wall as he tries to correct the car. That's really unfortunate for the Mercedes driver. The first hit clips the car, sends it round, minor wing damage for the Mercedes. He reverses, tries to get the car centered, but on the curbs he can't get the rotation, and that is by front wing.
Yeah, really unfortunate there to see to have that front wing come off at a very crucial place, just to make that that pistol just extra long and excruciate. I'll say that word. A bit of a word live on stream here, but going back to just what I was saying with El Rey Guri, he's on those medium tyres. He's decided not to pit. So I think what he's going to try and do here is just hope for maybe something happening in the latter run of this race, and maybe have something that get the kind of race, just have something in the race to happen later on to try and get him here. But for the moment now, he will have a whole host of cars behind him to really defend from, but I don't think he's going to be able to make that entirely happen.
Yeah, MSkyZ there at the lead of this race with 11 lap-old mediums. Everybody else practically on fresh tyres. Eric Guri once again into the pits for, I believe, the second or third time this race already, choosing a fresh set of the hard tyres. But MSkyZ, I have a feeling, will be swallowed up when this safety car gets released. Alex Gill and Meraki both on fresh mediums just behind them. And then Tom 97 on the hard tyre. But with that penalty as well, we're being told from race control, safety car is in this lap, and we'll watch aboard and see how MSkyZ can try and defend from the Haas and the Williams behind him. I don't think Ara Guri is going to have a chance to catch up to the pack here and could be somewhat stranded.
Yeah, that's going to be unfortunate if he is going to be able to, if he is going to be left behind. It's not ideal, not an ideal position to be in. I'm sure he's going to maybe try something. Yeah, you can see having a look on our track map. He's all the way over in turn 9. A bit of a collision, actually. In fact, we've got on our screen here. That is between Infratic and Matty D. But we go green here. We go racing. And we're now unleashed from that safety car. And it's now down to our leader of MSkyZ, who's going to have a look and see how long he can defend for. But already Alex Gillen is right up the tail. He's like Tom Cat chasing down Jerry Mouse, who's stole a little bit of cheese, and of course Tom Cat is looking to try and gobble him up for his breakfast. In towards Memorial we go, turn 7 on the circuit. Gillen just feeling the pressure here, just continuing to build on the Alfa Romeo car, and just using that and just flinging that fishing rod, reeling that Alfa Romeo in, and also bringing along Meraki with him.
Yeah, indeed, Alex Gillen will just have to bide his time. Meraki, I think, will not be as patient further back. He'll want to get past Alex Gillen, get that position back that he lost in the pit lane, and then try and challenge MSkyZ for the lead of this race. We could see further back Ririkon and Matty D having a bit of a scrap as they were previously involved under safety car. This was crucial as Matty D is now down to P10. Ririkon, who managed to get away on the better side of that without the penalty, up to P8. Hayden Gullis' team at Marduk looking to have a fight for P12, but this is where we're watching at the moment as Alex Gillen sends it down the inside. The inside becomes the outside. Meraki has the inside. They're going to go 3 wide here towards the final corner. Meraki will hold on to the lead of this race. It was pushed wide. MSkyZ pushed wide by Alex Gillen. That opened the door for the Williams driver. Meraki now leads this race. Tom 97 up to P2 as well. It's gone from bad to worse from MSkyZ, leading the race a couple of corners ago, and now down to P4.
Oh, that's brilliant racecraft there from all of those drivers now. And we see, of course, MSkyZ, because those old medium tyres decided to die off down into P4. Oh, Gillen wants to go for a move there, and I think he's just trying to hold on. We look back here. The maneuver just being looked at, but nothing too serious. Sato, who went and set the fastest lap of the race, in fact, last time out, is just trying to maybe make something happen here. In towards the Singapore Sling we go, and he is going to be very desperate to try and get past Tom 97, but he's going to be a tough coconut to crack.
He is indeed. MSkyZ losing out another position there to Saf, so he's down to P5 in just a couple of laps time. We see here Razin Chai starting to reel in the Alfa Romeo driver, where we see Razin go for a move down the inside. He looked for it for a brief moment, but I think sensibly backed out as they headed through the right-hander there of turn 14, through the kink of turn 15, and down towards this the beautiful little chicane that we have here on the Singapore circuit. It's still Meraki that leads from Gillen, Tom 97, then Safso are your top 4, but Tom 97 crucially has that penalty in hand, and potentially on a set of harder tyres that can go longer into this race. DRS being enabled for the second time this race, and this is where Meraki could become a bit of a sitting duck.
Could be. He's currently leading the way with that, with everyone else in behind, with that DRS, continuing to really build upon what they've got at the moment in time here. But Alex Gillen still sitting in the tow here, followed by Tom 97. But I don't think anything done at this moment in time here. I think they're just going to try and play the long game here. Of course, we have got 62 laps of this Grand Prix rather than, of course, the 50%, which a lot of leagues are used to. As we now see El Reguri in the Oracle Red Bull racing car setting the fastest lap. He is right down the back of the field here, but just keeping on tabs here with Tom 97. I think those tires that he has on the car at this minute in time, the hard compound tires, are a very interesting tire compound to go on. Just one that might do something to leave those fast tires to go on in the latter stage of this race. He's got a very, very interesting strategy going on. Has the British driver, the Spanish resident, of course, that he is really one to keep an eye out for definite in the books.
Yeah, Tom 97, one of the drivers that we're quite used to going onto the harder compound tyre and still being able to keep up. There's not much of a differential between the medium and the hard tyres round here in Singapore. As you see in the background, you shot some fantastic, some beautiful camera work as they all fly through the penultimate few corners to end lap 15. Start lap 16 here of the Singapore Grand Prix. Meraki still leads. Tom 97 will be able to go longer, but I'm expecting at least one more pit stop for all of our drivers, if not a second, to potentially go onto a set of softs at the end. And that is where Infratic, Matty D and Tom 97 will all serve that 5-second penalty they've got. Bear in mind, if the McLarens end up double stacking, that could really hamper Matty D's race. But we've got multiple moves going on. Razin Chai's got past M-Sky Z there. EME in the other Aston Martin's got past Matty D further back, as has Curbs. Matty D losing out 2 positions further back, but Razin Chai up to P5 here. M-Sky Z on those dying tyres, the mediums that he didn't pit off of, will find himself all the way back in P6. The Ferrari of Infratic just mere moments behind him, and Tom, who started at the back of the grid, up to P8 and already chomping at the bit. He can smell the slower tyres, he can see the opportunity arising, and this is where M-Sky Z has to be really, really careful.
Yeah, he's at this moment in time, almost a sitting duck, similar to what we were saying about Meraki, who still leads the way here. That is Riricon with a 5-second time penalty for multiple warning. That may be for the track limits around this circuit, which is possible, especially in those tight, twisty, chicaney sections. But yeah, unfortunate there, and that will get served at some point. But yeah, he's now got to defend here from Infratic. The soft tyre pit window has opened. Well, unfortunately, we have had a safety car infringement here. Well, I should say safety car involvement, I should say, to try and spice things up. But look at that in the background. That is Tom getting past. Well, not quite getting past. In fact, he's having to float it around the outside, and him and having an absolute ding-dong to head their way down Raffles Boulevard. The Alpine against Ferrari, the Renault engine versus the Ferrari engine. And the Renault engine just nipping out in front. Now he's going to take on M-Sky Z. Currently the vice, well, I'm not going to say vice champion just yet, but currently the runner-up in the championship. That's the better way to say it.
Yeah, it's a fantastic battle. Tom making moves left, right and centre. This race strategy really starting to play into his hands. He started on the soft tyre course. He then pitted onto the mediums under that safety car. That's allowed him to gain a couple of free positions. He had the faster tyre at the start of the race, and now he's on the mediums looking to pit again, probably towards the conclusion of this race. His next target, M-Sky Z, on those dying tyres, and I think it won't be long before we see the Alpine get past the Alfa Romeo here, and we've got a yellow flag being thrown further back. It looks like Matty D's had an issue down at P17. The flag's immediately removed, so fortunately maybe just a little bit of a spin for himself, but we still continue racing. No safety car out yet here in Singapore, and it might not have been him as he recovers rather well. He's still just over a second away from Chesnoid Gaming, but back up at the front, Alex Gillen now within 4/10 of our race leader. Tom 97 just starting to fall off ever so slightly. Those hard tyres maybe not quite as effective as he once hoped, and there we go, just teetering over that DRS line.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from a lot of these drivers. Be right there, unfortunately, with a penalty. But what about this little battle? Continuing to go on, I think again, Alex Gillen is going to be is going to pretty much play the long game. I think he is trying to nab at the heels of Meraki, because that Williams car is looking very, very strong in the lead of this race. But Alex Gillen is also just keeping him in tow here. And those medium tires on both those cars are really going to start working to a really good standard. But will Alex Gillen be able to use that little bit of extra pace in the car, plus the DRS, plus the management of the energy recovery system, to be able to maybe get a move going here? But he's still that little bit too far back.
Yeah, further back you see Tom managing to get past M-Sky-Z. I think M-Sky-Z surely will have to pit in the next couple of laps. Those mediums really not working for him. It was a bold gamble to stay out and not pit under the safety car as Re-Recon manages to get past the Fratic, or does he? As those two look to go side by side through the final few corners. Re-Recon was coming out of nowhere there to hold P8 up from the Ferrari driver, but it's surprising not to see M-Sky-Z into the pits. Those tyres having lasted an audacious amount of laps, nearly 18, 19 laps here, compared to the fresher runners around him. They're on about 31%, so they will keep running. But I wonder if we're looking at a one-stop strategy here this afternoon from the Alfa Romeo driver.
There is a big possibility that it could be down to doing a one-stop and to trying to do something about minimizing the stops, but it will be just something to keep an eye on to see whatever he decides to do. And if it turns out to be the right decision, because it might not be, and everyone here, as you see out front here, with the likes of Meraki, the likes of Hayden, Alex Gillen, Maera, and Tom97 have chosen that right choice. Make that extra pit stop, freshen up those tires, and go again. But yeah, it's going to be massively interesting, because it was only M-Sky-Z that was the single driver to come into the pit stop. Not come into the pit stop, not make that stop. I just wonder how that's going to cost him.
Yeah, back up at the front of the race, of course, Meraki still continues to lead. Alex Gillen just half a second off. Meraki, no stranger to leading Creator Series races, obviously winning 7 of them and having a combined 23 podiums over the course of every race that he's run. Led a considerable amount of laps further back, but I think that is indeed M-Sky-Z into the pits further back. You can see him dropping down the order, and it is going to be a fresh set of tyres for the Alfa Romeo. You can see our onboard with Meraki here, the focus in his eyes as he heads through the right-hander. A little look up to chat, a little focus on the track ahead of him, but a continuing and calm performance for the Williams racing driver.
Yes, he does look a little bit quite calm in the box here, cool as a cucumber, as I like to say. But that in the cockpit, he's really just trying to work his way around this circuit. He will use the circuit's kind of width to defend from Alex Gillen if needed, but he just seems so comfortable. But that one snap of staring off into thin air, staring off into the distance, that will be race over for Meraki. Just having a look at Alex Gillen, wonder how his mind is running around right now. I'm sure he'll be just having a chat with himself in the mind about how he could be able to make something happen. I'm getting a notification in my ear. Sky Z is now pitting for fresh medium tyres here. So you have made that pit stop, and he's currently now running down all the way in P17. That is going to be very unfortunate there, and he's even quite the way off the cars in front of him. This is a battle we're really keeping tabs on here. You can see there all 4 cars in your picture there. How close is it going to get, TK? I predict very close.
I think it will be very close, almost within touching distance between the front two runners. And of course, Safso not far off the driver behind, Tom97, with that penalty, of course, hanging over his head. So the McLaren driver will just have to stay and watch as things stand. Yellow flags being thrown in sector 2. That looks like one of the Mercedes has gone round, but Alex Gillen won't care about that. For now, he dives down the inside to retake control of the lead of this race. He'll take pole, and Tom in the Alpine will get past Razin Chai up to P5. We've been told Elray's had a little bit of a spin further back. The Red Bull Racing driver looks to have all of his front wing intact, but a real setback here for himself.
It's very frustrating there for El Rey, but he'll just continue and try and fight on as best as possible. Alex Gillen is past Meraki now, and this is going to be a bit of a change in the race here. So it's going to be very interesting as well. That allows Tom97 to make a little bit of a gain as well here. He tries to leave Sasso in the mud. Tom has made up some really good places here. As it looks like B-Roy has retired from the session, so he's decided to call it a day here, retiring in the garage. But Meraki really signs now know what it's like to drive behind a driver, and that driver being Alex Gillen.
Yeah, of course, Alex Gillen, also no stranger to winning races here. We're being told that B-Roy had rear wing damage from earlier on in this race, and making that Mercedes car almost undrivable. Yellow flags, of course, for that car as it comes out the pit lane, unfortunately. But nonetheless, it won't stop our drivers here. Alex Gillen maintains the lead of this race. The rear wing of that Williams open, trying to chase down the Haas driver in front. Tom97 now brings it within half a second of the front two. Further back, Rob's managed to get past Curbs in the other Williams car, who drops down to P12 himself, but will stay at the front of this race for now. As we look on board there with Rob, we can just see him there, just get past Curbs. Very nice move, but that rear light flashing, that can be very crucial, an indication to Curbs that he's under that 10% ERS. And back up to the front now, Meraki and Alex Gillen heading over that Anderson bridge through the right-hander, and then immediately into the tight left. Alex Gillen get a fantastic pull out of there. Good traction from the Haas driver. Tom97, though, definitely within striking distance, and Safso left a little bit deserted. But we continue with Meraki still just holding on. Tom97, that 5-second penalty will still be hanging over his head. Of course, as we go latter into this race, we cross the third race distance. Meraki in one Williams is holding P2. The other Williams, of course, holding P12 further behind. Alex Gillen just holding on to the lead of this race. We can probably guess that he will be a little bit celebrating his head, but a very long race still to go.
It's going to get pretty tense between these two, I think. They're not quite the drivers to really flare up in a bit of a scrappy battle. I think they're the ones who really manage to keep a nice flow in this race.
Yeah, and we welcome in all the viewers from B-Roy's channel as well. Welcome in. Thank you, B-Roy, for the race. A fantastic drive from yourself in both the F2 and the F1 races. Condolences, of course, after that rear wing damage. But welcome in everybody that's come over from his channels. We saw El Rey Guri get the fastest lap of the race there. I believe fresh new tyres further back at the grid. I think was it M Sky Z? I'm not 100% sure on that. It was M Sky Z, my apologies, got the name wrong of that driver. But at the lead of this race, it's still Meraki leading, just behind Alex Gillen. Tom97 holding on. Safso has made considerable inroads to stay with this group.
Yeah, as well as Tom is also looking to try and maybe, make something happen here. I believe he is almost bettered his best lap last time round, so he's being very consistent in that Alpine to maybe try and gain on the back of this group, but he's just not quite got the same pace to match the rest. In fact, his focus will be on Razin Chai in P7 in the Aston Martin. But looking back here once again, Tom97, I wonder if he got any opportunity to maybe make something happen. Yellow in sector 2. Just having a look at our track mapper, I think that was down at 16, 17, but I don't think I could tell you who that was. Might have been actually Curbs here in the Williams racing car, who's making his way into the pit lane. But just continuing on with this battle for now. Yeah, Tom 97, a very valiant effort so far, but will he be able to make something happen? I think he's one of those drivers that will happily just sit back for a couple laps and then go on the attack when these guys start scrapping it out.
Yeah, very smart play from the McLaren driver. He's obviously, we've mentioned it time and time before, the penalty hanging over his head. He will serve it when he heads into the pit lane next, and that will drop him quite considerably behind a couple of drivers. I think he'd be able to come out still ahead of Tom, assuming they pit at the same time, but nonetheless hanging over his head. Meraki and Alex Gillen have no such fear as they continue to race it down towards the right-hander of turn 14, and it's still a commanding lead from Alex Gillen, just maintaining everything. Meraki's not the type of driver that wants to dive down the inside. He's not an optimistic driver. He won't send it on you, if that's probably the best way of trying to describe it, but through the chicane they go, and Meraki just patiently waits behind the Haas. Tom 97 still holding on, but Savso has considerably dropped off here, over a second and a half. So what if we have issues here for the Alpine? Speaking of Alpine, it's the two Alpines, 4th and 5th at the moment. Savso still leading Tom. Tom, although coming up from P19 for himself, he finds himself there about 4.5 seconds off his teammate as things stand. Alex Gillen, of course, leading the race. Chestnut Gaming further back, gets past one of our reserves, Bamford. Bamford will sit in P14, just ahead of his teammate for the afternoon. Actually, into the pits comes Bamford this time around. That will allow MSkyZ to get past, and it will be a fresh set of tyres for the Alfa Romeo this time around. Team at Marduk, we can see in the background there, just dropping off from Rob in P11. Everybody else starting to find their grip once again. I think the closest battle on track at the moment might be Re-Recon, just on the back of Infratic in P7 and 8 respectively.
Sure that Infratic is trying to maybe make something happen in this race, but he's just currently sitting in a nice position. He doesn't need to do too much. He is just in that P7 spot. We're gaining a couple points for Ferrari and crucially for his Drivers' Championship. Yellow in sector 2 here. That might be run into 10, 11, 12. Re-Recon. That's going to be unfortunate there. The Alpha Tauri lost his front wing there, so I believe that might have been down in towards turn 11. He's lost a little bit of his end plate there, so maybe a bit of a tap going on to Connaught Drive and towards turn 11. That's going to be a heck load of front wing loss there for the Alpha Tauri. I wonder if he's going to come into the immediately and just try and get the repaired, or if he's going to stay out just that little bit longer.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Re-Recon does decide to come in, get that front wing replaced. Of course, it will really hamper his chances of getting any major points without, trying to get round Singapore with no front wing is like trying to navigate your way around Tesco's without buying one of those things from the side of the shelves. But indeed, into the pits comes Re-Recon. He'll lose a considerable amount of positions as he gets that front wing replaced. Also into the pits is the ME13 in the Aston Martin garage. So a fresh set of boots going on that car as well, a fresh set of medium tyres by the looks of it. But look here, Rob trying to hold off Hayden Gullis further behind him, and it is Hayden Gullis trying to push the AlphaTauri, their sister team, through the right-hander. Hayden Gullis all over the back of Rob. These two, once a fierce and furious battle in F2 last season, they know each other very, very well, and this time around, Hayden Gullis finds himself behind Rob, trying to mount an attack here in the streets of Singapore.
He is trying to mount that challenge as best as possible. But again, it's just a time of patience to look to be able to make your way through. Rob is doing some really, really handy defending here ahead of Gillis, and I'm sure that he'll be really aiming that Gillis will be really aiming to maybe make something happen. A bit of a snap there from Rob. The Frenchman is starting to run the limits now, and I wonder if those tires are to fall off the cliff on those hard compound tires. They've done 15 laps, going on to 16 laps. since that safety car, but Rob is doing whatever he can to keep his his former F2 rival ahead here, and he's doing a stonking job of it so far.
Indeed, he is. These two battling like old wives' tales. They know each other very well. And at the moment, only for P8, of course, it's not top points-paying positions, but points-paying positions nonetheless, especially for that AlphaTauri, trying to struggle its way out of P10 in the Constructors. Hayden Gullis, of course, now with that DRS as they run down towards turn number 7, left turn upcoming, a heavy braking zone, of course, for the majority of these cars, but both of them navigating it through rather well, and they could try and work together to try and chase down Infratic here, who finds himself at about 6 seconds up the road.
Oh, they're going to try and maybe get something going in that, but I just think they're a bit too far. There may be an opportunity, especially if we do get a safety car, but I just don't know if they have a big opportunity to maybe make that work. What about Meraki, who we're looking at with? He was a little bit slow. He was a tad slower last time out compared to Alex Gillen. So Alex Gillen does seem to be quite in fine tune with the circuit. He has done his practice. He has done his homework of the Singapore Grand Prix. And is finding that car really enjoyable to drive, and it is a little bit strange for the definite first-time viewers that don't really go into F1 League to see a Haas and a Williams batting up at the front here. But that's the power of our incredible racing drivers, and it is absolutely incredible with the equal performance that is brought to the F1 game. This is exactly what we need, and it's just proven to be some really, really exciting action. Meraki, he just continued to have a look here, but he's just not got quite got it in his back pocket to find a way through. But he's more than happy. We saw the expressions earlier on that he's just happy to sit there and just sit back for now before making his move, maybe later into the strategy when the strategy starts to unfold a little bit more and they have to make another stop.
Yeah, he's just got an opportunity now to sit back and charge that battery. The Williams, of course, quite famously known for its straight line speed, and in Singapore, that doesn't really come into much effect. But Alex Gillen will be trying to burn that battery, trying to stay with the driver in front as we see an update on the tyres. Meraki's rear left and rear right, respectively, on 27 and 28%. Tom 97 on the hard tyres behind them, pretty much in a much better condition. They're on about 17 or 18%, where he expected them to go longer. After that safety car came out, it was an interesting opportunity to be able to go on to the hard tyre. We might be able to see him run till the end as we almost reach half race distance here. Lap 29 of 62, but Meraki once again just choosing to sit behind the Haas driver of Alex Gillen. He has the DRS open, and I wouldn't be surprised if he had a little bit of a back off there as they ran into turn 1. The Williams driver just sitting back, recharging the battery, waiting for his moment to come, waiting potentially for Alex Gillen to make a mistake. We saw a little bit of a kick out there from the rear of the Haas car, but again, Meraki just sits behind. Tom 97 now well within the battle. He's maybe just pulling out there to cool his engine, cool the parts of his car that as they run through. But then through, all three of the front runners here are through that main drop phase of the tyres, all of them running at about over 26% wear.
Sure, that tyre wear is going to be very, very crucial. I do believe it is, in a way, slowed down. A lot of us that do league racing are aware that is normally about 50%. So if it's, in a way, slowed down the tyre wear when it does 100%. So it is very, very much interesting to see how that is working out. But we're currently having a look at our cameras, seeing Infratic, who is now looking behind here rather than Chai. It was a couple laps ago looking to try and maybe make something happen on Tom 97 Tom in the Alpine, but I believe it just not quite had it in the middle sector. He's a tenth slower down there, and that's all going to add up around this lap of Singapore. Infratic getting pretty close as well, so the build-up is there. I'm sure that he may be able to do it down towards turn 7 on Memorial off the exit of Raffles Boulevard. The DRS down that main straight past the the promenade is really keeping him in possibility. Big snap there of Overseer on the Ferrari as he's really starting to wear the tyres out. 27% on the rear right that we're currently having a look at. Round the outside goes Emphatic. Brilliant maneuver there for the Ferrari driver, really having a moment of brilliance there and managing to fly past Razin. And I think that's going to be some really awesome racing there in towards the Singapore Sling. And I just wonder how quickly he's going to be able to swing past, how he's going to be able to get ahead of Razin. Well, it's our reigning champ. I believe has put that pedal a little bit off the floor and got into cruise mode since winning that championship. But overall, a really fantastic battle between these two drivers. Can Emphatic now go on and chase down the Alpine of Tom?
That's what he's going to try and hope. Of course, further up the field, Tom has indeed got past his teammate Safso and starts to try and pull a gap on him. Half a second is what it stands at. But Tom, who's almost trying to run the last to first as things stand, is up to P4. And then Tom 97 and Meraki just holding on to Alex Gillen at the moment. Tom has got a 6.9 second deficit to the McLaren driver in front, and now has the opportunity to try and work with his teammate to try and pull through the grid or pull through the streets of Singapore here. And of course, that 5-second penalty to Tom 97 in front will be a little bit of a factor. Tom just has to get within that 5 seconds to stand a chance of getting on the podium here.
Of course, but that may be served in the pit stop as well, as of course in the latter stage we will have some of the penalty takers having to serve those in the pit stop. So stop for 5 seconds. The mechanics cannot touch the car. Then, excuse me. They'll get that sorted out. They'll make the tyre change and then throw the car, well, not literally, but get the car back out onto the circuit with the two Alpines working in symphony here. I wonder how will Tom's pace look compared to Safso and to the drivers ahead here, because, of course, the top three drivers aren't currently in a top fierce battle. They're not going at it tooth and nail. Just sitting in a line at this moment in time. That's absolutely fine, because they are needing to work together here to try and not cost each other time, because once that happens, it will be more effective affecting Tom 97 in that papaya and black McLaren, because then he'll start falling and tumbling down towards these Alpines, and of course that 5-second time penalty will hurt even more.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Tom and Safso have to try and work together here. We mentioned that Tom might try and challenge Tom 97 further up the field, but if we look at the time delta, he's actually lost about 1.5 seconds ever since being close to Safso. So these two doing the exact opposite of what we expect teammates to be doing. They're not working together. They're actually hampering each other, allowing this front three pack to try and pull away even more. As we see the tyre difference there between Safso and Emphatic further behind him. There's a 4-second gap in it, of course, on equal lap-old tyres, but Safso on the mediums and Emphatic on the hard tyres as they head round the left-hander. Tom has got to try and do something different if he wants to try and catch this top three here.
I don't think there's many options at this moment in time, to be honest. We currently sit on lap 32. Of course, 30 laps remaining, and you don't really make that pit stop onto hard and try and go to the end, because you're just going to get caught out here. You're just going to go tumbling down the field, and you're going to end the race on a very old set of hard tyres. So you can't go onto mediums, you can't go onto softs. So the only real way for Tom in the Alpine to make something happen is to just stay out there, try and put in the laps, and then hope that a safety car comes out to maybe put him right into the battle, because he wants to be right up the rear end of his former teammate from season 5. Said he is quite the way back, and just having a look at the lap times last time out, in fact Tom, who was fastest, I should say, of that leading for Meraki there in that Williams racing car, just now putting the focus down and really trying to get the hammer down, seeing if he can maybe make a move here on Alex Gillen, because that's going to be a race deciding moment.
It will indeed. It's a game of patience, it's a game of wish, it's a game of determination here as we've crossed half a race distance. We're in lap 33 of a 62, and this is kind of the back end where unless we see a safety car, it could be a bit of a train with these front three. Alex Gillen, of course, being the current conductor, with Meraki and Tom just holding on for dear life. They've dropped Tom, that time ever increasing over 7 seconds now between the McLaren and the Alpine driver, and I believe the two Alpines pretty much safe from Infratic as well, as we watch aboard, or watch here with Tia McMardick trying to chase down Hayden Gullis, who's been dropped by Rob, and now the Aussieman chases down after the Red Bull in front of him, of course on a brand new rig for this afternoon, borrowing one from a friend, and Tia McMardick is still trying to challenge as well as we are used to here in the Creator Series.
Sure, it does show that it does take time getting used to a new rig, but once you've got that couple of races in, he will be fully confident. But of course, we hope the next time for Miami that he will not be in that rig of Adam Sanderson's. He'll be in his own rig. He will be up at the top end of the field, up at the sharp end, and rather than making him moves on Hayden Gillis, he'll be making moves up at the top end of the field. This is a bit of a battle here. This is Raz and Chai having a look at M Sky Z. And I think actually M Sky Z managed to get past the Aston Martin, so managing to out on the later tires. This is really going to throw in a bit of a curveball, I think, because of course M Sky Z may be having to go to the end on these tires, while everybody else is going to be making a third and final pit stop with a couple of laps to go. Of course, we've got around about 29 laps, so you definitely want to be making a pit stop. It just depends on what tires you go for.
Yeah, in just about 14 laps, of course. That's all Skysy's had these mediums on for. He's used up all of the good part of the tyre. He's on about 23% use, or 23% wear, should I say. But he still continues to chase down Infratic in front of him. Back up at the front, it's still Alex Gillen. There's no change in the lead. Meraki still holding on. Tom 97 still holding on. And there's still a considerable gap all the way back to Tom. Look at that. The time jumping across Tom 97. Still over 7 seconds away from Tom 97. Meraki just holding on.
There of Alex Gillen just continuing to lead the way on lap 35 of this race. It's been an absolutely a brilliant race so far. That is Sky Z going up the inside of Infratic. So just to head you down to the top. Heading down the top 10 is Alex Gillen leading the way from Meraki, who is right up his rear end here. So expect a battle between those two in the next couple of stages. Then it's going to be Tom 97, followed by Tom in the Alpine, who's currently trying to chase down that gap, albeit he's got 7 seconds to the McLaren. Then it's Sasso, followed by MZ, who's really putting in the lap times here and putting in 34s compared to everyone else's 35s. Which is really proving to be a stalking effort. Infratic there in P7 in ahead of Raz and Chai, with Unstopped Rob in the Alpha Tauri, with Tia McMardick, who has recently overtaken Hayden Gillis and looking to try and damage limitate his championship lead. But points he has over M Sky Z in the F1 Creator Series, round 5 of the championship, the Singapore Grand Prix, sponsored by EA Sports.
Indeed, Tim McMardick just holding on there from Hayden Gullis in P11. Of course, not out the points. If you're brand new here to Create a Series, the points are handed out in a slightly different fashion to what you'd see in the traditional Formula 1 session. Of course, the top 15 scoring points across the board, so that will allow everybody down to curbs as things stand to pick up some points here in Singapore. So Hayden Gullis, as much as he's not here, not within the top 10 in a traditional stance, he will still pick up some points here. But but Infratic, Safso, I think, might be into the pits or had a spin. Not quite sure what's happened there. He's dropped a couple of positions as we round the final corner, watching Tim at Marduk, that was, or I think it was Infratic. Safso definitely in the pit lane and onto a fresh set of tyres.
Sure, that's going to be interesting. Putting on those tyres, and out comes the Alpine of Safso. I think that was going to be much needed because he was very early on in his pit stop, and he just almost killed the tyres a bit too much to the point where he's now got to try and go, what was that, 27 laps to make something happen here. Head their way down Raffles Boulevard. It's just all about trying to keep it within a good length here. Meraki continuing to pressurize here. Don't make any fierce moves. Just that patience game. How long are you waiting? How long are you offering to make that move? When are you going to make that strategy change and really try and force your opponent to make a reaction? Because then that will make something happen clearly.
Indeed it will, as they continue through. Alex Gillen, of course, will be continuing to burn his battery. Meraki just behind him, and Tom97 just sitting in the slipstream, picking up some extra ERS, potentially later on as they charge through the field. That's what they've got to hold on to, but Alex Gillen surely will be resenting leading this train. It's all to play for, of course. I think that's M Sky Z into the pit lane. It is indeed, and that is going to be a fresh set of tyres for the Alfa Romeo. That allows Tom up to P6, and then Tom up to P7, Team at Marduk up to P7. What, is Tom into the pits as well? Tom is into the pits as well. Apologies for that. It's sometimes a little bit confusing trying to keep an eye on the track map and the screen, but nonetheless, the Alpine and the Alfa Romeo both into the pits then, and they'll come out probably about 10th or 11th here.
Yeah, for sure. That Tom in that Alpine car has come out behind a teammate, but of course he's going to be pretty fast there. Those I believe hard tyres are going to be quite the way to go here. I think that he's going to be able to go a long way here. But he had a set of soft tyres ready for him at the waiting, I believe. Because of course he said that in qualifying he would do a last to first, and he's doing a pretty good job of it so far, and that just means he is saving his tires, and you'll really hope for a late safety car at this point in time. But just having a look back here with Alex Gillen getting very close to the wall as he heads over the timing line to start lap 38 of this Singapore Grand Prix, and it's time to really open up the story on what is going on here in round 5 of the championship. Meraki is just going to continue to try and build on something, but they're really just working as a duo at this moment in time, doing the best they can.
Indeed, it could be a really risky one-stop, as you see. I think Tom97 falling down the order. He's into the pit lane then, deciding to get off of those harder tyres. The McLaren onto a fresh set of the mediums, running till the end, pretty much guaranteed for himself. But we're being told the medium runners, Meraki and Alex, at the lead of this race, will be in puncture range in about lap 56-57. So an interesting attempt here. Could they see the one stop till the end, or will one of them take the plunge, jump in for a set of softs right at the end? It's doable, but whether or not they'll make it is another question entirely.
It is another question entirely. Just thinking back to those pit stops that will have to be made. I'm just having a look at Gillen and Meraki, and who are really at this minute in time. They're almost going around the circuit like a wonderful couple, but just sticking with each other. And for sure, they have to make that pit stop in a crucial point in time, because they want to be coming out in that clear air, but ahead of Safso. That will be the main priority.
Indeed, it will.
And it will be all about can they keep their tires in check as well, and just not be wearing them out, because it does look like they're nursing them pretty well.
Yeah, you can see Tom 97 there in a bit of an Alpine sandwich. It's Sasso trying to challenge Tim and Marduk here, trying to get that position back after the pit stop. And then just further behind him, he's got Tom, who's on the attack for the other Tom. Matty D, though, has retired from the session, and that is safety car number 2. And it couldn't have come pretty much at a worse time for Tom 97 after he decided to get those hard tyres off. The safety car will give our front runners essentially a free pit stop here.
It will give them a free pit stop, and that's exactly what they need. I think that's going to really affect, in fact, Tom, who was looking to do that like last the first challenge, who's now going to find himself in a bit of a difficult scenario because he's sitting down in that P9 spot behind Tom 97, behind his teammates, and it's not going to go well for him. He's going to go from third down to 5th place. That depends on if a lot of the drivers decide to make their pit stops. But I think Meraki's who's having a look at the mirrors of Gillen, just saying, "Hello, I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere."
Yeah, indeed. They'll have that opportunity now to essentially get a free pit stop. And the thing they'll be talking to their teams about is what tyres will be suitable till the end. Of course, we'll see them expectedly both come into the pits, and indeed they do. Alex Gillen and Meraki dive into the pits. I reckon we'll see the top 6 all dive into the pits there, all of them on 28 lap old tyres, of course. And I reckon Sasso might actually be able to benefit somewhat from these guys heading into the pits. Potentially not from the front two, obviously Alex Gillen and Meraki, but the drivers behind him, he'll be able to jump a couple of them with them heading into the pit lane. It's fresh mediums here for Alex Gillen and Meraki, so they will see them out till the end of this race with 22 laps of racing remaining here, Adam.
It will be interesting to see what those medium tyres can do, because in a race they can go at maximum, I'd say, lap 15, lap 16, depending on what kind of tyre you go on. Yeah, what tyre you decide to go on. In this case, it's going to be mediums. I was trying to say on what degradation the track surface is, because on the likes of Qatar, you'll have it around about lap 15. You'll have a tyre blowout. Because I've seen that many times in my F1, I'm not going to say esports, F1 league racing commentary career. There's been many blowouts past lap 15 on a set of medium tyres. But Singapore's a little bit interesting because I don't think it has that high dead compared to the likes of Qatar. So it does look like Alex Gillen and Meraki will be able to take those tyres quite a long time. They did manage last time around to as Meraki leaves the session, we got we'll have him back in the session at some point. But just going back to what I was saying about what I was saying in terms of the strategy with the medium cut tires, they will be able to fill out that gap. We'll probably have about 20 minutes of racing to go on those tires, about 19 at best. But for sure, it is definitely possible. But then you have to take the battling into consideration. How much tire life you're going to be using after that.
Yeah, very true. It's interesting where the safety cars come out, of course, with 22 laps of racing remaining. The softs will make it till the end. They roughly last about 28 laps here before puncture territory. And into the pits there comes Meraki once again. Is that AI pitting? I think that is his AI boxing. You can see the frustration there in the face of Meraki, but in it comes the Williams, who was in P2 at one point in this race, will come into the pits for a second time in 2 laps. And what tyre will he be put on? It's the soft tyre, which will last. But this is going to be an interesting uphill battle all the way for Meraki here.
Yeah, that's incredibly shocking. I'm massively surprised. I'm very similar to what Meraki is feeling on the screen at this moment in time. A little bit of confusion, a little bit of surprise. And that has dropped him all the way down to 11. But he does have the luxury of the soft tyres. His main concern now is, of course, he'll run with it. But his main kind of its main kind of thing to do here is just worry, I should say, is will it be able to last? Will those soft tires last and get him as high as position as possible? Because he'll definitely need a top 5 for that, and to just keep him in a really, really good spot in the championship. But my God, it's going to be a very, very uphill battle for Meraki.
Yeah, of course. In some ways, it's slightly fortunate he's been pitted onto the softer tyre, like we were discussing just mere moments ago. They will make it till the end of this race. They will be all but battered in the nicest possible respect, but they will make it till the end, and he will have that tyre advantage of the likes of Hayden Gullis in front of him, who still tried to remain on the 5-lap old hard. Surely he's going to be swallowed up by some of the faster runners further behind him, but up at the front, Alex Gillen on those brand new soft tyres. This is where it's crucial, and this is where Alex Gillen could start to run away. Safso just behind him, 5-lap old mediums, of course. An earlier pit stop for him has proved beneficial this time around. Tom 97 in the worst possible position. He's on 3-lap old mediums, but in P3.
It is going to be a bit of a difficult run here for Tom 97. I think is going to be in that midfield kind of section. Still sitting in P3, but it is interesting to see how he's going to run with that. He had the speed to get past both of these drivers, but it's going to be massively interesting. And I think also to speak about the other Tom in the Dutchman in the Alpine. Of course, unfortunately got dropped 2 places after the pit stop that he made. But he was very lucky to be up 1 place thanks to Meraki's AI deciding to have a bit of a moment.
Yeah, Meraki into the pits there. You can see him exiting on a fresh set of mediums then. So after the AI brought him in, put him onto a set of softs, maybe he was deciding they weren't going to be able to last long enough till the end of the race, or at least not be competitive. So he's gone from P11 here, just behind Hayden Gullis on your screens, all the way down to P17. So the Williams will really have a fight on his hands. He was once running P2. Obviously, if the disconnection didn't happen, I'd almost guarantee he'd still be running P2 here. But we're being told, of course, that Safso, going back up to the front of the grid now, Safso, although his tyres are 4 laps older than Alex Gillen's in front, it's only about a 4% difference in wear, obviously due to the safety car coming out here.
Sure, they are wearing those tyres a little bit less, but I just wonder if that's going to be enough here. It's going to be... Everyone's got a story to tell. I think that's what I was trying to spit out of my mouth. As the safety car will be coming in here, so the race control have decided that we will be going race with about 19 laps remaining of this Singapore Grand Prix, currently being led here by Alex Gillen, and it's going to be critical for a lot of these drivers to try and get the jump here. Alex will definitely be one of those drivers that's going to try and lead the field away, but it's just all about, does he have the pace?
I think we've shown he has a good pace around here in Singapore. This is going to be crucial, though, for Tom 97 on the restart to try and get through as many cars as he can, try and get past Safso as a first priority if he wants to try and challenge Gillen. But Gillen does decide to launch a little bit early before they head through the last chicane, and he catches Safso a little bit napping, a little bit of a kick out there from Alpine number 1 as they head through the final couple of corners. Alex Gillen will get this race restarted, and then the double Alpines in the top 4 following just swiftly behind. Tom 97 will just have to tuck in for the time being, but M-Sky Z in P5 on those harder tyres could be a bit of a roadblock for the likes of Razinchai and Infratic further behind. Of course, newly on medium tyres, but Alex Gillen continuing to make through. Meraki already trying to make up positions, but being denied at the first time of asking by Fly-By-Night, and he'll just have to try and battle even harder for P15 at the back there.
I think Fly-By-Night just having a great time just being there amongst the F1 grid here. He's like a rookie Oliver Behrman, just wanting to get involved in the action, but despite having a lot of experience. Oh, that's just appeared on my screen, and Curbs retired from the race. Another safety car. How is this going to play into the hands of everyone here? This is going to be spicy here. And we approach those last couple of laps here of racing. Do you stick on another set of mediums? Do you stick on another set of soft compact tire? Will Meraki decide to do something about this? Now he's got manual control here. Down in 13th, will he stay out, or will he just continue to come into the pits for another time and make a stop here? TK, my God, we're getting spicy.
We are indeed. It was so calm for so long, and then 2 safety cars back to back. But you know what, has the old saying goes, safety cars lead to safety cars, and here in Singapore they have indeed. And now truly we are well within soft tyre windows to get till the end of this race. So wonderful to see anyone from this front leading pack heading in, bolting on a set of those red Ward Pirelli tyres and getting through till the end of the race. Alex Gillen, I have a feeling, will try and hold track position here. But if you're one of the drivers behind him who didn't quite have the best launch, I'd expect them to come into the pits. And that was an Alfa Romeo coming in, and I believe a Red Bull as well. So Bamford and El Guri, the 2 drivers heading in, surely being at the back this far, they've got nothing to lose apart from bolting on a fresh set of tyres and going hell for leather till the end here.
Sure, that's a very, very good description there. Going hell for leather and just going all out to the end. I think that's really what these guys have really got to do. And a lot of these drivers just deciding to stay on their set of medium compound tyre. But we have the likes of Bamford and El Guri, just because they're right at the back. They've got that opportunity to make a pit stop and really try and pull their way through the field. The more you go up the ranking, we have got a replay, it seemed like, of what was happening here. So take us through this, TK.
Yeah, so we're all watching a ball with Curbs here. He tried to go 3 wides with El Rey, and it was just looking like a little bit of a clip potentially from himself. They managed to get through, and there we go. The double clip on the left hand and the right hand side just gets clipped on the right hand side, I believe, by El Guri, and into the wall goes Curbs. That is a premature end to his race. We're going to watch it one more time while the safety car's out. You see him get past El Rey on the right hand side, push him maybe a little bit wide. The red arrows then consequently come left and right, and a rear wheel clip there for the Williams car. And that is lights out and game over here in Singapore.
Unfortunately, the bright light there of the Williams car has unfortunately switched off and gone to the game over screen here. Safety car still out. Drivers getting a little bit tentative here. I wonder how the temperatures are going to be doing on those cars. They're going to have to keep those nice and warm here. So maybe a little bit of weaving, a little bit of tire temperature, but sure, the hot conditions of Singapore will be helping that a little bit. Currently looking at 25-degree temperature, and for sure it's going to be just one of those kind of runs here to the line where you just think anybody could happen here.
Yeah, we're just getting confirmation or clarification, rather. It was indeed Bamford that was caught up in that incident with Curbs. That was the Alfa Romeo that was caught around this time. I think El Guri did suffer damage, but by the sounds of it, it was him hitting Bamford further beyond. So, of course, Bamford being the car on the Alfa Romeo that you saw on the right-hand side just in that replay just mere moments ago. So, lovely bit of clarification there, and lovely to be able to explain it all as well.
Yeah, it's nice to get a little bit of an explanation and just get the stories of the race and really get a sense of what's going on here. But it is a little bit of a surprise that not a lot of drivers are making their way into the pit lane. I did think there would be a couple of drivers maybe looking at it, apart from the obvious, that is Chesnoid, El Rey, as well as those two. Just having a keen eye on the likes of the temperatures, the tires that everyone is on. Really, just one of those where the stories will be very much unfolding very soon. And there we got the notification. Safety car will be in this lap. We'll be going racing on lap 46 of 62 here. We are in for an absolutely stonking end to this Singapore Grand Prix.
We are indeed 16 laps of racing to go, and it's Alex Gillen in the Haas that will lead us away. Safso, in an unexpected twist of fate, will find himself in P2 to start this Grand Prix off once again. Tom97 still maintaining P3. We saw Alex Gillen go early last time around, but this time he's taking a more cautious and passive approach as they approach the final few corners here, and again launches out of that chicane through the double left-hander, and it's the Haas that leads us away. Caught Safso napping once again just a little bit, and this could allow Tom97 to try and catch up. Ere Guri gets a penalty further back for track limits warnings, but through the first set of corners, Alex Gillen navigating this absolutely expertly as they run down to start lap 46 of 62 here.
Yeah, for sure. He got a good launch there, but he's not fully away from Safso and Tom, and I wonder if the McLaren is going to make that opportunity. I believe he's on the inside here, and Tom97 does manage to get through. That's going to be a critical move there made by the McLaren. A very, very fast driver, and I'm sure that he's going to go for the lead, but how quickly is he going to be able to gain on Mr. Gillen? Gillen in the mud, it's a phrase from Team Armada. Well, he's not in the mud at the minute, but he's currently still leading the race with a maximum of 25 points, heading in the way of the Haas F1 driver.
Indeed, he's got the fresher tyres and he's got the fresher attitude. He's been leading this race for lap upon lap previously, but Tom97 knows exactly what he's got to do to try and take this lead away from the Haas driver in front. They'll have, of course, a fully charged ERS package available to deploy at any point of the driver asking. DRS, of course, won't be available for the first 2 laps after the safety car restart, but look at this. They've already partially dropped Safso behind them. That gap already at about 7.5 tenths, and continuing to grow as they go lap through lap, corner through corner here. Tom97 immediately putting pressure on Alex Gillen. Alex Gillen somehow still responding.
Tom97 with that fastest lap, and I think that's going to prove crucial here because we're riding on board now with the McLaren driver slaloming his way through that first opening 3 corners. Apparently his way on towards turn number 5 and on towards Raffles Boulevard. At McLaren is looking pretty sweet. He's in the sweet spot here, and will he be taking that second win in a row here, or will it be Gillen to hold on for his first win since Brazil?
Indeed, Alex Gillen will just try and hold on for scraps here. This will be race win number 13 in the Creator Series. There's basically no difference between the tyres of Alex Gillen and Tom97 at the moment. Ignore what the laps say, of course. The laps served under safety car essentially have nullified that agreement. But Alex Gillen at the moment still holding this race win. The 2 Alpines once again have the opportunity to work together in true teamwork fashion to try and benefit themselves. Try and jump towards Tom97, who currently finds himself in second place. Safso and Tom, I don't think are going to work together. We saw them last time hampering each other when they were about 8 seconds off the group in front of them, and now Safso and Tom have to work together. But other Tom now, Tom97, is slowly falling off Alex Gillen. That gap at what was once 4 tenths, now closer to 6, 7, and maybe even 8.
Going back to the Alpines, they're really going to have to know who is the faster driver. If it was based on who was the fastest last time round, they cross over that timing line, it would actually be Safso. So he is technically the fastest driver, but it would mean that Tom would have to try and get it on merit here. Diving in towards turn number 5 on toward that famous Raffles Boulevard. The top speed they reached about almost 200 miles an hour, and side by side on Raffles Boulevard is Tom going to get through, and he does, up into the podium spot, and that is going to be P3 for the Dutch driver. Now he's going to set his sights here on Tom97. We've got a 3-way lead, 3-way car battle for the lead of this race, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. Put in the comments here who's going to be the victor here. Is it going to be Mr. Gillen? Is it going to be Tom97? Or is it going to be Tom the Flying Dutchman? Join the conversation here at F1 Creator Series on all social media and pick out your favorite bits. Please share us as much as you possibly can. It'll be an absolute honor to get this series absolutely skyrocketing into the air in popularity. It is one of the most incredible leagues out there.
It is indeed. Tom 97 just holding on. I think Tom back in the Alpine might have just left it too little too late to get past his teammate. As you can see now, that gap stands at 1.5 seconds between the two Toms. Further back, Flyby Night manages to get past Hayden Gullis. I think he's actually pulled into the pits there. He has indeed to go get a fresh set of tyres on. So there... I'm not sure what's happening with the Red Bull, I believe into the pit lane. But back at the front of the race, it's Tom 97 and Alex Gillen. Those two still are battling out for the lead and increasing, crucially, the gap to Tom further back for themselves. The Alpines slowly falling further and further away out of contention for this race. With DRS now, Tom 97 looked to the inside. He thought about it for a moment, but the back end Sky Z's got past Safso for P4, and Safso actually dropping 2 positions there for Red Bull as they run down, got past the Alpine as Infratic now starting to get past Safso, not having the best of time. I wonder if that Alpine has damage. Rob also looking to try and make a move, and we can't see any damage on board that Alpine at the moment. I think right round outplay, maybe a little bit of damage, not too much visible. It's certainly not missing one as we stand, but Tom, that gap between the two Toms back at the front of the grid, still standing at about 2 seconds. The Alpine not going too well.
Be all about down to the battle between Gillen and Tom 97. I think this is the decider to get that Dutchman into this possible race and complete that last of first challenge, which he set out to do quite a while ago. I do believe that Tom 97 may have the upper hand here. He's in the DRS, he's got the pace. Gillen has been an absolute stone wall when it comes to a defensive job. He knows his way around the circuit, so you may have some pros and cons of both drivers, but sure, it is going to be one of those battles for the ages, and I just hope it's not a simple move and then a drive off into the sunset for Tom 97. I want to see him work for it. I think a lot of the fans here want to see him work for that P1 spot, and that's exactly what I think he's going to be doing here. That McLaren just etching closer and closer and closer. I just don't know if it's going to be possible for Tom to get involved, because they're not battling right now. They're not going side by side into any of the corners. I think Tom 97 is just sitting there and hoping to maybe make that attack in possibly the last 10 laps of this Singapore Grand Prix.
Yeah, Tom in the Alpine, of course, P3 will have to be careful. It's allowing M Sky Z and Razin Chai to try and catch up and get involved with this P3 fight. The fight for the last step of the podium, of course. And defense has to be to a top tier degree, as M Sky Z and Razin Chai, even in Fratic, starting to get involved. No DRS available for the Alpine, but the cars behind him will have full use of that drag reduction system as they run down through turn 14, through turn 15 now. And the Alpine of Tom will be a bit of a sitting duck, but Tom 97 continuing to attack Alex Dillon, trying to hope that that Haas burns its battery in any hope of a defense here.
It is very tough here up at the top end of the stands here, but a couple of comments asking why is Ben down so low. He is currently on a brand new sim rig. Well, not brand new, but he's borrowing Adam Sanderson's sim rig, which is completely new to him, completely alien to him. So when you do get your new sim rigs, you're not quite up to scratch with it, and especially when you've got your first race in that rig. It's a super competitive race. It's going to be very interesting as we now see up the inside now go Razin Chai, and that Alfa Romeo putting in a stonking move here on Tom 97. My error, on Tom in the Alpine. It just looks like he just hasn't got any pace anymore, as Tom and Sky Z is now fired himself up onto the rostrum. Will he be able to chase down those front two drivers? I'm not so sure, to be honest, TK. They're quite the way up ahead, and they're setting some really blistering lap times compared to the rest of this group. And of course, being stuck in that train of 4 cars does not help whatsoever. So they're just going to have to bat it out amongst this group.
Indeed, the longer this group further behind continues to fight, MSkyZ now takes the lead of the effective peloton. You can see that Tom's in the mix as well. We can look further back. Safso is dropping even more positions as Meraki looks down the inside of the Alpine, sends it late, last on the brakes for the Williams driver. A fantastic move there from Meraki, gaining back up into P10. He was last on the brakes, a Daniel Ricciardo-esque move that we don't see so much nowadays, but looking back to days gone by, Meraki really starting to claw back some crucial points here for the Williams racing team. Safso, I'm not quite sure what's wrong with that Alpine, but something definitely going wrong. He's dropping positions hand over fist here this afternoon, and Tim Mardik will be the next to try and make a move on the Alpine in front of him.
Sure, he's going to have to try and get through, and he does manage to get through. Benjamin Daly, the Aussie, has managed to stream his way past. Of course, Safso is having a few struggles here. It looks so butterfly and rainbows for Alpine. They're in such a strong position, but something in the latter stages of this Singapore Grand Prix has just fallen apart for them. It really has just not come their way, and having to find themselves in a very, very tricky situation. Sure, they're going to have to maybe rally something up or leave it down to Tom here to try and do something, but even he is feeling the pressure from our reigning champion of Razin Chai this time around, and he's also got emphatic if things go from bad to worse.
Indeed, this group from third all the way down to P6, and Fratic's now on the scene in that Ferrari. You can see Ariguri not too far off as well, but of course with that 3-second penalty hanging over his head. So these guys have to work like an effective peloton. They've got a leader who won't have that DRS. He has to kind of let the drivers back past, slip into that slipstream, and then use the DRS that he's then granted to try and work as a group to try and catch the likes of Tom 97 and Alex Gillen in front of them. But the longer they continue to fight, the longer MSkyZ tries to hold out for this podium, the laps will continue to diminish, and this could be any chance of the top two finishing diminishing as every single corner passes. Fly by Night gets another 3-second penalty to add to their name, and the gap between third and second place now stands at 4.7 seconds and increasing with every passing corner.
It is going to be one of those where you've just got to try and keep on top of everything, and wow, yeah, it's a lot to really keep in mind here, especially with everything that's going on. I think SkyZ is just still keeping at that similar pace here, but Tom 97 just continuing to pressurize Alex Gillen. I wonder how Gillen will be feeling in the seat of that Haas F1 car. Heading down the long straight, he goes in towards this chicane section. Tom is really doing a phenomenal job here. He's really putting that car in the right places and keeping up the pace. The consistency of the paces have been absolutely unbelievable from the McLaren driver. And I do think he's in a really good spot here. The DRS just helping him to stay onto the back of that Haas F1 car. And Gillen must be getting a little bit nervous, a little bit trembly in the sim rig of his.
Indeed, well, he knows that Tom 97 is a veteran of F1 esports here. He knows when to make a move, when he wants to pounce. And of course, you can see on the steering wheel in the bottom of the shot, that ERS, the battery being pretty much fully charged for the McLaren behind him. And just got to now pick his opportunity, which I don't think we'll see for a couple of laps. He likes to pounce late and make the most of every last opportunity. Of course, the straights here in Singapore aren't as long as some traditional F1 circuits, so he might take a bonus approach and then save a straight just in case it doesn't work. But Alex Gillen, if I'm him right now, I am absolutely terrified with what that McLaren could possibly be conjuring up behind.
Oh, he's really just keeping it in a nice groove here. But at what point do you say, I can't sit behind this car for too long? I've got to go for the move, because we're on 54. He hasn't attempted a single maneuver yet, and he's just having to sit back there. And I'm not entirely sure if Tom's going to be able to I'm going to say, going to have many opportunities. He's got to throw something at the kitchen sink here, and hopefully make a stick. I would have tried maybe a maneuver or two already, just seeing will this work? Would this work? Will this catch him off guard? Where do I make this maneuver? But he's just sitting there in the slipstream, in the dirty air, trying to get something going here, but you can feel in the tension in the air that a move is going to be on here. It's just when does that happen?
Indeed it will. We've been told further back as well, Safso, who was at one point up in P2 or P3, is all the way down in P17, boxing for a fresh set of soft tyres, so potentially trying to run till the end on those and potentially go for fastest lap to boot as well. Is currently Tom at 97 that holds it with a 1:31.1. So Safso in the Alpine in with a good opportunity here to try and steal that away. Of course, if he can get within that top 15, that's where the fastest lap point will count, unlike the F2, where we see it count in any position. But this battle at the front still gracious as ever. Tom 97 just following Alex Gillen through every single twist and turn that his Marina Bay Street Circuit decides to throw at them. And we can see back further M-Sky, Tom Razenchai, Infratic, Elray Guri now joining the party as well. And Meraki just in the background of your shot, making a fantastic recovery drive for that Williams in P8 as things stand. But Infratic just holding off Elray Guri, looking to try and make a move on Razenchai up for P5 here.
Sure, I do want to credit Meraki here. He's had an absolutely stonking drive so far on those on that brand new soft compound tyre. He had a little bit of a tyre debate with his AI involved as well, if anyone was a little bit late. But for sure, that was a bit of a strange moment for us commentators and, of course, viewers of the channel to an eye on here. But there are your point systems, 25, 20, and then we go on to 18, 16, 14, 12, so on and so forth. And that really just showed that points are possible around this circuit, and in the Creator Series, a lot more than real life F1, as Safso, who put those soft tyres on, is now leading with the fastest lap, so he will get that bonus point, albeit he's down in 17. He now needs to try and close to over 14 or 15 seconds to the back of Bamford. Then he'll be able to take that extra point. But will that possibly happen within the remaining laps?
Yeah, the key tell he's got to be asking himself now is how great are the penalties in front of him. He knows Hayden has one, Bamford, of course, sitting penalty-free, but the likes of Fly By Night, Chesnoid Gaming, and Rericon all sitting on a mixture of 3 and 6 second penalties, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screens. Now, this will be doing some mental maths in the head of the Alpine driver. How close does he have to get to those drivers to secure a P15 finish and secure not only the bonus point, but an actual singular point for finish in P15 as well? So some mental maths definitely going on in the head of the Alpine driver at the moment. Back up towards the front of the grid, it's still M-Sky leading from Tom. Tom still trying to get closer in that Alpine. Razenchai and Infratic not too dissimilar, as Infratic in the Ferrari tries to push through the Aston Martin car. Elray Guri just happy to sit on the back of this group at the moment, use their DRS and try and escape from Iraqis who have yellow flags further back. I think that's Fly By Night potentially have an instant by the pit wall. But Infratic continues to run through this group. Tom has managed to just hold off, but Infratic actually gets the move past on Razenchai up to P5 for himself. The Aston Martin will have to settle for P6 at the moment. Elray Guri not too far off these runners as well. You can see the rear light of the Aston Martin flashing, less than 10% now on its battery, so won't be able to mount too much of an attack further forward towards the Ferrari driver. And this could be an interesting end. We've got 5 laps of racing remaining when we cross the finish line, and Alex Gillen, Tom 97 still battling for the lead. This group of 5 still battling for P3, the final step of the podium here.
Sure, it's still very, very up for debate here. Of course, guys, with that position, I think he's in a really comfortable spot here ahead of Tom, but also Infratic might be able to try and make something happen, and I'm being really impressed with Infratic throughout this race. He's come from a very, very difficult spot in that Drivers' Championship. He has managed to find himself into a really hot spot here. still had that opportunity possibly to maybe just etch a podium out, but it would have to require a lot of luck with what's going on with Tom and M Sky Z. And Alfa Romeo and Alpine have been very, very quick, but you've got to give so much credit to that Scuderia Ferrari driver, especially seeing what kind of predicament he is in that current championship standings.
Yeah, indeed. And Fratic, he'll be scoring some good and crucial points for the Ferrari team. Obviously, Tim Marduk in that brand new sim rig for himself won't be scoring too many points. And this isn't the only racing that Mr. Ben Daly will be doing this afternoon. I believe he's going on to race partially in the Buckmore 24-hour later on. So not only does he have to endure a sprint race qualifying and then a 100% race here in Singapore, he has to endure the twists and turns of Buckmore Park in just a few hours. But for now, it will be Fratic that leads the Ferrari team's points as things stand. M Sky Z still just holding on for that podium and has actually dropped Tom out of DRS range. 1.1 now the gap between the Alpine and the Alfa Romeo.
Sure, that gap is looking pretty good between the both Tom and M Sky Z. I do think Tom is going to have the upper hand in this one. M Sky Z does not have the pace in that Alfa Romeo to chase down those two drivers with these current laps remaining. But we do have about 4 laps remaining of this race, and it's very much starting to unfold this story, and we're now starting to see a bigger picture on what's happened here. It's Tom who has managed to fight his way from the back of the field, got hampered in those earlier stages of the pit stops, but now finds himself in a really strong position of 4th here. I don't know if he'll be able to chase down Sky Z. I think he'll be more having to look at Infratic in behind. Fastest lap there from Sato once again, as he will be getting that point and pretty much locked down at this rate.
Yeah, not only will he be securing that point, he might be on for stealing another point from Rurikon with that 6 seconds hanging over his head. He's got 3 or 4 laps, like you said, to be able to pull it off. And with the pace that Alpine is currently showing, I think it's a matter of time, not if, that Alpine manages to get up higher into the points. A good decision there from Sasa as we see him there. Get past Bamford up to P14. 2 drivers ahead of him, both with penalties. And I think both becoming victims of the Alpine very quickly indeed. But the question that is on every single person's mind right now, when is Tom 97 going to strike? We've got 3.5 laps of racing remaining. When is he going to strike? When will he try and challenge for P1 from Alex Gillen here?
It would have to be at the start of lap 31, in my opinion. He's got to make that move soon, because otherwise the tyres are going to start going off, and then of course Gillen would be 2 into the rhythm. I believe in fact he's already 2 in the rhythm at this moment in time. So it's going to be all about can Tom 97 make that move here, and how and try and catch Alex Gillen off guard. I think that will be where he decides to do it. I think there'll be a little bit of rough and tough here, but it will just be something you have to get done, especially if you want maximum points. I believe Tom 97 is just that tad a bit further ahead in the championship compared to Alex Gillen, so those 25 points will be a little bit more valuable to the McLaren driver compared to the Haas F1 driver. But Gillen will be very happy with 25 points if he does manage to pull it off.
He will indeed. Tom 97, of course, with a full ERS deployment available to him. I don't know how much Alex Gillen's got left in that tank. Surely he will have been burning some to try and keep the McLaren behind, as there was almost contact between the two of them as they headed through the right-hander. There was nose to gearbox as they went through the right-hander. The McLaren maybe just overestimating how much grip is left in that Haas's tyres as we start, or about to finish, lap 60 of 62 there. There's definitely a bit of a clip between the two. I think that was just rubber coming off tyres, but nonetheless, we start the penultimate lap here in Singapore. 61 of 62, just over 6 miles left to race, and that McLaren not far behind at all. Opportunistic move incoming, and this could be for the race win.
It really is going to be one of those battles you've really got to be on for your game. The fatigue has really come into these drivers. They're really now starting to struggle a bit with their minds, and I'm starting to get a little bit but only the brave and the bold pull through at this moment in time. Tom 97 was having a look at a move there, but I don't think he's going to really be able to get the move done here. What about in toward that left-hander and then past St. Andrew's Church? Still nothing off here. We just had that beautiful helicopter camera shot. If you know me, I'm a big fan of the helicopter camera shots, but he's just etching ever closer toward the back of that house. I think he's really going to have a really good opportunity. But at what point do you do it? What point do you say, I've got to go for this? It has to be that last lap.
It will indeed. It'll have to be 62 of 62. Of course, not many DRS opportunities on each lap. Like we've mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, the straights are very short compared to traditional F1 tracks here. And this is going to be a matter of where they're going to do it, not when they're going to do it. And Tom 97 just lining it up as they round turn 18 and 19 here for the final time to start lap 62 of 62. It's McLaren versus Haas, 3.07 miles to contend with 19 turns. And it all comes down to this. Alex Gillen currently holding the lead of the race. Tom 97 just in behind, mid-10th, separate them as things stand. The run down towards the initial couple of corners, rounding turn 5 now. And this is going to be an interesting matter. The first DRS zone effectively coming up now. The rear wing opens on the McLaren. He's burning what battery he has available. Will he go for it early? Down towards turn number 7, he backs out on this occasion. The McLaren just choosing not to make it as the early stages of lap 62. Very, very slowly through the corner is Gillen. He might be struggling on tyres as they run through the left-hander. Tom 97, who's been sat behind for lap after lap after lap, just waiting his opportunity, waiting for his moment to come as they go through the left-hander of turn 9 now, through the right again, through the right-hander of 11 and 12, down towards 13. It's still Alex Gillen in control. He's got essentially 2 more opportunities to try and make it stick, and this is one of them as they run up towards the right-hander of turn 14. Tom looked to the inside, made sure he's looked in the mirrors, but couldn't make it stick this time around. He locks up ever so slightly. The McLaren will just have to wait another day. This is surely the final opportunity now. The rear light flashing, less than 10% available for the McLaren. Is going to be surely Alex Gillen that could just hold on the run down towards turn 18 here in the Singapore Grand Prix as they round the final corner. Alex Gillen gets the win, and Tom 97 will have to settle for P2.
It's a superb result there for Gillen, and Tom 97 just falls short. He had a valiant effort, but I think the tyres were just a little bit too worn out. They had done their work, and by the time Tom was ready to get that move done, he unfortunately just he wasn't able to make it happen. Unfortunately there, M-Sky-Z will take some crucial points in the Drivers' Championship there. P3, meaning 18 points there for our runner-up. And I believe that could be sending him up into the lead of the Drivers' Championship. A big result there, and that could see a massive in-swing. I'm not sure if it will be, because Team at Marduk, I think, finished in 9th place. Meraki did crash it across the line, but it will still count into his original spot. But wow, that was a very tense fight at the end of the race there, and both of those drivers putting on an absolutely spectacle performance. It has been such a special race around here in Singapore.
Indeed it is. That's race win number 13 there for Alex Gillen. He's entered 28 races now. He's won 13 of them, still holds one of the best records here in the Creator Series for races entered versus races won. And that will be a fantastic result for not only the Haas team, but for the British man as well, as they continue heading through on their little cool-down lap. Tom in the Alpine, a fantastic race result for themselves, coming from the back of the pack to finish P4 there, only kind of a couple of seconds off the drivers in front of them. They closed the gap on things at the moment, and of course Meraki, a fantastic recovery drive after being kicked from the session earlier. Some incredible drives this afternoon, but let us know at home who you think was your personal driver of the day in the chat. Fantastic drives from all of the grid here, and condolences to those who did unfortunately crash out.
It was a yeah, it was unfortunate there for a couple of our drivers that unfortunate, but sure it's one of those races that was a really enjoyable one to watch. Big kudos to a lot of these drivers that had their incredible moments, like Tom going from the back of the field, but adjusting a couple of things just did not go his way. Of course, Infratic as well, who's as I said, in a bit of a difficult scenario going into this race. I think that he was definitely one up that he want to really keep an eye on, and he definitely finished in a really good spot there, 6/10 behind the Alpine of behind Tom as well. But yeah, incredible stuff.
Yeah, Tom on screen getting driver of the day. A fantastic drive from last to P4. Infratic jumps up to P14 in the championship. If all maths is correct, after a stellar drive from the Ferrari driver, the team from Maranello will be very happy with that performance indeed. As we see Alex Gillen there rise above the crowds to claim a victory for the Haas Formula One team. Tom 97, of course, second place for themselves. And MSkyZ, after a very solid performance, will make it a another podium for the Alfa Romeo driver. A fantastic result all round for those who are involved.
Absolutely brilliant, to be honest. Really good stuff overall from everyone in the field. And there are your final results. Brilliant result from Alex Gillen and then Tom at 97. And just having a look at what we've been told, Sky Z leads Ben by a single point based on these current results at this moment in time. So that is very interesting. And actually, I was correct the first time around. Sky Z does lead the way, but TK, I'll let you run through the results.
I wasn't expecting that. I haven't got it up on my screen at the moment, but it is Alex Gillen that takes the win of this race. Just behind him will be Tom 97 finishing in second place. And then, of course, MSkyZ finishing in P3. Tom came from last on the grid to finish P4. Infratic, Razin Chai, Rob, Tiamat Marduk, Tafso, and Chesnoid Gaming are your top 10. And then very quickly, Bamford, Rericon, Fly By Night, Meraki, Elray, Guri, I believe, are your finishers. And then I didn't quite get to the rest of them. I apologise for that. And then we get to see our lovely faces at the end of it all. Fantastic race all rounds. And I think it's about time for some chats with some of the drivers, don't you think, Adam?
Absolutely, I do think there was a little bit of yeah. I think we're up for some chats. It was a long race. I think a little bit of fatigue has come in, but have some chats.
Indeed. Let's pull Alex Gillen across. Of course, our race winner in the Haas. The fantastic dominating drive. Let's have a little chat with himself. Welcome in, Alex. Congratulations, firstly, on the race win, and also continuing to hold one of the best win percentages in the entirety of the Creator Series. Talk us through how that race went from your perspective.
First of all, shout out to my fiance. She bought me an Aperol Spritz. I'm sipping an Aperol Spritz after that sweaty race. This is better than any champagne. It just is. It's incredible. Oh my god, what a race! What a race! I learnt across that whole race. In the sprint, Jake was a lot quicker than me. At the start of the race, Jake was a lot quicker than me. Jake Meraki had really good pace in that race. And I just had to evolve over the course of the race, find the time. You know, he got me out of DRS range at the start on pure pace, and I just kept plugging away at it, finding the time, changing which gear I'm in which corners, and taking it a slightly different way, figuring out the lines, figuring out the braking points. And the pace just kept coming. And that's probably the fastest I've been in Creator Series relative to everyone else for a long time. I can't believe it. That was absolutely mega. In the end there as well, full push, no mistakes. I mean, I can't ask more than that for myself, to be honest. That was absolutely incredible. What a race.
Yeah, it was an incredible last lap from yourself. Just being able to hold off Tom, who had his full ERS battery to be able to deploy on that final lap, of course. And I'll be honest, even from the comm spots, we were expecting Tom to be able to nab it on one of the straights, but you showed an incredible defensive drive, not only in that final lap, but in the laps that led up to it as well. And congratulations once again on the race win.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, shout out to Tom as well, I should say, because Tom drove really well there. He really kept me on my toes. I had to be flawless. We know he's so good. I knew if I made any minor mistake, he'd be through. I did have slightly lower wings, which I know was a little bit slower. It allowed me to be a little bit quicker in the straight, but yeah, I had to be on it. So yeah, GG's to Tom, and yeah, cheers guys.
Amazing stuff. And just one very quick thing before you go. I believe that race win brings you into championship contention, now only being 20 points off the top spot.
I'm not sure about that. I think a good first race, a good this race, but I've had a few dodgy ones again this season, so I don't think so. I mean, never say never, but you know, this is such a short season. What is there now? 2 races left, 20 points in 2 races. If I win both, maybe, but you know, Creator Series is so competitive these days that winning both is going to be almost impossible. But you know, never say never. We'll see.
Indeed, never say never. But thank you so much for coming and chatting to us. It's been a pleasure.
Cheers, guys.
Amazing stuff to chat to our race winner there, and we've got, I think, quite a few guests lined up to come and have a chat with us. So let's go have a speak to Tom at 97, our second place finisher, just narrowly missing out, of course, on that race win. Tom, welcome in firstly to the Cobbler's Box. Commiserations on what almost was a perfect race from yourself. Sat behind Alex for so long and just couldn't quite get the race win at the end.
Cheers. Tough race. Just hard to overtake Singapore, isn't it? So I tried. Maybe not super visible on stream. You wouldn't have seen any like fake lunges because the track is covered in marbles. But I just tried to get close to try a lunge, and it just didn't quite happen. I had slightly more tyre wear in the end because I pit a few laps before Alex and Jake because of the safety car. I pit like 2 or 3 laps before, so I was always carrying a slight offset. So when you're kind of limited on rear traction, those kind of key moments might have just decided the race for me.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, and of course we saw a couple of maybe fake dives down the inside looking for...
Obviously, I started on hards and then boxed for hards again, so a double hard stint. First stint was a bit harder because there was a few soft runners in between, but I knew once I kind of got through the first 3 to 5 laps, it'd be okay, a bit like in the last race in China. You just have to kind of survive the first few laps. And to be fair, my lap ones have been pretty decent on hards. I took the lead in China, took the lead today, starting on that tyre, so you can get a good start, but then you kind of notice you lack that grip, like, you know, unlike the medium or the soft. Overall, pace was good. So I had that confidence in myself that I could make the hard tyre work. That's ultimately what matters. If you don't have that confidence, so you don't have that pace, you're not going to make that tyre work because you have to, you know, suffer a little bit in those first few laps. But we made it work. So it was a good decision. Worked both stints. And overall, just strategy was on point. Can't really fault strategy. Just a bit of a not ideal time safety car. Obviously, I had that 5-second penalty for speeding, so I took a bit of pain on that last stop. So I had a bit of a strategy in mind, but I never got a chance to execute because that's the last safety car.
Incredibly confident around those, and I think that's something you want to take for next race.
I did a race the other day, and I was extremely humbled. I was not very quick. So I'm going to keep expectations low and keep my feet on the ground and just see what happens when we actually, you know, turn up to it. I think I know what I've got to do to be fast around there, but I need to put into practice, which is usually the harder part of trying to be quick.
Amazing stuff, and thank you again for coming and chatting. We look forward to seeing you out next time in Miami, and hopefully on the top spot.
Cheers, fellas.
Thanks so much. And we'll get our final interview in for this afternoon. I'll drop Tom back in the interview waiting room. We'll get Skyzy in for one final interview, just to round out the podium sitters M-Sky, a fantastic performance from yourself to find yourself on the podium at the end. Talk us through how that race went from your point of view.
Bonjour. It was a terrible strategy from my side. I think everyone saw that. I'm quite happy to finish on the podium, although I think I'm quite lucky with Meraki disconnection. Yeah, it was a very nice event. For once, I scored in the sprint 2 points, which is very nice to get. And yeah, the race was starting nice. Had a good pace with the medium compared to the soft runners. I think Meraki and Alex dropped out a bit before the safety car. And the famous safety car, well, for me, I had not that much wear on the tires, like around 12 to 13%, so it was alright to stay out. And I kind of wish the other guys on hard and medium stayed out also. It wasn't the case, so I was the only one to actually stay out. So I got murdered by everyone, like everyone destroyed me. And I did my best to kinda hold the position and not losing too much time to the leaders. And I decided to just do a full quali stint on medium to catch up the time lost, which was very nice because I felt like I was quite quick with the second stint on the mediums. And I boxed one lap too early, I think, before the safety car, and I had only one set of hards left. So I had no choice but to put the hards. And after that, well, Tom and Alex were just too quick for me today. And the maximum I could do was P3 from there. So yeah, kinda pleased, but without the strategy mistake, what could have been, we'll never know. Still, podium is a good way to finish. I think with Ben P9 and the fact that it didn't score in the sprint, I think I'm leading the championship by 1 point. If my calculations are good.
Correct, based on our calculations here as well. We were mentioning it early in the broadcast, so maybe a podium was all you needed just to sneak up there to lead the championship. But no, a fantastic drive. Unfortunate on the strategy, but it happens to the best of us. I'm sure you'll be looking to come back stronger in Miami.
I will try. Miami is not a good track for me, but we'll see. We'll see.
Adam, any questions here for M-Sky?
No, not really, but honestly, congratulations. You did a fantastic job. You've already summed up what you're going to say, and of course Miami's next, so I wish you all the best for that.
Well, thanks for that, and I hope the race was enjoyable for you guys, and see you next Saturday.
See you next Saturday. Amazing stuff. Thank you, M-Sky.
Take care.
Well, what a fantastic race, sprint race and qualifying we've had over the last couple of hours, but unfortunately, as every good thing has to, it's come to an end here on Saturday night here in Creator Series. Adam, thank you so much for joining me. It's been a pleasure having your company in the comms box. If they want to find out a little bit more about yourself, where can they do so?
Are you going back to our FO5 comms, my friend?
No, this is where it came from.
Is it where it came from?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you want, you can follow me on Instagram at AdamReed_commentary. That is where I post all my real life commentary announcements. Yes, I do stuff in real life, so be prepared for that. I'll get onto that in just a minute. Yeah, you'll find all my announcements and all my clips, and you may find one of those clips on here from a Creator Series, but as almost it. But something I am going to be telling everyone is that tomorrow I will be live on the Alpha Live YouTube channel covering round 2 of the Wilton Mill Kart Club Championship. So it'll be a lot of interesting action and a lot of high speed action. A little bit similar to this, but a lot closer, a lot shorter. So if you are into your karting, you do know about the Wilton Mill Kart Club, and you do wonder who will be on com for that, well, here he is. I'm going to be on that, so be prepared to hear my voice once again. Hopefully you're not too tired of it already.
Amazing stuff. And if you want to check out more about the Creator Series, all the usernames are linked above. We're on YouTube, Instagram, X or Twitter, and of course TikTok as well. Highlights, behind the scenes, and some fantastic content as well on there. Just before I shout myself out, I want to shout out a massive thank you to producer Rob. He's not feeling 100%, but he still has come on behind the scenes and produced this fantastic show for everybody. So in the chat, I'd love a massive dub to producer Rob, who is the unseen hero of the Creator Series. But finally, if you want to check out more about me, there's producer Rob for you. And for myself, yes. And for myself is at the Mousemeister on all common social medias. But for now, from all of us here at Creator Series, it is good night and God bless.